Chapter 84. That person was a tall man. He ran wildly like a madman. Several pedestrians on the street were knocked down by him. They all said unhappily, "What are you doing? Why are you running so fast on such a hot day? This is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't have a face when they walk." As they spoke, several people started to laugh, but they weren't really angry. Who knew that that person would charge forward recklessly? He crashed into a tall and gorgeous carriage. Blood splattered everywhere. He fell on his back. The passers-by who were originally joking screamed. The owner of the carriage was also shocked. He stuck his head out and said, "Who hit him? Who hit him?" It happened so suddenly. Xie Lian had no choice but to put down the youth and quickly step forward. He asked, "What happened?" That person crashed into the hard carriage and seemed to have fainted. His messy hair covered his face. Many people were watching carefully. Without waiting for Xie Lian to get closer, he suddenly jumped up again. He screamed, "I can't take it anymore. Kill, kill. Someone come and kill me. Come quickly." A few burly men among the passers-by couldn't stand it anymore. They said, "Which family's crazy person did not lock up properly and ran out? Take him back, take him back." They wanted to go up and hold this person back. Who knew that, just as they surrounded him, when they saw the crazy man's face clearly, they also screamed several times. They hurriedly dodged. What kind of monster is this? The crazy man ran towards them and shouted, "Beat me to death." Those people were extremely shocked. Xie Lian happened to come up. When they saw that it was the crown prince, they rushed behind him as if they had been pardoned. Without thinking, Xie Lian raised his leg and kicked the crazy man, causing him to somersault in the air and fall to the ground like a gentle dog gnawing on mud. A few people pointed to the ground and said, "Your Highness. This person, he has." Without needing them to say anything, Xie Lian also saw that this person actually had two faces. To be more precise, it was a face that had grown another face. This second face was squeezed on half of the crazy man's cheek. It was the size of an adult's palm. This crazy man was a young man, but this face was like a wrinkled little old man. It was extremely ugly. Xie Lian was extremely shocked. All he could think of was one sentence: what kind of monster was this? He immediately grabbed the sword at his waist and pulled it out. This sword was given to him by the divine martial great emperor, the Red Mirror. Ever since he met the strange man in white, he had been carrying this sword with him, in case he needed it someday. Maybe one day he would be able to see the true face of that thing. It just so happened that it came in handy at this moment. He unsheathed the sword, and the gleam of the sword gleamed brightly. However, when he lowered his head to take a look, the image reflected by the sword didn't change in the slightest. It was still the same person, the same two terrifying faces. In other words, this madman was not a demon or a ghost. He was a human. However, could there really be someone in this world who looked like this? If she was born with such an appearance, how could it not be spread in immortal music Imperial City for so many years? Just as Xie Lian was bewildered, a person beside him suddenly asked, trembling with fear, how did he become like this? When Xie Lian heard this, he put the red mirror sword back into its scabbard and turned his head to ask, "You know this person? Wasn't he like this before?" Quite a few people said, "Yes, we worked together with him. Of course it's not like this. Before, his face didn't have this thing." Seeing that more and more onlookers had gathered, almost blocking the street, Xie Lian's expression turned solemn. He raised his voice and said, "Everyone, don't come near. There's nothing, disperse." That bandaged teenager helped him separate the crowd, but Xie Lian didn't notice. He was busy communicating with Feng Xian Muqing, quickly come to the Imperial City Xinwu Street. When he put down his hand, he saw another person stuttering on the side, looking very hesitant. Xie Lian took the initiative to step forward and asked, "Do you have something you want to say?" Seeing the crown prince ask, That person finally mustered up his courage and said, "Your Highness, there's something I don't know if I should say or not." How could Xia Lian have the time to wait for him to exchange pleasantries? He concisely said, "Just say it." That person said, "A few days ago, there were a few small pits on my chest. 3 big pits and 2 small pits. I didn't feel anything. It didn't itch or hurt, but it felt quite comfortable when I scratched it. I didn't care much about it, but when I saw this brother, I felt a little guilty, ha." He laughed dryly and unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his chest. "Look at me, there's no problem, right?" When he took off his clothes, the crowd fell silent. What was on this person's chest? How were there a few small pits? His facial features were clearly complete, and they could make out a vague woman's face. That person looked down and was shocked. How could this be? It clearly wasn't so lifelike before. Lifelike? No matter which word was used, it was extremely terrifying. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. That person couldn't help but grab Xia Lian's clothes and shouted, "Your Highness, save me." At this time, Feng Xian and Mu Qing received the communication and rushed over from the city gate tower. Seeing this, both of them frowned. Feng Xian shouted, "Get up, what's going on?" Xia Lian didn't have time to explain. He patted that person's shoulder and comforted him, "It's okay. Just calm down." His tone was gentle and firm, serious and calm. That person thought he had a card up his sleeve and was even more convinced that such a small matter was as easy as flipping his hand for His Highness the Crown Prince. He calmed down. However, Xia Lian's heart was in turmoil. This kind of human face actually grew gradually. And those who had this symptom, let's call it a symptom for the time being, wasn't just one person. In that case, could it be possible to guess that there were actually more? He immediately summarized the general situation to Feng Xian and Mu Qing and said, "Report to the Imperial Palace and pass down the order to search the entire city to see if there's anyone else who has similar things on their body. We must not miss a single one." Because this thing was too frightening, the monarch attached great importance to it after receiving the news. He dispatched a large number of people to conduct a search and investigation, and the efficiency was surprisingly high. That night, it was confirmed, in the entire Xianlu imperial city, there were already 5 people who had relatively clear human faces on their bodies. These 5 people either saw it and didn't take it seriously, or the human face grew in places where it wasn't easy to detect. In addition, it didn't hurt or itch, so they didn't notice. In addition, there were more than 10 people who already had relatively shallow pits and protrusions on their bodies. They were suspected to be human faces that hadn't yet formed. Among these 20 or so people, the majority were women and youths. After they were all sent to Xia Lian, they were all anxious and uneasy. They greeted each other and casually comforted each other with a few words. Xia Lian was originally explaining things to others, but when he noticed this, he felt that something was wrong and asked, "Do you all know each other?" The official who had been busy all night glanced at the booklet and said, "Your Highness, many of these people live in the outskirts of the imperial city and live relatively close to each other. It's possible that they have some daily interactions with each other. Many of them live in the same place." Mu Qing was stunned and said, "The people who live close to each other all have human faces on their bodies? Could it be that this thing is contagious?" Xia Lian thought about it faster than him, but he didn't speak as fast as him. He immediately said, "Separate. Disperse the crowd. No one is allowed to hang around nearby. Find a place and completely isolate everyone here. There's a strange disease. It's contagious." Once these 6 words were leaked out, it was more effective than dispersing the crowd or dispersing the troops. How could it be that the surrounding crowd dispersed? More than half of the houses on the street were empty. Xia Lian ordered the officials and soldiers who had come to listen to his orders to be fully armed and properly protected. He then led these 20 or so people to the outskirts of the imperial city where some of them lived. Near the outskirts of the imperial city, there was a large forest called the Buyo Forest. The ministers intended to build an area here to temporarily house the patients. However, when they entered the forest, the others were busy setting up camp. The more Xie Lian walked, the more an ominous feeling circled around his heart. Feng Xian and Mu Qing naturally also felt it. Feng Xian took the lead and said, "Your Highness, could this be that Lang Ying?" Xie Lian crossed his arms and frowned. "That's right. It's here. Wasn't this the Buyo forest where Lang Ying personally dug the hole and buried his son's body?" The three people noticed this and looked at each other in dismay. Although they couldn't clearly say what it was, they vaguely had a guess. It drove them to coincidentally start looking for the place where Lang Ying's body was buried that day. However, several months had already passed since that day. Moreover, there were so many trees in the Buyo forest. How could they still remember which tree Lang Ying's body was buried under? Just at this moment, an indescribable stench wafted over. This stench was somewhat similar to the smell of rotting corpses, but it was even more suffocating. Just one breath was enough to make a person faint. The others also smelled it and retreated one after another. They covered their noses and fanned themselves. "What's over there? What's going on? It's even more smelly than if it was marinated in a jar of soy sauce for 10 years. Xie Lian rushed forward and followed that frightening smell. Sure enough, he found a somewhat familiar crooked tree. Under the tree, the ground slightly bulged, forming a gentle little mound. The soldiers raised their swords and gathered around to protect him. Xie Lian raised his hand to stop them and said in a low voice, "Be careful. Normal people shouldn't come over." Feng Xian, who wasn't a normal person, casually picked up a shovel and went forward. With a few shovels, that mound of dirt became a pit. The stench became increasingly strong, and he became even more careful with his shovel. After a few more shovels, a little black thing was dug out from under the soil. It seemed to be slightly squirming. He slowed down his movements, and the soldiers acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Suddenly, the surface of the soil arched up high, and a swollen, enormous figure broke out of the ground, exposing itself to the crowd of people holding torches. That putrid stench instantly soared, and quite a few people immediately vomited on the spot. Xie Lian's pupils also shrunk. That thing could no longer be described as a person. Anything else was more similar to a person than it. No one would be able to tell that this corpse, which could be described as enormous, was once a thin and weak child. An urge to vomit surged up his throat, and Xie Lian tilted his head to look to the side. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were also stunned. They both blurted out, "What is this thing? Is this a curse, or is it purely the decay of a corpse?" Regardless of what it was, Xie Lian knew what he should do now. He said, "Everyone retreat. The further the better. Burn this thing clean." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a raging flame gushed out. The flames soared into the sky, and the thick smoke billowed. Right at this moment, the mournful sound of a bugle horn came from a distant city tower. The three of them simultaneously raised their heads to look. This was the signal for the enemy to invade. Feng Xian cursed, "Damn it, they just had to attack us at this time." Mu Qing's face was calm. Under the light of the flames, he looked uncertain. He said, "Perhaps, they did it on purpose." Xie Lian decisively said, "Mu Qing, stay here and deal with this. Feng Xian, you come with me. First, beat them back. Remember, you can't let them see any flaws." At night, the two of them hurriedly rushed out of the city and hastily fought a battle. Although they were caught unprepared this time, they still won. Although they won again, none of the people from Xianlu, including Xie Lian, felt the slightest bit of joy from winning. This sudden, strange disease was called the human-faced plague by the people. Within Immortal Music Imperial City, it spread like wildfire with the speed of a thunderclap, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. The monarch had considered sealing off the news, but the first patient had rushed out from the streets. There were countless witnesses, so it couldn't be hidden from the start. Moreover, the human-faced disease spread and flared up extremely quickly. Within a short 6 days, suspected symptoms were found in more than 50 people. At the same time, Yong'an's attacks also became more frequent. Under the pincer attack from many sides, Xia Lian almost didn't have time to spare to make rain in Yong'an. Most of the magical power and energy that was originally used to do this were consumed in the imperial city's quarantine area. In the cold and secluded forest, there were large expanses of tents and shacks. Xia Lian walked through the patients on the ground. This quarantine area had more than 20 people in the beginning, but now it had nearly 100 people. It was getting bigger and bigger. Every day, as long as Xia Lian was free, he would come here and use his magical power to alleviate the terrible symptoms of the patients here. But in the end, relief was not a cure. What people hoped was that he could cure themselves. As Xia Lian walked, a young man lying on the ground suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the hem of Xia Lian's clothes. He said, "Your Highness, I won't die, right?" Xia Lian was about to speak, but he felt that this person was somewhat familiar. Looking carefully, wasn't this the passerby who gave him an umbrella when he found out that Xianlu was short of water and it was raining in the imperial city? Thinking of that day, that rain, and that umbrella, Xia Lian's heart immediately warmed. He squatted down and lightly patted the back of this person's hand. He said seriously, "I will do my best." That person seemed to have obtained the hope of life. His eyes flashed with joy. He repeatedly said good and lay down again. From these people's eager eyes, it could be seen that they deeply believed that he could do it. Therefore, every time he met their eyes, Xia Lian would feel a little self-reproach in his heart. He wanted to find a solution as soon as possible. After walking around the quarantine area, Xia Lian found a place to sit. Mu Qing raised a bonfire and he sat in contemplation. In the distance, a few little odd-job workers carried a stretcher and left. They whispered, but they didn't know that Xia Lian had heard everything. "How many is this? The fourth or fifth?" The stretcher carried a patient who died in the secluded forest. In fact, it was very difficult to kill people with the human face disease. But, not dying was scary. Not dying meant that they would have to carry this thing on their body for the rest of their life. Just thinking about it made people lose the courage to live. Especially some young women who cherished their appearance. If it grew on an important part like the face, most of them would choose to die in the end. One person sighed, "Sigh. When will it end?" Another person said, "With His Highness the Crown Prince here, we won't lose. Don't worry." The first person complained, "I'm not worried about losing, but in this situation, what's the use of not losing? It's still hard for us commoners to live." Sigh. "Forget it, I'm not complaining. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." If Feng Xian was here, he would definitely scold them immediately. Mu Qing glanced at Xia Lian and continued to light the fire. She didn't say anything. When the two people were completely gone, she said indifferently, "It's really the opinion of a commoner. They only know how to complain. Don't tell me that they want a martial god to monopolize everything." Xia Lian shook his head. What that person said made a certain amount of sense. He was a martial god. An army with him would be invincible. However, at this time, what was the use of just winning the battle? The army was established to protect the commoners, but the commoners at the back were being attacked by the plague. Wouldn't the original advantage become a joke? At this time, the bonfire swayed slightly. A person sat beside Xia Lian. It was Feng Xian. Xia Lian immediately asked, "How was it?" Feng Xian shook his head, saying, "It's the same as the result of your investigation. We couldn't find Langing on the back slope. We also didn't see any strange people in white clothes. We don't know where they are hiding. There's no way to check if they are playing tricks. Also, the people of Yong'an are really good. None of them are infected with the human face disease." Mu Qing poked the fire, saying, "The imperial city and the back slope are so close. No matter what, it's impossible that none of them are infected. It's obvious that they are the ones playing tricks." Many people secretly thought this way, and it was indeed very reasonable to think this way. However, even if they knew that it was the people of Yong'an, or more specifically, that it was Lang Ying who was playing tricks, the other party hid very well. They couldn't find any clues. They suspected that the human face disease was caused by a curse. The corpse of Lang Ying's son was the source of the curse. However, if it was a curse, this curse was really very beautiful. It didn't leave any traces that they could trace back. What could prove this suspicion? Nothing. Who knew if this human face disease was just a new type of disease that was born naturally? Unless they caught the target of their suspicion, Xia Lian had no way to determine what the human face disease was. He also hurriedly reported his guess to the heavenly court. However, it was already said that Xia Lian broke the rules and descended to the mortal world. Things were different now. In the past, if he wanted to report something, he could just directly enter the Divine Martial Hall and tell Junwu loudly. Now, he had to follow the rules. One must know that the so-called rules, if he was lucky, he could pass it by mercilessly throwing some merit points. If he was unlucky, he might be forced to follow a set of extremely complicated procedures that would endlessly delay. After it was done, the heavenly court would just send a heavenly court official to deal with it. Xia Lian himself was a heavenly court official. Other than Junwu, there was no one in the heavenly court who could surpass him. The heavenly court official that was sent down might not be as strong as him. Junwu's burden was so heavy. In the mortal world, it was said that he was busy every day. It was impossible for him to come down personally to help him. Therefore, this report was just a symbolic one. There was no real hope. However, Xia Lian's mind was not thinking about this. He was thinking about another problem. He said, if Yong'an released the curse in order to destroy the imperial city, then the most effective attack should be to attack the army. As long as the army is defeated, wouldn't it be equivalent to opening the city gates? But in reality, the human face disease did not spread to the army at all. It was not that there were no victims of the human face disease in the army, but relatively speaking, the number was extremely small. There were only 3 or 4 of them. Moreover, after they were sent to quarantine, the situation was immediately controlled and did not spread. Feng Xian always said what he thought. Perhaps it was because they felt that even if they defeated the army, they would lose without a doubt with you around. They might as well not attack the army and directly attack the civilians. Hearing this, Mu Qing laughed. Feng Xian said, "What are you laughing at?" Mu Qing said, "Nothing. You can always come up with very reasonable opinions. I have no objections." Feng Xian was most annoyed by his manner of wanting to stab people in his heart but always pretending to be gentle. He directly ignored him and said, "If it was really done by them, I will look down on them. If they have the ability to fight on the battlefield, what is the point of using such underhanded methods to harm innocent civilians?" Hearing this, Xia Lian deeply agreed. He sighed and said, "These days, I have been thinking about how to get infected. First, we need to know how to get infected, then we can control it." Feng Xian said, "Isn't it very clear? If you get too close, come in contact with it too much, drink water, eat, sleep and so on together, you will be infected." Xia Lian rubbed his forehead and said, "On the surface, it is true. However, let's take the army as an example. The soldiers in the army also drink water, eat and sleep together, so they should be closer and more frequent than normal people. But why are there so few infected soldiers?" Mu Qing frowned and said, "What you mean is that under the same conditions, but with different constitutions, some people will be infected and some won't. What you want to ask is what kind of people can resist the human face disease." Xia Lian raised his head and said, "Mu Qing understands me. It is exactly so. If we can find this, we will have a way to stop the spread of the human face disease." Mu Qing nodded and said, "That's good. Then we will look at what kind of people are more likely to get human face disease. Among the patients in the secluded forest, what kind of people are the most common?" Xia Lian had been brought to the secluded forest countless times these days, so he could answer with his eyes closed. He immediately said, "Women, children, youths, the elderly, and young men who are not very tall. Feng Xian said doubtfully, could it be that only those with weak bodies will be infected? Should we ask the king to order all the people in the imperial city to train their bodies diligently? Chapter 85. It was obvious that something was wrong. Because the first person to rush onto the divine martial street was a strong man with a strong physique, it was untenable. Compared to the other soldiers, the few soldiers who suffered from the human face plague. As for what exactly was different, Xia Lian had thought of many possibilities and tested many of them. In all aspects, they were not much different from others. Among all the infected, appearance, physique, even identity, personality, were all varied. Unable to come up with a fixed pattern. Could it be? Who was infected and who was not? Was it really just a matter of luck? Xia Lian muttered to himself, what exactly did the soldiers do? How could they resist the spread of the human face plague? In other words, what exactly was there that the commoners did less, the soldiers did more? At this point, his eyes suddenly widened, his face turned pale. Hearing his voice stop abruptly, Feng Xian said, what's wrong, Your Highness? What did you think of? Xia Lian had indeed thought of something. He thought of a reasonable speculation at the same time, it was also a terrifying speculation. He suddenly stood up and blurted out, no. No, it shouldn't be like that, it's impossible for such a thing to happen. Feng Xian and Mu Qing also stood up and said, what is it? Xia Lian covered his forehead and paced back and forth a few steps. He raised his hand and said, wait a minute, I have a very absurd guess. It shouldn't be true, but I need to test it. Mu Qing said, what exactly is your guess? How do you want to test it? Do you want me to find someone to test it for you? Xia Lian immediately rejected, no, I can't find a living person to test it. What if I guess wrong? It was better to say that he hoped in his heart that he guessed wrong. It would be better if he was very wrong. Mu Qing frowned and said, Your Highness, if you want to know if your guess is right, you have to use a living person to test it. This is the best way. It's useless for you to worry here. Feng Xian also frowned, don't you see that he's annoyed? Don't say such things at this time. Mu Qing turned his head and said, strange, what did I say? Am I not telling the truth? At this point, what's the use of hesitating and struggling? Feng Xian said in disgust, do you have to measure everything by whether there is a use or not? That's a living person. You didn't even hesitate. Aren't you being too calm? Mu Qing said, calm down. Are you trying to say that I'm cold-blooded? Xia Lian also didn't have the patience to gently mediate between the two of them in the past. He said, the two of you can start fighting over a single sentence. How improper. Stand here for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and no one is allowed to move during that time. Old rules. Upon hearing the three words, old rules, Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions changed slightly. Xia Lian waved his hand and said, the heavenly official blesses me. Begin. After a long while, Feng Xian gritted his teeth and said, the star of fortune shines upon us. Mu Qing also gritted his teeth and said, just follow the script. Feng Xian said with difficulty, Ku. He was still thinking hard about how to answer when Xia Lian turned around and entered the Buyu forest to find the 3 sick soldiers for questioning. The so-called old rules was a method that Xia Lian thought of to divert their attention. Feng Xian and Mu Qing had nothing better to do than to stab each other with a few words. The starting point was neither big nor small. At the beginning, Xia Lian would make them stand silently for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and not speak to each other until they had calmed down. However, the results were minimal. Hence, Xia Lian decided to change it to having them play the dragon with idioms, to have a battle of victory and defeat. This way, their minds wouldn't have the time to think about the quarrel just now, and would have to rack their brains to think of a way to win the other party. After discovering this good method, Xia Lian felt that the world had become much more peaceful, and was very satisfied. Now that they had to follow the old rules again, it could be considered as letting everyone relax a little. However, this relaxation didn't last for long. After the time it took for an incense to burn, Xia Lian returned. His expression was extremely unsightly as he ordered, "Gather all the soldiers in the camp who live and eat with the soldiers who are sick. I have something to ask them." The two of them had already been stuck several times, and each had their own victories and defeats. Finally, they didn't have to play the dragon anymore, and they both heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Qing said, "That's fine. However, this kind of roundabout way of seeking confirmation might not necessarily guarantee that the results will be completely accurate." Feng Xian turned around and was about to carry out his orders when Xia Lian spoke up again, "Wait. It's already late at night. Going to ask them now would make too much of a commotion, and we can't gather too many people at once, lest we attract attention. The things I want to ask can't leak out even the slightest bit of information. This way, we won't be able to hide it from others." Feng Xian turned around and asked, "Then what should we do? Should we bring them one by one to your place and ask them in private?" Xia Lian replied, "That's the only way. Tomorrow, first bring the soldiers who are close to those people to my room one by one. We can't let them know that they've all been interrogated. Remember to order them to absolutely not tell anyone else. Otherwise..." He sucked in a breath, then sighed and said, "Forget it. It's better if you threaten them. Just say that if this gets out, they will be killed without question. The more ruthless, the better." Mu Qing said, "If we ask them one by one, how long will that take?" Xia Lian replied, "No matter how long it takes, we still have to ask them. The more we ask, the more we can confirm this matter. I have to get to the bottom of it. I absolutely cannot make the slightest mistake." Thus, on the second day, Xia Lian sat in a room that had been temporarily set aside for him on the city gate tower. He personally interrogated over 300 soldiers. Faced with the questions he asked, these 300 people all gave the same answer. With every question asked, Xia Lian's expression sank a little. After he finished, Feng Xian and Mu Qing walked into the room. They saw Xia Lian sitting at the table with one hand on his forehead. He didn't say anything, and after a long time, he slowly said, "You guys guard the city gate. I'm going to Mount Taicang." Feng Xian hesitated before asking, "Your Highness, did you manage to ask anything? In the end, was it a curse or?" Xia Lian nodded his head and said, "I got it. It was a curse." Mu Qing solemnly asked, "Are you sure?" Xia Lian replied, "I'm sure without a doubt. I also know what kind of people will be infected, and what kind of people won't be infected." Although he said this, his face didn't have the slightest bit of joy from finally unraveling the mystery. Feng Xian and Mu Qing felt that the matter wasn't that simple. However, since Xia Lian didn't take the initiative to say anything, as his subordinates, they naturally couldn't ask too much. Their hearts also sank. Mount Taicang, Huangji Monastery, the highest peak, Divine Martial Hall. The state preceptor offered incense amidst the rising smoke. Xia Lian stepped into the hall and got straight to the point. "State preceptor, I want to see the emperor." After the state preceptor finished offering incense, he turned his head and said, "Your Highness, the gate to heaven is no longer open for you." Xia Lian replied, "I know. However, I have already investigated and found out that Xianle country is currently suffering from an unprecedented evil cursed tide. This isn't a natural disaster, it's caused by something that isn't human. Please lend me a hand and invite the emperor to descend and possess my body. Then, I can directly inform him of this news. Perhaps he will know what the source of all this is. Perhaps he can find a way to turn things around." Ever since he returned to the human world, he had come to the Divine Martial Hall to report 3 times. However, the first 2 times, he didn't intend to ask for help. He was just going through the motions. Only this time, he sincerely wanted to seek help. The state preceptor sat on the chair and said, "It's not that I don't want to help you, Your Highness. It's just that there's no need. Even if I lend you a helping hand, the emperor will descend and possess my body. When you talk to him, the answer you receive will only disappoint you. Xia Lian's expression slightly changed as he said, do you know something? Do you know what that white-clothed man wearing the smile-crying mask is? The state preceptor said, Your Highness, do you still remember the words I told you before? The fate of this world, good or bad, is fixed. Xia Lian stared blankly and immediately fell silent. The state preceptor continued, originally, many of the people of Yong'an were about to die. You transported water and rain, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, you weren't able to completely rescue them from the drought and arrange for their future. Therefore, right now, they have to fight for a future for themselves in the Yong'an army. Originally, the imperial city had already fallen into decline. However, you personally descended to the human world. With your strength alone, you instantly reversed the situation and allowed the imperial city to breathe a sigh of relief. However, you didn't resolutely exterminate the Yong'an rebel army and exterminate the roots. Instead, you allowed them to survive until today. Like a group of cockroaches, the more you fought, the stronger they became. The state preceptor strangely asked, Your Highness, can I ask what you're doing? Could it be that you're still waiting for both sides to repent, turn over a new leaf, reconcile, and return to the same country? Xia Lian's heart inexplicably gave birth to a feeling of shame. However, it quickly turned into confusion as he thought, it's really strange. Regardless of whether I save people or protect them, it's all because those people are innocent commoners. Their crimes don't warrant death. Every single thing I've done is clearly something I've seriously thought about and made after struggling with myself. Why is it that when someone else says it, it sounds so laughable? Why does it sound like I haven't accomplished anything at all? I'm such a failure. Just as this word emerged in his mind, he immediately erased it with thick ink. The state preceptor continued, with your deity's body, you interfered with the affairs of the human world. The destiny of Xianlu country has been turned upside down by you, turning it into a complete mess. In order to achieve balance, some other things will naturally be born, bringing back the tracks that were deviated by you. I don't know what that thing is, but I can confirm that it was born for you. Xia Lian's figure swayed. The state preceptor continued, I can also confirm that when the divine martial emperor saw you, he would certainly tell you the same thing. Because, this is the reason why he didn't let you come down. But I feel that even if he told you at that time, you would most likely still come down. Teenagers are like this. If they don't listen to advice, if they don't fall, they won't believe that they can't walk. Xia Lian said in disbelief, you mean, the cause of this human face plague is actually me? So, according to the so-called theory of fixed numbers, whatever that thing that doesn't laugh or cry does, I deserve it? So, the heavenly court simply won't care about this matter? The state preceptor said, you can say that, but you can also not say that. After all, if you really want to calculate it this way, you can still blame your imperial father and imperial mother. Because if they didn't give birth to you, you wouldn't have ascended, and you wouldn't have descended to the mortal world. So on and so forth, you can blame the ancestors of your Xianlu country. Therefore, it was meaningless to discuss who created the cause. As for the last question you asked, yes, it won't. Because, the destruction of Xianlu country was originally inevitable. Since you reached out and messed up this chess game, then, there must be another hand to put the chess pieces back in place. Xia Lian took a deep breath. He didn't want to discuss with him whether or not the destruction of Xianlu country was inevitable. Closing his eyes for a moment, he said, then, may I ask the state preceptor, if I disappear now, will this thing also disappear with me? The state preceptor said, I'm afraid it won't. It's easy to invite a god in, but it's hard to send him away. There's no difference between demons and ghosts. Xia Lian nodded and stiffly said, good. Thank you for your guidance, state preceptor. He knew that it was useless to say more. The only thing he could rely on was himself. After paying his respects to the state preceptor, he said goodbye and prepared to leave. Behind him, the state preceptor said, Your Highness. From now on, what do you plan to do? Xiao Lian lowered his head and said, "Since it's useless for me to disappear now, then I will fight it to the end. This is my only path." Pausing for a moment, he raised his head and said word by word, "I don't care if it's a hand or something else. However, the people I'm protecting are definitely not its chess pieces." Half a month later, Lang Ying led the Yong'an army to attack again. After going through several months of countless battles, the current Yong'an army could finally be called an army. They were no longer a group of bandits and refugees, but a regular and powerful army. It was as if Lang Ying had disappeared from the world for a long time. This time, Xiao Lian once again saw this man on the battlefield. He, who had been waiting for a long time, directly flew over the crowd and pressed forward. Slashing down with his sword, he shouted, "Where is that man in white?" Lang Ying blocked his sword. He didn't reply and seriously counterattacked. Xiao Lian pressed forward step by step and said, "You know who I'm talking about. My patience is limited." Suddenly, Lang Ying stared at him and said, "Your Highness, didn't you say that it would continue to rain in Yong'an?" Xiao Lian didn't expect him to ask such a question. His heart trembled and he was at a loss for words. He did promise Lang Ying that it would rain in Yong'an. However, during this period of time, the number of people infected with the human face plague in the imperial city had multiplied several times. Currently, there were almost 500 people infected. These 500 people were all squeezed into the Yulin. Seeing that this quarantine area was about to be insufficient, the officials discussed moving to a further, larger place. Most of Xiao Lian's mana was used to alleviate the illnesses of these 500 people, so he couldn't go to Yong'an to reign anymore. Since he had no use for the Rain Master's hat, he was too embarrassed to keep someone else's talisman. With no other choice, he sent Feng Xian to the Rain Master's country to return the hat to the Rain Master and express his thanks. Xiao Lian stabbed out with his sword and angrily said, "I was the one who made the rain. Why did it stop? Don't you guys know?" The angrier he got, the calmer Lang Ying became. "It's none of my business. I only know that even without this human face plague, your mana won't last long. Just like how even with your rain, not many people in Yong'an can survive. It's all useless. Your Highness, why do you think you can do whatever you want? Rather than handing my fate to you, I choose to hand it to myself." Xiao Lian didn't know which sentence stabbed him, but his killing intent rose. He slightly turned the blade of his sword and secretly raised his left palm. There was a voice in his heart that clamored, "Kill this person. The remnants of Yong'an are nothing to be afraid of." Since they met, this was the first time he was truly determined to kill Lang Ying. Unexpectedly, he sent out his palm and hit Lang Ying's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, it didn't pierce through his heart. Instead, he was shaken away. With this shock, Xiao Lian couldn't believe it. He retreated a few steps and said, "You?" Xiao Lian couldn't be more clear about what had shaken him away. There were powerful people in the world, such as monarchs, geniuses, and righteous people. Whenever they encountered a critical moment, they would naturally produce a protective aura to protect them from harm. Most of these people had the potential to ascend to immortality. Lang Ying was nothing more than a wild person, yet he actually produced this kind of protective spiritual aura. Moreover, it was an extremely rare kind. The aura of a monarch. Xiao Lian didn't dare to think about what this meant. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest. It was Lang Ying's sword stabbing over, piercing through his chest. In this battle, the two sides didn't have a winner or loser. The invading Yong'an side still lost many people, but this time, the Xianlu imperial city side didn't fare much better. If it was someone else, it could be said to be a Pyrrhic victory. However, for Xiao Lian, this was definitely a defeat. This was his first defeat. Moreover, although Lang Ying still couldn't beat Xiao Lian and was eventually injured and retreated, many people saw the scene of Lang Ying stabbing him. Xiao Lian could roughly guess how many officers and soldiers in the army were discussing behind his back. His Highness is a martial god, how could he be stabbed? Aren't we the soldiers of the gods? Why didn't we achieve a complete victory like in the past? However, he was already unable to pay attention to these small voices. That was because Mu Qing told him that today, Bu Lin had sent over 100 more patients with the human face plague. In a short day, there were another 100. Now, the first batch of patients with the human face plague had already reached an extremely serious stage. From top to bottom, there wasn't a single spot that could be seen. Everything had to be covered with thick white cloth, otherwise, just looking at it would be horrifying. However, through the white cloth, one could faintly see the uneven contours of the body. Xiao Lian walked around to treat the patients. With great difficulty, he finished a round. Only then did Feng Xian pull him to the side and whisper, "Your Highness, what happened on the battlefield today? How could you be stabbed by that barbarian? Later on, you clearly hit him several times. Why didn't you kill him?" Xiao Lian didn't want to tell him that Lang Ying's body had an additional layer of the aura of a monarch that even a heavenly official couldn't defend. He could only helplessly smile bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill him, it was that he couldn't. The magic power contained in his attacks had all been absorbed by this layer of King's aura. Thus, it was completely ineffective against Lang Ying. After he discovered this, he immediately switched to using real swords and spears, fighting with his fists and feet. However, this Lang Ying's skin was coarse and thick, so he could take a beating. Right at this moment, a person in the distance suddenly howled, "Your Highness, save me." Xiao Lian had just received a bowl of water from Feng Xian. He had just taken a sip when he heard the howl and immediately choked. Without even taking a breath to rest, he rushed over. The one who had howled was the youth who had delivered him the umbrella that day. Because Xiao Lian had been especially gentle towards him, this youth had been especially diligent in shouting for him to save him. The first part of this person's face was his knee. Xiao Lian had cast a spell to control it, preventing the plague poison from spreading. Thus, from his entire body, only his left leg had a human face. Right now, he was madly kicking that leg, hovering between life and death. Xiao Lian held him down and comforted him, "Don't move. I'm coming." That youth was extremely terrified. He grabbed him and said, "Your Highness. Your Highness, save me. Just now, I felt my leg itch, as if there was some kind of grass pricking it. Then I looked down and saw those things, their mouths were opening and closing. They were moving. They're eating grass. They're alive." Xiao Lian immediately felt his blood run cold. He looked down and sure enough, the youth's left leg was packed with dozens of human faces. Quite a few of their mouths had blades of grass in them, and some were even chewing them hungrily. Many of the patients began to scream, and the crowd became restless. It was only thanks to Feng Xian, Mu Qing and the soldiers that they managed to suppress the riot. Xiao Lian held the youth down with one hand and asked the person beside him, "Can he still move this leg?" No, the guards of the Yu forest were all fully armed. Their entire bodies were tightly wrapped in bandages and cloaks, so it was impossible to see how they looked. The person working on the side answered. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be a youth. He said, "Your Highness, he can't. His leg has already been crippled. I don't know what else is growing inside, but it's as heavy as lead. I can't even move it. Moreover, the plague poison has been climbing up, and it's about to climb out of his leg and spread to his waist." Xiao Lian had already tried his best to save him, but the youth's leg could be said to be terminally ill. He had almost lost the feeling of a normal person. At this moment, a doctor whispered, "Your Highness, in my opinion, the only thing we haven't tried yet is to cut off the part of the human face and see if we can stop the spread of the plague." Xiao Lian could only think of this method. He said, "Then cut it off for him." The youth hurriedly said, "No." He was afraid that his leg would really be amputated, but he didn't dare to hug his deformed leg. He said in extreme pain, "My leg is not crippled yet. Maybe it can still be healed." "Your Highness. Don't you have any other way to save me?" Xiao Lian didn't want to reply with words like, "I'll try my best" or "I'll try my best" anymore. His vision darkened as he said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any." This was the first time the crown prince had said such a thing. Countless people present were extremely shocked. Some even lost control and shouted, "You don't have any. You're the crown prince, you're a god, how can you not have any way? We've been waiting here for you to think of a way for so many days, how can you not have any way?" The person who said this was immediately silenced by an unknown person. However, it wasn't Feng Xian or Mu Qing who stopped him. Mu Qing seemed to feel that Xia Lian's words were too frank and didn't appease the crowd. He frowned and didn't say anything. Feng Xian, on the other hand, was shouting at a few patients who were jumping up and down. Xia Lian had been badly battered for the past few days. He didn't return his sword to its sheath. It hung at his waist, the blade of the sword a little closer to the leg. A human face felt the cold sword energy and suddenly stopped chewing. It opened its mouth and screamed. This thing, it actually screamed. Although the sound was weak, it was undoubtedly coming from this leg. The youth screamed and almost fainted from fright. He hugged Xia Lian tightly and repeatedly said, "Your Highness, save me. Save me." At the same time, 3 slightly sunken pits appeared on his leg and near his waist. The doctor said in shock, "Your Highness, it's spreading, it's spreading. The plague is about to crawl out of the leg." No matter how much magic power he used, Xia Lian still wasn't able to control the youth's illness. He watched as these terrifying things were about to spread to the youth's entire body. Once they spread, they could no longer be taken back. Could it be that he was just going to sit and wait for death? Xia Lian clenched his teeth and said, "I'll ask you one thing. This leg, do you want it or not? I can't guarantee what will happen if you don't have it. If you don't want it, then nod and we'll act immediately. If you don't want it, then don't nod and we'll see." The youth gasped for breath. He was actually so scared that his eyes were empty and he was on the verge of losing his mind. He seemed to be nodding, but also seemed to be shaking his head. The faces on his left leg began to scream one after another, as if they were welcoming a new companion. Amidst their squeaking, one could even see their joyful expressions and their tiny, bright red tongues that were currently trembling. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene the inside of this youth's left leg was like. What kind of thing had it become? He couldn't drag it out any longer. Xia Lian said to the doctor, "Cut it off for him." However, the doctor repeatedly waved his hand and said, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I also don't have the assurance. I don't dare to cut it in this place. Even if I cut it off, it won't work. It's better not to take the risk." He inwardly scolded himself for talking too much. The bird that poked its head out would be shot, and he almost got himself into a frightening situation. He fled back into the crowd and didn't say anything. The youth muttered, "Your Highness, save me, Your Highness, save me." Xia Lian's mind was a blank. In his heart, a voice of despair was also muttering, "Who will save me?" All around him, there was a clamor of all sorts of things. Those distorted little faces also squeezed together below and screamed. In an instant, Xia Lian felt as if he was looking at hell. It was as if he was rigidly staring at this hell, but at the same time, it was as if he was staring at nothing. Amidst the cold sweat, he opened his eyes wide and raised his arms. Chapter 86. Ah! That young man was originally half unconscious. After Xia Lian cut off his left leg, he suddenly woke up and screamed, "My leg! My leg!" Xia Lian knelt in a pool of blood. His white clothes were stained with blood. He struggled to hold him down and said, "It's okay. Doctor, stop the bleeding." Several doctors were flustered. Mu Qing couldn't stand it anymore. "Don't lose your head." He came up and took out a small medicine bottle. Faint smoke flowed out. The bleeding slowly stopped. Xia Lian also covered the young man's wound with a layer of spiritual light. As for the leg that had been cut off, it lay alone on the ground. Suddenly, it slightly curled up. After leaving the body, it was still twitching and wriggling as if it was a living thing. Xia Lian raised his hand. There was a huge blaze, and the leg was burnt into a pile of pitch-black charcoal in the raging fire. That young man screamed, "My leg!" Xia Lian looked at his waist and saw that the scar hadn't climbed up. His eyes lit up. He happily said, "Okay, it stopped. It's not spreading anymore." Only then did the young man stop crying. He opened his eyes and said, "Really? Is it really okay?" The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and became restless. After hesitating for a while, someone shouted, "Your Highness, please help me treat him." Not far away, a young man's voice shouted, "Don't mess around. It's not certain. What if he relapses again after a while?" With this voice's reminder, Xia Lian calmed down and said, "Yes. Right now, I can't be sure. I still need to observe for a while." Someone fearfully said, "How much longer do I have to observe? I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, this thing is going to grow on my face." Someone threw caution to the wind. "I'm willing to take this risk." Not long after, the hundreds of people in the Buyu forest all clamored, "Your Highness, I beg you to relieve our suffering." Xia Lian was placed in the center. Although it was difficult, he didn't dare to be careless. He said, "Everyone, please get up first. If this person doesn't relapse after a while, I will definitely do my best to treat everyone." With great difficulty, he pacified the crowd, made many promises, and brought the youth with the broken leg to another place. Xia Lian sat under a tree. Mu Qing looked around and said in a low voice, "Why did you just cut off his leg? If I don't beg you again and again, don't make the decision. If it doesn't work after you cut off his leg, then you'll be the one he hates." Xia Lian's heart was still beating wildly. He covered his face with one hand and said in a hoarse voice, "At that time, we couldn't wait any longer. He didn't answer me, and the doctors didn't dare to do anything. We couldn't just watch as the virus spread. Someone had to come out and give us the final decision." "I'm really..." Feng Xian had a rare look of worry on his face as he said, "Your Highness, I think you should take a rest. You really don't look too good. We'll help you take care of this." Xia Lian also felt that he couldn't hold on much longer. He slowly nodded and said, "All right. I'm just going to rest here for a while, and I'll be going back soon. I can't go too far." Just at this moment, someone cried out in the forest. Feng Xian and Mu Qing went to see what was going on. Xia Lian stared blankly for a while before lying down on the ground. If it was in the past, he would definitely not lie on the muddy ground in the wilderness like this if no one had built him a tent and set up a bed for him. But right now, he really didn't have the energy to bother with these things. He didn't even clean off the dust and blood stains on his clothes. With his face covered in dirt, he fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, he heard Feng Xian call out to him in his daze. Xia Lian suddenly woke up and flipped over to get up. He felt something slip off his body. Looking down, he saw a tattered and patched blanket. He didn't know who had covered him with it while he was resting. Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said to the approaching Feng Xian, "I don't need this. Give it to those patients." Feng Xian was stunned when he heard this. "Ah! What did you say? This blanket? I didn't give it to you. I just came back." Xia Lian turned his head. "Is it Mu Qing?" Mu Qing said, "It wasn't me either. It was probably one of the believers who lived in the quarantine area who gave it to you." Xia Lian looked around but didn't see anyone worth paying attention to. He shook his head and thought to himself, "I actually didn't even notice someone approaching. My condition is really terrible." He folded the blanket and placed it on the ground. Standing up, he said, "Let's go." He left with this matter in his heart. And very soon, the thing he was worried about happened. Just 2 days later, when Xia Lian could no longer go to the secluded forest, some doctors told him that at night, more than 10 people with the human face plague had ignored the warnings and secretly crawled up. Some used fire to burn their infected areas, while others used knives to cut their flesh. There were also a few who, because of improper methods, lost too much blood and were still covered in blankets, not daring to make a sound. They were afraid of being discovered, so they quietly died. Xia Lian had just left the battlefield when he heard this grievous news. Standing among the hundreds of people, he looked at the bloodied and painfully wailing patients on the ground. Finally, he got angry. Why didn't you listen to my advice? Didn't I say that we still haven't confirmed whether or not this method could eradicate the plague? How could you be so reckless? This was the first time he had gotten so angry in front of so many believers. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't say anything, keeping quiet out of fear. Xia Lian was really angry in his heart and couldn't help but say a few more words. As he spoke, out of the blue, someone said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is immune to hundreds of poisons. The illness is on our bodies, not yours. Of course you would say that we were reckless. But weren't we just trying to find a doctor randomly because we were really sick? What else could we do?" Although this person didn't directly contradict him, his tone was very eccentric. When Xia Lian heard this, his blood rushed to his head. He said, "What did you say?" After that person finished speaking, he shrunk back and couldn't be found. Feng Xian, who was far away, didn't hear this. Otherwise, he would have immediately started cursing. Mu Qing, on the other hand, saw that the direction of the crowd wasn't right, so he cautiously chose not to aggravate the situation. Seeing that Xia Lian didn't respond, another person said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, if you can't save us, then we can only save ourselves. Don't worry, we won't waste your spiritual medicine and mana." Just now, Xia Lian's blood had rushed to his head, but now, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. In his heart, he said, "What are you saying? Could it be that I care about those spiritual medicine and mana? I was clearly afraid that amputations would be useless, so I stopped them. Why do you make it sound like it's easy for me to talk? I can't understand these kinds of illnesses, but if I didn't sincerely want to save people, why would I give up my position as a heavenly magistrate and come down to ask for trouble?" In his entire life, he had never been stabbed with such words, nor had he ever suffered such grievances. His heart had 1,000 words to say, but his mouth couldn't say a single one. This was because he knew that it was because he hadn't been able to find a way to cure the human face plague, causing his believers to gradually lose their patience. The suffering these common people were suffering was 100 times harder to endure than his. He could only clench his fists until his joints made caw-caw sounds. After a long time, he suddenly punched a tree to the side. That tree responded with a caw-caw sound and snapped. Everyone jumped in fright and stopped whispering. In the distance, Feng Xian finally realized that something had happened. He rushed over and said, "Your Highness." After Xia Lian punched out, he vented out a mouthful of sullen air and calmed down a bit. Unexpectedly, in the deathly silence, another person said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you don't need to be so angry. Everyone here is a patient, all of you are your believers. No one here owes you anything." As soon as these words were said, many people inwardly nodded. Although they had all lowered their voices, Xia Lian's 5 senses were clear, so he could hear every sound clearly. Below him, they were all muttering, "Finally, there's someone who dares to speak the truth. I've always been holding it in and didn't dare to say it. Didn't they say that Your Highness the Crown Prince was very gentle? How come he's actually like this?" Amidst the waves of voices, Xia Lian unintentionally took a step back. In the past 20 years, he had never felt fear in front of any enemy. He would forever be fearless. However, at this moment, an emotion similar to fear swept through his heart. At this time, he heard someone say in a low voice, "With this kind of divine might, if you went to the enemy and threw fire, it wouldn't be so difficult to fight." Hearing this sentence, he could no longer stand here. How could he not know that the current him simply wasn't like that martial god who wielded a sword and held a flower on the altar with a calm smile? Xia Lian turned around and dashed out of the Buyo forest as if he was escaping. Feng Xian and Mu Qing shouted from behind him, "Your Highness! Where are you going?" Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. It seemed that a young nurse had suddenly started punching and kicking a few patients, triggering a round of tumultuous fighting. However, Feng Xian and Mu Qing couldn't be bothered with this side. They called over a few squads of soldiers to look after the scene before closely chasing after Xia Lian. The direction he madly ran in was towards back slope. With a single step, he flew several feet. Not long after, he arrived at the lush mountaintop. Xia Lian's eyes turned red as he shouted from within the forest, "Come out!" Feng Xian replied, "Your Highness. What are you doing here?" Xia Lian rushed towards the sky and shouted, "I know you're here, get out here for me." Mu Qing replied, "If he could come out the moment you shouted, then he wouldn't have." Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly stopped. That was because the three of them heard a creaking sound coming from behind them. They fiercely turned their heads around. Wasn't the person sitting on a tree vine looking down at them? Wasn't that the one with the left side of his face crying and the right side smiling? He actually came out after shouting. As soon as Xia Lian saw him, he lost all reason. Flying over, he fiercely shouted, "I want your life." That white-clothed person lightly and skillfully dodged. His wide white sleeves were like a pair of butterfly wings fluttering in the wind, extremely graceful. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both cried out in surprise. Originally, they wanted to go and help, but they abruptly discovered that something was wrong and stopped their movements. Both of them had stunned expressions on their faces. However, because Xia Lian's heart was filled with rage, he didn't notice anything. Unsheathing his long sword, Feng Xian shouted, "Your Highness! Didn't you notice?" Xia Lian had already grabbed that white-clothed person's neck with one hand, while his other hand held onto his sword. The tip of the sword was pressed against that person's chest. That white-clothed person was clearly under his control, yet he suddenly began to laugh loudly. This laughter was clear and gentle, as if it belonged to a youth. Xia Lian felt that it was extremely familiar, as if it belonged to someone. However, due to his rage, he couldn't remember whose voice it was. However, a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Very quickly, that white-clothed person sighed and said, "Xia Lian, Xia Lian. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. You've lost, Xian Le country is finished." Xia Lian was extremely furious. Pulling out his hand, he slapped him and said, "Who do you think you are? If I didn't let you speak, then shut up." To him, this was truly an extremely crude action. That white-clothed person's head was slapped to the side. Turning back, he said, "Do you really want me to shut up? Fine, fine. However, in reality, there is still a method that can allow you to turn defeat into victory. It all depends on whether or not you're willing to do it." If he hadn't added the last sentence, Xia Lian definitely wouldn't have paid attention to him. However, when he added the last sentence, Xia Lian felt that there was a possibility that what he said was the truth. There was a method, but in a moment, he would have to pay a heavy price. Taking a deep breath, Xia Lian said in a low voice, "What method? What do you want me to do? Just say it, less nonsense." That white-clothed person said, "If you come a little closer, I'll tell you." Xia Lian said, "Okay." Feng Xian said, "Your Highness. You shouldn't be." However, he saw Xia Lian's sword pierce through that white-clothed person's heart. Leaning down, he said, "Speak." That white-clothed person used an extremely low voice to whisper into his ear for a while. The bystanders couldn't clearly hear what he said. However, the more Xia Lian listened, the wider his eyes became. After listening for a while, he couldn't bear it anymore and slapped that white-clothed person again. He shouted, "I didn't ask you to say this. What I want is a solution." "A solution?" That white-clothed person said, "I said, this is the solution. It all depends on whether or not you're willing to do it." Xia Lian's face twisted as he said, "In the end, what do you want to do? In the end, who are you?" That white-clothed person laughed mischievously and said, "Who am I? Can't you take off your mask and see for yourself?" Xiao Lian had long had this intention, so he took off that half-crying, half-smiling mask. In the next instant, his entire person froze. Under the mask, smiling at him, was the face of a handsome, snow-white youth. His eyes were sparkling, and the corners of his mouth held a smile. His expression was infinitely gentle and humble. Chapter 87. Xiao Lian was unable to restrain his anger. He pulled out the sword from his chest. Just as he was about to stab again, he discovered that there wasn't a trace of blood on the sword. In that instant, his mind became clear. He turned his sword. He chopped off the head of the white-clothed youth. It was easy to chop it off. However, after the head separated from the body, both sides quickly deflated, turning into a flat bag of skin. This body was actually an empty shell. He had seen this thing twice. He had always used a fake body. His real body had never come out even once. Although he wasn't surprised, Xiao Lian was still filled with hatred. The long sword stabbed randomly at the soft head and body. The sharp sword energy sliced a bag of skin into pieces, but he still wasn't satisfied. Feng Xian couldn't watch anymore. He stopped him and said, "Your Highness. This is just a shell." However, this shell was exactly the same as Xiao Lian's appearance when he was young. Thus, it looked like Xiao Lian was cruelly slaughtering himself. This scene was somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Lian took a few heavy breaths. He threw away the sword and sat on the ground. "I know. But he actually dared to use my face." He was truly furious. The two of them squatted down in front of him. After a moment of silence, Feng Xian said, "Your Highness, are you feeling better? Don't take this thing's nonsense seriously. It's just a prank." Unexpectedly, Xiao Lian said, "No," he said some things. "He wasn't pranking me, it's just," Feng Xian was shocked. "He really told you the method to remove the curse?" Xiao Lian's right hand grabbed his hair and said, "He didn't tell me the method to solve the human-faced plague. What he told me was, the method to create the human-faced plague." The two of them were stunned. "Create?" Xiao Lian nodded his head and looked around. He felt that it was better not to stay on the slope and decided to leave first. Right now, he didn't want to see the evasive gazes of the soldiers. He also didn't want to hear the wails and dissatisfaction of the patients. Thus, he returned to the Crown Prince's palace that had been empty for many years. After closing the door, Xiao Lian barely managed to calm his mind. He sat down and said in a deep voice, "Those human faces on people's bodies are all the souls of the people of Yong'an. Some of them died on the battlefield, but most of them died during the drought." Mu Qing was not surprised, and said, "No wonder the people of Yong'an are immune to the human face plague, of course they wouldn't fight their own people." Feng Xian frowned. "Those who died in the drought weren't killed by the people of the imperial city. Even if they have resentment, they shouldn't be directing it here, right?" Xiao Lian sighed and said, "That may be the case, but you all know that when a person dies, their soul will have a chaotic period. For a period of time after a person died, their soul would be like a newborn child, confused and half awake. They wouldn't know who they were, where they were, or what they were doing. This period of time could be long or short, and it all depended on the person and their fate. This state was called the chaotic period. Under such circumstances, their loved ones could guide these souls or influence them. The folk custom of calling souls on the 7th day of the month was based on this principle." Xiao Lian said, "He told me that the soldiers of Yong'an had an extremely strong resentment towards the imperial city, and many of their parents, wives, and children had died during the drought. These souls had no one to rely on, so they would be infected by the emotions of their loved ones. He used the sharp wills of these soldiers to instill hostility towards the people of Xianlu City into these souls, driving them to reside in the bodies of the living, fighting over the nutrients of the living. Because these souls of the chaotic period had already been repeatedly told one thought, if it weren't for them, you guys could have survived." Feng Xian said, "What kind of damned thought is this? who deserves to live, and who deserves to die? Xia Lian covered his forehead and said, Lang Ying had previously unintentionally buried his son's corpse in the imperial city, and this became the primer for his spell. I asked him to tell me the solution, but after talking for half a day, he actually told me about this curse technique. What does this mean? Knowing the technique wasn't enough to break the curse, so Feng Xian scolded, he's playing a prank on you. What kind of joke is this? Fuck me. Mu Qing said, he's not playing a prank on you. He has indeed already told you the method. Xia Lian and Feng Xian raised their heads and turned their heads, saying, what method? Mu Qing said, the solution. His eyes lit up, as if he had discovered some secret, saying, the curse on Yong'an City's side is effective because they have resentment towards Xianle City. However, on Xianle City's side, how could they not have resentment towards Yong'an City? Xia Lian slightly opened his eyes, his breathing slightly stagnant. Mu Qing continued, since he told you the method of the curse, then you can use the same method, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, and create a human face plague that only infects the people of Yong'an City. Think about it, for the human face plague curse to be effective, there must be the support of living people. As long as they are infected with the plague, they can't even fend for themselves, or even if there isn't a single living person left, wouldn't the curse collapse on its own? Xia Lian had never thought of this kind of method. Hearing him speak so confidently, he was momentarily stunned. After a while, he blurted out, absolutely not. Mu Qing said, why not? Don't forget, the ones who placed the curse first were them. Xia Lian abruptly stood up, saying, no means no. Also, you're wrong, the soldiers of Yong'an City will definitely have a hard time being infected with the human face plague, just like the soldiers of Xianle City. Don't ask me why, Mu Qing very quickly said, then even if it only infects the commoners, it's still good. They don't have the complete protective equipment and manpower of the imperial city. Once the human face plague breaks out, the epidemic will inevitably spread even faster, and they definitely won't have the strength to fight back. Using the safety of the commoners behind them to threaten them to stop the curse and surrender is the same, they can't afford to waste more time than the imperial city. Xia Lian immediately rejected, even more not. Don't forget when they attacked the innocent commoners of the imperial city, what did we say to them? Despicable. If we also do the same thing as them, wouldn't we become the despicable people that we ourselves claim to be? What difference is there between us and them? Mu Qing restrained his excitement, saying, Your Highness, don't forget who it was that used death to lure you into a land of gentleness. It's the innocent commoners that you speak of. Hearing this, Xia Lian hesitated for a moment. To tell the truth, it was impossible for his heart not to care. But in the end, he still said, yes, there are indeed people like that. But that's because these people often rush to the forefront and are the most fanatical. That's why you only see these kinds of people. But in reality, even more commoners simply don't understand anything. If you go to the back slope and take a look, you'll understand. Many people don't even know why they're fighting. Wherever there's food, they'll go. Mu Qing, what you're suggesting me to do now is to kill another group of innocent people in order to save another group of innocent people. He sighed and said, I'll think of another way. Mu Qing's tone became a bit bad, saying with a bit of ridicule, why should I go to the back slope and care about how the enemy commoners live their lives? Forget it. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're thinking of others like this, yet others have never thought of you. Aren't you being a sucker? Xia Lian's heart felt heavy, lowering his head without saying anything. In his mind, however, the image of the leg that was still twitching after it was cut off appeared. After hesitating for a long time, in the end, he still shook his head and said, in the end, I'm not thinking for others, even if I'm only thinking for ourselves. Curses are in themselves a double-edged sword, harming others but also harming oneself. In order to curse others, the living must be filled with resentment, and the dead cannot rest in peace. They suffered so much when they were alive, and after death, they still have to live in other people's bodies, becoming that kind of monster. You saw the thing on that person's leg that day, those human faces that were struggling at death's door, how much better are they compared to the infected people? Curses will eventually backfire one day, and they won't have a good ending. After being rejected again and again, Mu Qing was about to lose his patience, saying, if they don't have a good ending, you won't have a good ending here. You don't have a third way, and you won't be able to find a second cup of water. Wake up, Your Highness. You don't have time. Xie Lian felt his head was a bit hot, closing his eyes, saying, don't say it first, let me think about it. Mu Qing finally couldn't bear it anymore, muttering and cursing, you, this person. The one who is suffering and tangled is also you. Now that the solution has been placed in front of you, the one who isn't willing to do it is also you. You, this person, really? Are you done? This kind of ghastly appearance, it's annoying to see. Your believer really has 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Feng Xian had been listening to their argument for a long time, but because he couldn't come up with any good ideas, he didn't interrupt. At this moment, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Xie Lian, scolding, are you done or not? Mu Qing retreated a few steps from his slap. Xie Lian said, Feng Xian. Feng Xian said, Your Highness, don't bother with me. Then he said to Mu Qing, what are you so annoyed about? Tell me, what's so annoying about you? I've endured you for a long time, but today, I can't hold it in anymore. I really fucking can't stand people like you. You're clearly a deputy general, but if His Highness didn't promote you, who knows where you'd be eating and drinking? Why are you always acting like you're the smartest, you understand the most, and you're stronger than him? If you're really that capable, why didn't you ascend? His Highness ascended instead? Mu Qing said, I. Xie Lian pulled him back. Forget it, Feng Xian. Mu Qing is just anxious about the situation. Feng Xian interrupted him, what's he anxious about? Your Highness, I'm telling you, he's just looking for an opportunity to teach you a lesson. He won't let go of any opportunity to show that he's stronger than you, because in his heart, he truly feels that he's more capable than you. Such a cold person, and I've never seen him love Xian Le country that much. Now, he knows how to be anxious. After he finished speaking, he turned to Mu Qing. You think I can't see that in your heart, you feel that His Highness is a fool? I've tolerated your usual sarcastic behavior and secretly rolling your eyes. I've also tolerated your actions of never standing where you should stand in the heavenly court. If you want to show off, then so be it. In any case, this isn't the first time. Fine, I'll let you show off. In any case, you only have that little bit of skill, so you can't overturn the heavens. If His Highness doesn't bother with you, then I'm too lazy to care about you. But since you've already climbed all over me, don't blame me for being impolite. Listen well, I don't find it strange that you like to use those despicable methods. However, His Highness is His Highness. No matter what he does, you better show some respect. Stop pointing fingers and pointing fingers. Don't fucking forget who you are. While Feng Xian was speaking, Xie Lian tried to stop him several times. However, it was probably because he'd held it in for too long that he couldn't stop Feng Xian at all. Every time Mu Qing heard a sentence, his complexion would turn a shade paler. At first, it seemed as if he wanted to make a move, but after listening to the end, he didn't say a single word. Instead, he stared at Feng Xian with a cold gaze. Xie Lian angrily said, are you done yet? Do you want me to kick you both down? Feng Xian's entire face was flushed red. With one look, it was obvious that his blood had rushed to his brain. Stiffening his neck, he said, kick me then, I don't care. What does a heavenly official count for? If it wasn't for His Highness's order, I wouldn't even want to be one. But even if I were to be kicked down and become a mortal, I would still be loyal and devoted to His Highness. If you say one word, I'll be the first to rush up. I despise ingrates the most. But this person, if he can't bask in your light and can't become a heavenly official, he might not be willing to follow you. I reckon he probably won't even have a single good word to say. I'm done. Mu Qing originally pursed his lips and didn't say anything. However, after enduring silently for a long time, he finally couldn't take it anymore and retorted, "Bask in your mother's light. You really know how to paste gold on your own face, what do you know?" Xia Lian went crazy and said, "Both of you shut up. Shut up." The two of them reluctantly shut their mouths. This time, the ruckus was too big. He was afraid that even Ji Long wouldn't be able to be saved. With great difficulty, Xia Lian gradually suppressed his anger and said with a headache. "In short, cursing is absolutely not feasible." Mu Qing sneered, but still said, "And, the decision is up to you." Feng Xian then said concisely, "I'll listen to you." Mu Qing recovered his indifferent expression and said, "Whatever the consequences, His Highness will definitely bear them yourself." Feng Xian scoffed and didn't say anything. Immediately after, Xia Lian said, "Naturally. I've already thought of." At this moment, the three of them felt a violent tremor. As their bodies swayed, Xia Lian asked in astonishment, "What's wrong?" Feng Xian was the first to react and said, "The earth is moving." Once the earth moved, there were bound to be casualties. Xia Lian shouted, "Save them!" Unexpectedly, just as the three of them were about to rush out, they saw a person hastily roll out from under the bed. The person stretched out his hand and said, "Cousin. Cousin, don't forget me. Bring me along." When Xia Lian saw this person, he was even more astonished. "Qi Rong, why are you in my palace?" How could he understand Qi Rong's strange daily life? Qi Rong spent all day searching for everything related to Xia Lian. Xia Lian didn't know how long Qi Rong had been hiding here and listening, but the current situation was critical and he didn't have time to ask. Xia Lian grabbed Qi Rong and ran, throwing him into an empty space. He saw that the imperial palace was in a mess, and countless palace servants were screaming and running out of the richly ornamented palace. He shouted, "Is anyone hurt? Is there anyone trapped?" Fortunately, after a while, the earth stopped moving. After asking around, it seemed like there weren't any casualties. However, before he could relax, he suddenly heard another wave of screams. Many people raised their hands and pointed at the sky behind him. Xia Lian fiercely turned his head, his pupils shrinking. He saw that in the center of the imperial palace, there was a tall and gorgeous pagoda that was slowly tilting to one side. The sky pagoda was about to fall. This sky pagoda's full name was Celestial Pagoda. It had several hundred years of history and was one of the symbols of the Xianlu Imperial Palace. It was also the tallest building in the entire Xianlu Imperial Palace. Located in the center of the Imperial Palace, it was a famous scenic spot. Once this pagoda fell, there would inevitably be countless casualties. The palace people inside the Imperial Palace and the pedestrians on the streets outside the Imperial Palace fled even more crazily. Seeing this, Xia Lian's right hand quickly formed a few seals. Facing the direction of Mount Taicang, he shouted, "Come." The pagoda continued to slowly tilt. When it tilted a third of the way down, everyone suddenly felt another tremor. This tremor was also coming from the earth. However, it was different from the tremors of the earth. This tremor had its own rhythm and was getting faster and closer. When the sky pagoda tilted a few more times, everyone finally discovered that the tremor was actually the sound of something's footsteps. A huge golden statue that was more than 5 feet tall, with one hand holding a sword and the other holding a flower, was currently walking towards the imperial palace with large strides. Immediately, someone cried out in alarm, "Isn't that the crown prince statue from Huangji Guan's Xianlu Palace?" Sure enough, more and more people recognized it. It's true. That's the golden statue. Look, it's running down from Mount Taicang. Every step of that golden statue covered several feet, yet it didn't step on a single person. Thump, thump, thump. As if it was flying, it stepped into the imperial palace. In one fell swoop, it supported the falling sky pagoda and stopped its decline. Chapter 88. This was the first statue that people had erected for him. It was also the most majestic and solemn statue. In the past, looking at himself like this, Xia Lian had always accepted it calmly. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. However, at this moment, he felt that this dazzling golden statue was extremely unfamiliar. He couldn't help but think, is this really me? On the other side, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were separately checking to see if there were any undiscovered trapped people. A trace of confusion flashed through Xia Lian's mind. Seeing the crowd gradually calm down, he let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could relax to the end, he suddenly felt a burst of pressure on his body. Xia Lian's heart immediately tightened. After all, that sky tower was too tall and too heavy. That statue also seemed to be slightly strained. Its hands trembled slightly. Its feet sank, and its tall golden body was also bent a little. Only the smile remained unchanged. Seeing this, Xia Lian immediately summoned another spell. However, the spell was repelled. His heart turned cold. Not only did the golden statue not rise, it actually bent a little more. It seemed that it couldn't hold on much longer. Xia Lian's hands also began to tremble. He had never felt this way before. As far as he was concerned, if he wanted to hit a mountain, it would fall down. He stamped his foot, and the mountain fell down. He stomped his feet, and the earth would shake. However, he had never felt this thing before. It was called powerlessness. As a last resort, Xia Lian clenched his teeth and flew up. He sat down at the foot of the huge golden statue and suddenly raised his hand to summon the spell again. This time, he personally went into battle. As expected, that golden statue rose again. It fiercely raised its head and once again pushed up the tilting sky tower. Although he had forcefully endured it, Xia Lian's back and heart were already drenched in cold sweat. Countless people inside and outside the imperial palace didn't know that he was suffering but couldn't speak. They had already knelt in front of this golden statue and shouted, "In the face of national calamity, His Highness the Crown Prince has appeared. Your Highness, please save us. Save the people. Protect the common people." Xia Lian gritted his teeth for a while before reluctantly saying, "Everyone, please get up and retreat. Retreat a little further. Don't surround this place, At this point, he found that he was actually out of breath. His voice was drowned in the tide of shouts. The more he tried to amplify it, the more he realized how small he was. Xia Lian took a deep breath and was about to shout when a hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. He lowered his head and saw that it was Qi Rong. He hurriedly said, "Qi Rong, quickly go down and tell everyone not to gather around here. Be careful of collapsing." These words were blurted out, and when Xia Lian realized what he had said, he suddenly felt his blood run cold. In the past, he wouldn't even have such thoughts, let alone say such words. Even if the world were to collapse, he believed that he would be able to withstand it. But now, he discovered something extremely terrifying. He didn't believe it anymore. Not only did people not believe him, even he himself did not dare to believe himself. Qi Rong casually said, "How could it collapse? Aren't you holding it up?" Hearing this sentence, Xia Lian's heart trembled again. Qi Rong, however, did not notice his slightly pale face. His eyes were green as he said, "Cousin, let me help you." Xia Lian stared blankly for a moment before saying, "You're helping me? How are you going to help me?" Qi Rong said without hesitation, "Didn't you say you knew how to create the human face plague? Tell me that method, and I'll help you curse the people of Yong'an. I'll help you kill them." As expected, he was hiding under the bed and had heard everything the three people said. Xia Lian was so angry that he felt powerless. You're simply messing around. Do you know what a curse is?" Qi Rong, however, did not seem to care as he said, "I know. Isn't it just a curse? Cousin, let me tell you, I'm very talented in this area. I often curse my father, and I suspect that he was cursed to death by me." Xia Lian couldn't listen anymore and said, "You should leave." Qi Rong hurriedly said, "No. No. Fine, if you don't want to tell me how to curse, then tell me, how can I avoid the human face plague? Xia Lian's heart skipped a beat. Qi Rong then said, you know, right? You know why soldiers won't be infected, don't you? Cousin, can you tell me why exactly? At the moment, there were still many palace people gathered nearby, and it was unknown how many pairs of ears were listening. Xia Lian was afraid that news would leak out and cause trouble, so he kept his mouth shut. However, there really was someone who couldn't restrain himself. He raised his head and asked, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Is this true? You really know how to cure the human face plague? Then why don't you say it? Those people's eyes emitted the same green light as Qi Rong's. Xia Lian tightly shut his mouth, but between his teeth, he squeezed out a few words, no. I don't know. There was a small disturbance in the crowd, but it wasn't big. At this time, Feng Xian returned. From afar, he saw Qi Rong lying beside Xia Lian and shouted, What are you doing, what are you doing? Xia Lian immediately said, Feng Xian, take him away. Feng Xian responded and came over. However, Qi Rong suddenly grabbed Xia Lian and fervently said, Cousin, you will definitely defeat the people of Yong'an and drive them away, won't you? You will protect us, you definitely will. Won't you? If it was a few months ago, perhaps Xia Lian would still be full of passion and loudly answer, I will protect you. But now, he didn't dare. Qi Rong's expression was extremely excited. Xia Lian looked at him, slightly confused. Because he was very clear that Qi Rong wasn't the kind of person who would worry about the country and its people. Even if the country was in danger, he should be more afraid. Why was he so excited? After a while, he suddenly thought of something. Qi Rong's father also seemed to be from Yong'an, and seeing that he didn't answer, Qi Rong's voice suddenly became mournful, Cousin Crown Prince. You won't really leave us like this, right? Don't tell me we are just going to let others trample on and humiliate us like this? Don't tell me we don't have any way. Hearing his question, Xia Lian felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. Because he discovered that Qi Rong wasn't wrong. Facing this kind of situation, he really didn't have any way. Feng Xian said, I'll go ask the king to put him in confinement again. Qi Rong was brought away by him, but he still struggled and shouted, You must hold on. You must not fall. Can't fall. Xia Lian also knew that he couldn't fall. Even if the people nearby had evacuated, this heaven tower still couldn't fall. If it fell, not only would the century-old ruins of the imperial palace be destroyed, the main trunk of Shenwu Street and many houses would also be smashed into pieces. Moreover, this tower still had countless rare treasures and century-old scrolls left behind by generations of ancestors. They couldn't all be moved at once. If the heaven tower fell, everything would be gone. And the imperial qi of Xianlu country that it was guarding would also be completely cut off. However, his magic power, like the water source of Yong'an, seemed to be drying up day by day. In order to support this huge golden statue, he couldn't leave this place for the time being. He could only hand over the defense of the city to Feng Xian and Mu Qing, stay in the same place and meditate. Because this 5-foot-tall golden statue was originally the statue of God that guarded Mount Taicang, Xia Lian summoned it here. The original believers had no statue to worship, so they swarmed here and prayed for it under the open sky. Although this was the imperial palace and outsiders shouldn't be able to enter, the underground cave had caused the palace walls to collapse. Secondly, the current situation in Xianlu country was chaotic and there wasn't enough manpower to manage it. Thirdly, he was afraid that it would incur the anger of the people and cause chaos again, so he had no choice but to let them in. Xia Lian sat in one place. The king and the empress came to visit him every day. He muddle-headedly endured for a few days. On one hand, he used all his strength to support the heaven tower, on the other hand, he accumulated his strength and waited for an opportunity to leave. The king didn't have it easier than him. His hair was already completely white. He was clearly in the prime of his life, but he looked like he was over 50 years old. When the father and son met, they didn't say anything, but they were much more harmonious than before. The empress had watched Xiao Yan grow up since he was a child, but she had never seen her beloved son's spiritual and elegant appearance. Now, seeing him bitterly guarding this place, weathering the wind, the sun, and the rain, yet still refusing to let anyone get too close to shelter him, her heart ached. She personally held an umbrella for him under the scorching sun. After holding on for a while, Xiao Yan was afraid that she would get tired from standing for too long, so he said, "Empress Mother, let's go back. I don't need it. You all don't come near here, and don't send anyone near either. I'm afraid." What was he afraid of? In the end, he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. The empress had her back to the gathered believers. After enduring for a long time, she still couldn't help but shed tears. "My son, you've suffered. You. How can you suffer like this?" In order to cover up her haggard appearance, the empress wore a lot of makeup. Her tears washed away her makeup, further revealing that she was a woman who was no longer youthful. Her heart ached for her son, and she cried for him. However, she didn't dare to cry too loudly for fear of being discovered by the people behind her. The king held her shoulders, and Xiao Yan also stared at her in a daze. When a person suffered at any time, the first person they would think of was the person who loved them the most. For Xiao Yan, this person was undoubtedly his mother. Perhaps it really was useless, but after suffering for so many days, and having been cut one by one until now, at this moment, he really wanted to turn back into a 10-year-old child, throw himself into his mother's arms, and cry. However, up until now, he had chosen all his own paths. His parents' situation was already extremely difficult, and with so many people anxiously looking at him from below, he absolutely couldn't show a trace of weakness. If even he couldn't withstand it, then who else could? Thus, Xiao Yan said against his will, "Empress Mother, don't worry, I'm fine. Your son isn't suffering at all." Whether it was suffering or not, only he knew in his heart. Several palace maids supported the king and empress, and after every step they took, they left. Xiao Yan was once again exposed to the scorching sun, and he drowsily closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. Dusk had fallen on the horizon, and the setting sun shone on the ground. Below, there were only a few believers left. However, when he lowered his head, he saw that not far from him, there was a lonely little flower placed there. Xiao Yan wasn't very sure when a flower had appeared there, so he freed a hand and picked it up. It was an extremely small flower. A snow-white flower, a clear green calyx, and a thin and frail stem that still carried dew, as if it was a teardrop. It had a very pitiful appearance. The faint fragrance seemed familiar. It was inconspicuous, but it refreshed the mind. He couldn't help but tightly grasp the flower, bringing it closer to his heart. Right at this moment, the sudden smell of blood covered this wisp of the quiet and beautiful fragrance of the flowers. Xiao Yan raised his head, and his vision became blurry. At the same time, a figure roared and rushed towards him. "Why? Why?" Xiao Yan was startled. He waved his sleeves and pushed that person away. With great difficulty, he asked, "Who is it?" That person was flung away by his sleeves, and rolled on the ground several times. Xiao Yan still had to support the 15-foot golden statue. He didn't dare to get up, and he also didn't dare to approach. However, he immediately recognized who this person was. This person only had one leg. It was the youth who had given him the umbrella, and then had his leg personally cut off. That youth's entire body was covered in blood, and both of his palms were stained with blood. He had actually crawled all the way here on his hands and feet, leaving behind a frightening trail of blood on the ground. With great difficulty, he sat up. Xiao Yan was stunned. Why did you come out? Weren't you cultivating in the Buyo forest?" That youth didn't answer him. Instead, he used his hands and feet to crawl towards him. Because he only had one leg, he looked extremely frightening. Xiao Yan said, "You." That youth suddenly lifted up the trouser leg of his remaining right leg and said, "Why?" Focusing his eyes, Xiao Yan saw that on his right leg, there was shockingly a distorted human face. At this moment, one of the things that Xia Lian was most worried about had really happened. If he hadn't been sitting, he most likely would have fallen. That youth slapped the ground and roared, "Why did you cut off my leg? I still relapsed. My leg is also gone. Why? Return my leg. Return my leg." That day when he had given him the umbrella, the smile on that youth's face when he had stuffed the umbrella into his hands was still vivid in his mind. Yet, right now, he looked like he had gone insane. This contrast was too tragic. Xia Lian's mind was a mess. Muddle-headed, he said in a trembling voice. After a long while, he finally reacted and said, I'll help you." After he finished speaking, he immediately cast a spell to suppress the evil aura of the plague poison on that youth's leg. Unexpectedly, wailing sounds could be heard all around him. Another 3 or 4 people rushed over, all of them crying, "Your Highness, save me! Your Highness, save me! Your Highness, look at my face. I've cut off half of my face, but why hasn't it healed? Why? In the end, how can I be cured? Your Highness, look at me. Look at what I've become." Bloody scenes were forcefully shoved in front of him one after another. Xia Lian's eyes stared blankly. His hands didn't know where to wave as he muttered, I won't look, I don't want to look." It turned out that after the victims of the human face plague in the Buyu forest collectively relapsed, they finally erupted into chaos. They actually broke through the guards and doctors guarding them and ran out to find him. Since they had already run out, if he didn't hurry and suppress the plague poison in this group of people, he was afraid that the human face plague would spread even faster. Xia Lian closed his eyes and forced himself to use his power. He wanted to help these people suppress the plague poison and temporarily relieve their pain. However, just as he suppressed the poison on this side, even more people immediately rushed over to him. "Your Highness, there's still me. Help me too." Surrounded by more than a dozen people, Xia Lian vaguely felt that the golden statue above him seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Panic grew in his heart as he said, wait a minute. One person couldn't help but say, "I can't wait anymore. I don't want to wait anymore. I've already waited for too long. Your Highness, why did you treat him, but not me?" Gradually, the voices surrounding him changed. "Why is it that when you treated him, it completely disappeared, but when you treated me, I didn't get much better? Aren't you a god? Why are you so unfair? I want fairness." Xia Lian argued, "No, I'm not being unfair. This isn't my problem, it's just that your illnesses are different, you either don't help or help to the end. What's the meaning of throwing away your burden now? Is it up to you?" Xia Lian was a little out of breath and said, "I'm not throwing away my burden, I just want to wait a bit. Do you know how to cure this disease?" Xia Lian opened his mouth. If you know, then why aren't you willing to tell us?" Xia Lian hugged his head and said, "I don't know." "You're lying. I've already heard people say that you clearly know. I've seen through you. You're not willing to tell us because you want us to keep begging you like this, so that you can swindle our offerings. Liar, you're a liar. In the end, what is the method? Hurry up and say it, you still won't say it." Xia Lian's complexion was pale, and his eyes were blank. Countless hands were pushing and shoving him here and there were even hands that had already fiercely grabbed his neck. Thus, the most comical scene appeared. He was clearly a deity, but at this moment, there was a weak voice in his heart calling out, "Save me, ah!" It seemed like someone was pulling away these hands, but it also seemed like they weren't. He wasn't very clear, but he knew that these people with bloody scars and missing limbs seemed to want to tear him into pieces and eat him. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a horn that sounded like the wailing of ghosts could be heard in the distance. Everyone was only concerned with their own wailing and tearing, completely ignoring this horn. However, Xia Lian suddenly quivered. Because he knew that this was the horn of victory for the people of Yong'an. He could no longer sit still, or perhaps he couldn't hold on any longer. His body leaned forward, and he knelt in front of him. At the same time, the 50-foot golden statue that he had bitterly supported for several days also acted in the same manner as him. In an instant, as if it had lost its life, it loudly collapsed. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the tall and heavy sky tower pressed down, and along with the golden statue, it was smashed into pieces. The golden statue itself wouldn't shatter. However, because Xie Lian had poured too much of his spiritual energy into it, hoping that it could support the sky tower, it had long since become extremely fragile. Of the patients that escaped from the dark forest, some escaped, some died, and some were injured. In the imperial palace and the streets, people were frantically moving about. Some were hiding from the fragments of the sky tower, and some were hiding from those extremely terrifying human-faced patients. Xie Lian covered his head with both hands, stumbling all the way to the gates of the imperial palace. The city tower was on fire, black smoke billowed. Xie Lian rushed up the tower, brushing past countless soldiers that were retreating in a sorry state. On the city tower, he also didn't know what to do. He could only look down blankly with a face full of black ash and tears that had unknowingly flowed down. In his blurry vision, corpses littered the ground. There was only a white figure standing in the middle of the battlefield, his sleeves fluttering. That figure wasn't a youth, but a youth. When he turned his head, he saw him from afar, and the youth elegantly waved his hand, as if he was about to float away. Seeing this, Xie Lian sternly said, "Don't go." The last 2 times he saw him, he had used a fake skin, but Xie Lian's intuition told him that this time, it was definitely his real body. So, without hesitation, he flipped over the city wall, and with a leap, jumped down from the city tower. In this life, Xie Lian had jumped down from extremely high places countless times. Relying on his powerful magic power and superb martial arts skills, he was able to land safely every time. Every time, he was proud and satisfied. Every time, it was a standard scene of a celestial being appearing on the stage in the legends. And this time, he was no longer a myth. When he landed, he didn't stand firm, and instead leaned to the side. A piercing pain instantly spread from his leg to his whole body. He broke his leg. Breaking a leg was actually nothing, and it would heal very quickly. However, from that day onwards, Xie Lian seemed to have become another person. He seemed to have lost his soul, and he no longer had the original awe-inspiring might. After losing the first round, there was a second, a third. He didn't want to use his sword, and he didn't want to step out of the formation. But because there was no one in front of him to replace him, he could only brace himself and fight. On the battlefield, he didn't slack off, and he really did his best. But for some unknown reason, even though he was clearly in his 20s, the hand that held the sword had already begun to tremble like an old man with one foot in the grave. He trembled, and his heart was filled with fear. Moreover, he himself couldn't clearly say who it was, or what it was that made him afraid. In the end, the officers and soldiers who originally respected him all gradually lost their patience with him. Xie Lian knew that many people began to spread this saying, "What kind of martial god is this? He's clearly a god of plagues." But he couldn't refute anything. This was because Xie Lian himself was also doubting, could it be that he really has become a god of plagues? If that was the case, then it would still be alright. To Xian Le country, the real calamity was the human face plague, which had finally gone completely out of control. 500 people, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. In the end, Xie Lian didn't dare to ask how many people had been infected today. As if it was his final judgment, on this day, the heavenly realm finally opened its gates to him, conveying a message to him, His Highness the Crown Prince, it's time to return to the heavenly court. It went without saying what awaited him on this trip back. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both felt a little uneasy. However, Xie Lian was thinking about something else. He said to the 2 people, "Before I leave, I want to go to another place to take a look." Feng Xian asked, "Where?" Xie Lian replied, "Huangji Temple." After a moment of silence, Feng Xian said, "Don't go." However, Xie Lian had already walked out by himself. Feng Xian called out, "Your Highness." Unable to stop him, he could only follow along with Mu Qing. The three of them walked up the mountain. Huangji Temple. This was the place where Xia Lian's first shrine rose from the ground. It was also the place where his first statue of a deity was built. However, under the request of the state preceptor, those 3,000 disciples had long been dismissed from the mountain. The current Huangji Temple was just an empty temple. Walking halfway up the mountain, Xia Lian looked down. He saw that in the imperial city, there were clusters of bright flames everywhere, reflecting the brilliance of the stars in the sky. It was very beautiful. However, Feng Xian was extremely angry and cursed, "This group of lunatics." Xia Lian fixed his gaze on the flames. Feng Xian once again said, "Stop looking. What's there to look at?" During this period of time, Feng Xian scolded Xia Lian countless times. "Do you like to find suffering for yourself or what?" However, in reality, Xia Lian also didn't know what he wanted to do. He only knew that as long as another temple was burned or destroyed, he wouldn't be able to control himself. He had to personally go and take a look. He would look but not say anything. He couldn't stop it either. He could only stand there helplessly. What was there to look at? He also didn't know. At this moment, a fire also lit up on Crown Prince Peak. Feng Xian was extremely shocked and said, "Why did they not even let Huangji Temple off? Did these people have their ancestral graves dug up or?" Before he finished speaking, he shut his mouth. Because he remembered that the pain and torment that many people in Xianlu country were suffering right now was even worse than the joke of having their ancestral graves dug up. However, this fire wasn't big. After it started for a while, it was extinguished. It seemed like it was put out by someone. This time, Feng Xian was shocked. Because in these past few days, only people dared to set fires. No one dared to put them out. If someone tried to persuade or stop that group of evil people from setting fire to the temple, they would be treated as the god of plagues Xia Lian himself and beaten to death. Due to this reason, the three of them no longer dared to show themselves in front of mortals. They all hid their figures. As the three of them ascended the mountain, they could hear the sounds of fighting. When they arrived at the Crown Prince's peak, they saw that the Xianlu Palace had long since been torn apart. Only the frame and four walls of the main hall were left standing. There was no statue of a deity on the huge altar. Instead, there was a group of people fighting at the entrance of the ruined main hall. As they fought, they shouted, "You bastard! Damn brat! Did you fucking lose your wife's virginity here or something? Is this lousy temple your lifeblood?" With one look, Xia Lian knew that this group of people definitely didn't come to destroy his temple out of anger. They were just a group of refugees who wished for the world to be in chaos. Perhaps they wanted to take advantage of the situation, or perhaps they just wanted to have fun, so they came to burn his temple. However, up until now, he didn't really care who was the one who destroyed his temple. At this moment, in the middle of this violent fight, a youngster's extremely fierce voice pierced through the night sky. Scram! If one listened carefully, it was actually a person fighting against a group of people. Moreover, this person was only a teenager, a half-grown child. However, he wasn't willing to show the slightest bit of weakness, nor was he at a disadvantage. However, it was still one against many. That youngster's face was already covered in blood. His face was also covered in bruises and purplish bruises. His face couldn't even be seen clearly anymore. Feng Xian said, "This brat, when he grows up, he will definitely be a good man." At this moment, a man's eyes suddenly revealed a strange light. He picked up a large rock from the ground and was about to smash it at the back of the youngster's head. When Xia Lian saw this, he waved his hand. The rock that the man picked up bounced back and smashed into his own face. With a blood-curdling scream, blood spurted out from his nose. That youngster stared blankly for a moment. He turned around and raised his fists, violently beating them. The way he beat people was too frightening. It scared the group of adults away. As they ran, they pointed at him and bluffed, "Motherfucker! Just wait. Just wait for this daddy to bring people to clean you up. That youngster sneered and said, if you dare to come, I will take your dog life. That group of people was scared to death, so they ran even faster. After that youngster finished cursing, he rushed to the already extinguished fire at the side and fiercely stomped on it a few times. He stomped on every single spark until he was no longer breathing. Only then did he enter the main hall. He picked up a piece of paper from the ground and carefully smoothed it out. Then, he hung it in midair. Finally, he leaned against the altar and sat on the ground, lost in thought. Xia Lian walked forward and lightly swept onto the altar. He discovered that what the youngster hung in midair was actually a painting. The strokes were immature. With one look, one could tell that it was drawn by someone who had never learned to draw. However, every stroke was serious and earnest. It was just like a crown prince's painting that pleased the god. It seemed that this was used to replace the god statue that he had summoned away. Feng Xian said, "It's drawn very well." After so many days, Feng Xian had finally met someone who was willing to protect Xia Lian. Just now, he was so excited that he wished he could go up and help him fight. Now that he saw this youngster, he naturally felt that everything about him was not bad. Mu Qing's gaze flickered, as if he had thought of something. However, he didn't say anything. Xia Lian raised his hand and lightly touched that painting. It wasn't very obvious, just like a light breeze brushing past. That youngster suddenly raised his head from his knees. His scarred face seemed to have lit up in an instant as he said, "Is that you?" Feng Xian was alarmed. How could this brat be so crafty? Mu Qing said, "Let's go." Xia Lian slightly nodded his head. Just as he was about to turn around, that youngster threw himself onto the edge of the altar. His breathing was slightly hurried as he said, "I know it's you. Your Highness, don't go. I have something to say to you." Hearing this, the three people were all stunned. That youngster seemed to be extremely nervous as he clenched his fists and said, "Although your temple was burned, but you don't have to be unhappy. In the future, I will build you more, bigger, and more gorgeous temples that no one else can compare to. No one will be able to compare to you. I will definitely do it." The three people were speechless. This youngster's clothes were ragged, his face was covered in dirt, and his nose was bruised and swollen. He looked miserable, yet he was able to say such ambitious and visionary words. It really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know what to think. As if he was afraid that his voice wouldn't reach the other person's ears, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted towards the painting on the altar, "Your Highness. Do you hear me? In my heart, you are God. You are the only God, you are the true God. Do you hear me?" His voice was so hoarse that it echoed throughout the entire Mount Taizong. "Do you hear me?" Xia Lian suddenly laughed out loud. This laugh was too sudden, causing Feng Xian and Mu Qing to jump in fright. Xia Lian laughed as he shook his head. That youngster naturally couldn't hear him, but he seemed to feel something. His eyes shone as he looked around. Suddenly, a drop of ice-cold water fell on his cheek. The youngster's eyes suddenly widened. In that instant, a snow-white reflection appeared in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, when he opened his eyes again, that reflection had disappeared. Seeing that Xia Lian actually appeared for a moment, Feng Xian said, "Your Highness, just now you..." Xia Lian said in confusion, "Just now? Oh, my mana is running out. I just couldn't control it." That youngster straightened his body and rubbed his eyes, as if he was still trying to hold back that fleeting shadow. Xia Lian closed his eyes. After a while, he said, "Forget it." He finally got an answer, but it was these three words. That youngster's eyes first brightened, and the corners of his mouth rose. Then, he froze, and the curve of the corners of his mouth gradually dropped. He said, "What? Forget what?" Xia Lian sighed, and said to him gently, "Forget it." That youngster was stunned and didn't speak. Xia Lian then said to himself, "Forget it. Anyway, very soon, no one will remember it." Hearing this, that youngster's eyes widened. Suddenly, a stream of tears flowed silently from his eyes, washing a pale mark on his face. His Adam's apple moved, and he said, Feng Xin seemed to be unable to bear it, and said, Your Highness, don't say any more. You broke the rules again. Xia Lian said, I won't say any more. However, in any case, I've already broken so many rules, so a few more words won't matter. This sentence, he didn't let that youngster hear it again. The three people got off the altar and walked towards the outside of the dilapidated main hall. The night wind blew, and Xia Lian shook his head. Right now, he was still a heavenly official. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to feel cold. However, at this very moment, he truly felt a bone-piercing cold. Who knew that the youngster they had left behind would suddenly mutter in the main hall, It can't be. He clearly couldn't see Xia Lian and the others, but he had accurately found the right direction. Rushing out, he shouted towards their backs, It can't be. The three people turned their heads, and saw that the youngster's pair of eyes, in the dark night, were so bright that they could take one's soul away. His face, which was full of scars, seemed angry yet sad, seemed happy yet crazy. Amidst the surging tears, he said, I won't forget. Chapter 89. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The blade of the sword pierced deeply into the stone floor. Xia Lian gripped his sword with both hands. He lowered his head and pressed his forehead against the hilt of his sword. He gritted his teeth so hard that they felt like they were about to shatter. Trash! Qi Rong laughed and said, You trash! I knew you wouldn't dare to kill me. No matter how I humiliate you, no matter how I torture you, as long as I put a knife on someone else's neck you can't do anything to me. You useless coward! To be a god like you, what are you still alive for? However, Xia Lian had already completely calmed down. He looked up. His eyes were cold. Don't celebrate too early. I can't do anything to you. Naturally, someone will be able to deal with you. Qi Rong snorted and said, Are you thinking of hugging Junhua's thigh again and begging him to help you? Stop dreaming. Did she even care about you back then? Now, he was still shamelessly following him. Don't be an idiot. Xia Lian peeled off Qi Rong's solemn and gorgeous pleasing god clothing. He summoned Ruoxi, tied up Qi Rong, and threw him to the side. You'd better shut up and speak less. Qi Rong said, I'm not afraid of you, what right do you have to threaten me? Xia Lian asked, Then are you afraid of Flower City? Qi Rong's smile finally froze. At this moment, Xia Lian said softly, I'll tell you in advance, if I'm in a bad mood he might even hand you over to Hua Cheng. Ask him to help me think of a way to deal with you. So be careful, do you hear me? Hearing this, Qi Rong couldn't laugh anymore. He was terrified and said, Damn it. You are so evil. Only you can think of that. You might as well hand me over to Lang Qianqiu. Xia Lian knelt on the ground and began to use his hands to pick up the coarse granules of varying sizes on the ground and at the bottom of the coffin. In reality, he would not hand Qi Rong over to the heavenly court for the time being. The reason was Lang Qianqiu. If he handed it over and Lang Qianqiu found out about Qi Rong's whereabouts, he would immediately raise his sword and rush over to kill him. Should he let him kill them? What if I kill him? What will I do next? He also had a headache. Therefore, the heavenly court could not hand it over at the moment. From the looks of it, asking Flower City for help was indeed a good choice. But in reality, he was only using Flower City to scare Qi Rong. After all, he had already disturbed the Flower City too many times. Every time something happened, he would think of the Flower City first. He felt that he was not treating himself as an outsider. Xia Lian already felt a little embarrassed to use his name to scare Qi Rong. Qi Rong turned his head and spat a mouthful of bloody saliva in another direction. The child pitifully stretched out his hand to touch his forehead and said, Dad, are you all right? Are you in pain from the beating? Qi Rong seemed to enjoy this father-son game very much. He said in a strange tone, "Good son, daddy is fine, ha ha ha." Xia Lian picked up the powder with reddened eyes and carefully put it into the soothing robe. The child quietly crawled over and helped Xia Lian pick up some. When Xia Lian saw this pair of small hands, he raised his head and looked at him. The child whispered, "Big brother, can you stop hitting my father? Let us go. We won't steal from your house anymore." Xia Lian's heart ached, but he endured it and said, "Little friend, what's your name?" The child said, "My name is Gu Zi." Xia Lian collected all the ashes, wrapped them in his clothes and folded them neatly before putting them back into the coffin. He closed the coffin and said slowly, "Gu Zi, the person over there isn't your father. It's another person. He's possessed by a ghost. He's a bad person now." The child couldn't understand his words and asked in confusion, "Another person?" "No, I recognize him. That's my father." Qi Rong praised, "Not bad, not bad. It's worth it. I've picked up a cheap son." Ha ha ha. Ow! It was Xia Lian who kicked him. Gu Zi was still young and had always depended on his father. He was extremely reliant on the body that Qi Rong had possessed. He wouldn't leave no matter what. Xia Lian couldn't think of a way to settle him down, so he carried the fragrant heart sword and kowtowed 3 times to the 2 coffins. Carrying Qi Rong in his left hand and Gu Zi in his right, he left Mount Taicang and rushed to Pu Chi village at lightning speed. After leaving for many days, it was late at night when he returned. The doors of Pu Chi monastery were wide open and clouds of incense billowed. The incense burner on the altar was filled with incense sticks and the table was piled with offerings. Xia Lian entered and casually looked around. He picked up 2 steamed buns from the altar and gave one to Gu Zi. He then roughly stuffed the other into Qi Rong's mouth. After all, this body was still a living person. Before Xia Lian figured out how to drag Qi Rong out of this person's body, he had to eat well. Qi Rong spat out a mouthful of steamed buns and cursed them for being unpalatable. He seemed a bit worried and said, "I say. You're not really going to hand me over to Hua Cheng, are you?" Xia Lian sneered, "Are you afraid?" He was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and turned around to rummage through a pile of pickled vegetable jars on the ground. Qi Rong stubbornly said, "What do I have to be afraid of? The one who should be afraid is you. As a heavenly official, you're actually hooking up with this kind of person. You." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly focused and locked onto a spot. It turned out that when Xia Lian bent over, something had slipped out from the clothes in front of his chest. It was a sparkling and translucent ring. This was what Qi Rong was staring at. Xia Lian didn't notice his gaze, but Qi Rong, who was behind him, had a suspicious expression on his face. After a while, he asked, "Cousin Crown Prince, what's that thing in front of your chest?" Xia Lian originally didn't plan on paying attention to him, but the ring Qi Rong mentioned was something he was a bit concerned about. Thus, he turned around and hooked his finger around the thin silver chain. He said, "This? Do you know what it is?" Qi Rong said, "Bring it over. I'll know once I see it." Xia Lian said, "If you know, then say it. If you don't say it, then shut up." Qi Rong resentfully said, "You're always so fierce to people you're familiar with. If you have the ability, then go show off your might to outsiders." Xia Lian stuffed the silver chain back into his chest and put it on properly. He said, "If you have the ability, then continue talking. I'll record 1 point for every sentence you say. 1 more point means you're 1 step closer to Hua Cheng's blade." Unknowingly, he had actually become very familiar with using Hua Cheng. Qi Rong sneered and said, "Don't use him to scare me. Who knows when you'll die under someone's blade? Don't you want to know what this is? I, one of the 4 pests, will tell you. This is a cursed weapon, an inauspicious object. Why haven't you thrown it away yet? You actually dare to carry this thing on your body. Are you tired of living?" Hearing this, Xia Lian suddenly stood up and said, "Really? Qi Rong said, "Nonsense. The person who gave you this thing, whether it's a human or a ghost, definitely doesn't have good intentions." Xia Lian squatted down again. "Oh." Qi Rong said, "What do you mean by oh?" Xia Lian didn't even turn his head as he faintly said, "Oh, means your words. It would be strange if I could believe them. I choose to believe the person who gave me this thing. I've decided to always wear it on my body." He had always been gentle towards others, but towards Qi Rong, he was exceptionally cold. Qi Rong was so angry that he almost died. He cursed endlessly, but Xia Lian acted as if he didn't hear anything. He discovered that no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the jar that contained Half Moon. He thought to himself, could it be that the Wind Master already came and took her away? As he listened, he suddenly faintly felt that something was wrong. It was really strange. Qi Rong was clearly afraid of Hua Cheng, but why did he still dare to incessantly provoke him? It was as if he was deliberately trying to attract his attention. Thinking of this, Xia Lian made a sudden attack. He coldly glanced at Qi Rong, and sure enough, he saw that Qi Rong's eyes flashed furtively. An inexplicable intuition drove Xia Lian to look up. When he raised his head, he saw that on top of the beam that wasn't that high, there was a black-clothed person with his back pressed tightly against the ceiling. He was crouched on top, looking like a giant bat. Xia Lian flipped his hand and threw a maiden heart sword. That person's back was pressed against the beam. In order to avoid this sword, he suddenly turned around and fell down. Gu Zi was so scared that he dropped his steamed bun and cried out loudly. Qi Rong was just about to shout when Ruo Xie sealed his mouth and dragged him to a corner to tie him up. Xia Lian originally thought that this person was Qi Rong's hidden helper. However, after exchanging a few moves, he felt that this person's attacks were fast and ruthless, and inexplicably familiar. He could responsibly conclude that with Qi Rong's conduct, he definitely did not have the ability to command such a skilled subordinate. He also saw that the man was holding something in his other hand. When he looked closely, he saw that it was a pitch-black jar. And that jar was the one that contained Half Moon. Master Feng actually didn't bring Half Moon away. Xia Lian instantly remembered who this person was and blurted out, "Xiao Pei." Pei Su came to steal Half Moon, but who knew that he would run into Xia Lian on his way back? He had no choice but to hide on the beam. Because Qi Rong was tied up by Rui, he was lying on the ground. With one glance, he saw Pei Su hiding on top. He didn't know who this person was, but he thought that this person was going to harm Xia Lian, so it was to his advantage. He was afraid that Xia Lian would find out that someone was lying in ambush, so he purposely made noises to disturb them. Who knew that Xia Lian would still notice? Xia Lian had 2 cursed shackles on him, and Pei Su was exiled. Both of them had no strength, so they could only fight head-on. Xia Lian had fought his way through these 800 years by relying on his skills. How could Pei Su resist? After a dozen moves, Xia Lian took him down and said, "Give me back the jar." Originally, he was just casually shouting. Who knew that Pei Su would actually really throw the pickled vegetable jar back to him? Xia Lian stared blankly. He thought to himself, why did he give it back so easily? This little General Pei is really straightforward. Usually, wouldn't he rather die than submit and pull for a long time? However, at the same time that Pei Su threw the jar back, he shouted in a low voice, "Hurry up and leave." Listening to his tone, he was actually really anxious. That jar had yet to land in the air, and Xia Lian was just about to reach out to catch it when it suddenly changed its trajectory and flew out the window. In the next moment, they heard a man's voice say from afar, "You really disappoint me." Pei Su's expression suddenly changed as he said, "General." Xia Lian and him rushed out of Pu Chi Monastery. Sure enough, the man standing on top of a building in the distance was Pei Ming. He wasn't wearing armor and was dressed in ordinary clothes. His figure was very tall, and his expression was like the morning sun, extremely confident and at ease. That jar leisurely flew to Pei Ming's side and floated motionlessly. Holding the saber at his waist, he said to Pei Su below, "As a man of character, the bigger picture is the most important, and your career comes first. You're someone who wants to do great things, so what's going on today? You're acting recklessly because of a little girl? Do you think you're a little brat?" Pei Su lowered his head and didn't say anything. Pei Ming then said, "You think it's easy to reach this position in 200 years? I've already paved the road for you. Going down is easy, but coming up isn't. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top. As long as a deity descended to the mortal world, they generally liked to pick high places to stand. The higher they were, the more advantageous it was for them to look down on the common people below. Xia Lian used to have this bad habit. Of course, after he fell once, he now felt his legs ache faintly whenever he stood at a high place. This problem had been cured. However, the tallest building in all of Puqi village was the village chief's home. Furthermore, the village chief's home was just a simple and unadorned little tile-roofed house. Therefore, for General Pei to stand here could be said to be extremely condescending. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that as soon as Xia Lian saw this situation, he knew what was going on. Last time, Pei Ming had tried to pull Bao Yu to take the blame for Pei Su, but he had been pushed back. Although on the surface Pei Ming seemed to have given up because of Junwu, he hadn't given up. This time, Xia Lian had been dragged into the mess of the gilded banquet. He couldn't even protect himself, so his reputation would inevitably plummet. General Pei probably felt that it was time to bring up this old matter again. Therefore, he sought out Pei Su, wanting to bring him and Bao Yu to the heavenly court again to think of a way to reverse the verdict. However, Pei Su didn't seem too enthusiastic. He sighed and said, "General, this matter, let's just forget about it." "You?" Pei Ming had a speechless expression as he looked to the heavens. It was also because he was so annoyed that he didn't care that Xia Lian was right in front of him and reprimanded Pei Su. After a while, he suddenly said, "I want to see what kind of strange woman she is, to make all my efforts go down the drain." After he finished speaking, he reached out as if he wanted to smash the jar. This method of opening the jar was originally not a problem. The problem was whether or not Bao Yu had recovered from her injury. If she hadn't recovered and broke it, then that would be terrible. Xia Lian's expression changed. He flew over and said, "Don't break it." Unexpectedly, before Pei Ming's hand could touch it, the jar exploded on its own with a loud bang. In an instant, the air was filled with the smell of salted vegetables that could make people collapse. Pei Ming, who was closest to the jar, unfortunately had salted vegetables all over his body. His entire person was stunned by the salted vegetables. Immediately, a clear and bright female voice rang out in the air, "General Pei is really open and aboveboard." A person in white flipped out from a small jar. At first, it was only the size of a fist, but after flipping a few times, it became bigger and bigger. Xia Lian fixed his eyes on it and said, "Wind Master." The person hiding in the jar of salted vegetables was actually not Bao Yu, but Shiqing Xian. She hid in the jar and unexpectedly exploded all over Pei Ming's body. She was still dressed in white and was not stained by a speck of dust. She landed on the ground safely and flicked her horsetail whisk, saying, Luckily I sent this little girl to someone else's place. Otherwise, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to escape General Pei's long arm." Pei Ming had always prided himself on being a playboy. No matter what he did, he had to maintain his elegance. Now that he was covered in the smell of salted vegetables, even if he was facing Shiqing Xian who was in female form, he would still be depressed. "Qing Xian, why do you have to go against me like this?" If it was someone else, he would have already beaten him up. Unfortunately, when he thought about the background of Shiqing Xian's brother, he could only clean up the salted vegetables and tidy his hair. He clenched his teeth and shook his head. You better not let me know where you sent that little girl to. Otherwise, I will definitely pay you a visit personally." His words were no different than saying that whoever took in Half Moon was going against him. He would definitely find trouble with them. Shiqing Xian clapped his hands and said, that's good. There's no harm in telling you where I sent her. I'm just afraid you won't dare to visit. Listen well, that little girl is now in the Rainmaster's cave at Mount Yulong, under the seat of Lord Rainmaster. Do you dare to go?" Hearing this, Pei Ming's expression changed slightly. He actually wasn't as confident as he was before. He restrained his expression and suddenly became serious. He said to Master Feng, "Qing Xian, you are still young right now. That's why you like to fight for justice. I only hope that when you grow up in the future, you won't regret what you did today." After he finished speaking, he jumped off the roof and his figure disappeared. He actually left in a hurry just like that. Xia Lian was slightly stunned. He kept feeling that there was more to his words and asked, "Master Feng, his last sentence." Qing Xian said indifferently, "It was just a bluff." Pei Su watched Pei Ming's figure disappear. Only then did he come over to greet the two of them and said, "Master Feng, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Qing Xian patted his shoulder and said, "Little Pei, this time, you know to stop your general first. You can be considered kind. Turn over a new leaf. If there's a chance, I'll put in a good word for you in the heavenly court. Don't worry." Pei Su was speechless for a moment and said, "Thank you, Master. However, I've always felt that you might have misunderstood. Actually, General Pei isn't like this usually. It's just that because of what happened in the past, he's too worried about me. Also, you know, Lord Rainmaster." In the end, he seemed to feel that he had said too much. He shook his head and cupped his hands, "Goodbye." The two of them watched him leave. Xia Lian said again, "Master Feng, the Lord Rainmaster you mentioned just now, is it Master Huang?" Qing Xian turned around and said, "Yes. Master Rain hasn't changed for hundreds of years." "Why, do you know him? Is there an old relationship?" Xia Lian shook his head and said warmly, "Although I've never had the fortune to meet him, this Lord Rainmaster has helped me before. I'm very grateful." Qing Xian smiled and said, "That's true. Although there are very few people who know Lord Rainmaster, those who know him have never said anything bad about him." "Oh, except for Pei Ming." Xia Lian said, "Are there any conflicts between the two of them?" Qing Xian said, "There are naturally conflicts. Those who have been in the heavenly court for so many years, who hasn't had some conflicts or collusion? Let me tell you, Lord Rainmaster is a shadow in Pei Ming's heart." Xia Lian said. "Shadow?" In his heart, he always felt that Lord Rainmaster was a farmer. Qing Xian said, "You know Pei Ming, there are many descendants. His children and grandchildren are everywhere. Before Xiao Pei, Mingguang Hall once had another deputy god. He was also a descendant who was picked up by him and then ascended." Xia Lian said curiously, "Then General Pei's descendants are really talented people. Not everyone could regard ascension as a family tradition." "Of course." Qing Xian waved his fan and said, "Talents can be considered talents, but they are all the same as Pei Ming. Great abilities, great problems. That deputy god often committed crimes in other people's territories, but relying on Pei Ming's power, no one dared to say anything. In the end, one day, he committed crimes at the former site of the Rainmaster country. Lord Rainmaster usually doesn't come out and only farms in the deep mountains, so he has the nickname of Deep Mountain Old Farmer Rainmaster Huang. Who knew that the moment he came out, he directly beat up Pei Ming's descendant and carried him up to the sky. In the end, he was thrown in front of the emperor and sentenced to exile." Xia Lian thought, "Why does this story seem a little familiar?" Qing Xian continued, "Originally, Pei Ming thought that if he was exiled, then so be it. After 100 years, it wouldn't be a big deal to get him back. However, how many things can happen in the human world in 100 years? Every year, or even every day, there would be new extraordinary people appearing. It was like a flashing lantern, dazzling the eyes, wave after wave, wave after wave. After only 10 years, the original believers had all converted to other divine officials. After 50 years, that deputy divine official was completely forgotten. After 100 years, he never rose again. A young divine official with a bright future was crippled just like that. It was only until little Pei appeared that Pei Ming found a suitable assistant again. No wonder General Pei wanted to get little Pei up by hook or by crook. It turned out that there was a precedent and he was afraid that little Pei would be crippled. Although the method was not quite right. Xia Lian seemed to be deep in thought and sighed softly, the human world. Shiqing Xian also said, that's right. If you stay in the human world for a long time, you will be worn down until you lose your spiritual energy and fighting spirit. The two of them nodded. The difference was that Xia Lian nodded unconsciously, while Shiqing Xian nodded exaggeratedly. After a while, Xia Lian suddenly remembered an extremely important person and shouted. Lang Ying! That child! A series of things happened too quickly and the stimulation was too great. He actually did not remember this child. Shiqing Xian said, you mean the child you brought back from the Paradise Workshop? The Emperor has seen that child. He is now at my place. I will bring him down for you later. Xia Lian thought that Qi Rong and another child were still locked up in the Pu Qi temple. He could not let others see them. He said, how can I do that? I'll go up. Shiqing Xian nodded happily, same. It's the Mid-Autumn banquet in a few days. Don't miss it. This year, my brother will also make a trip back. I will introduce you when the time comes. His tone was full of pride for his brother. Xia Lian could not help but smile and thought, the Mid-Autumn banquet, every year on the Mid-Autumn festival, the celestial beings would hold a Mid-Autumn banquet to celebrate. Other than that, there was a very important game at the banquet. It could be said that it was the finale of the Mid-Autumn banquet, lantern competition. A prayer lamp was not something that ordinary people could offer. The Mid-Autumn banquet 100 Gods lantern competition was to compete on the day of the Mid-Autumn festival. How many prayer lamps could each god official receive from the believers? Although everyone said, it's just a game, don't take it seriously, I'm just playing, I don't care at all, in reality, how many of them could really not care? Most of them were secretly working hard, hoping that this year's believers would fight for them. If there was anyone who did not fight, it would only be Junwu. Because, of course, every year, the Divine Martial Palace won the lantern competition. Moreover, it was getting higher and higher every year. Therefore, he was the god official who truly treated this game as a game. As for the other god officials, they did not fight for first place. They only fought for second place. The situation was also extremely intense. Chapter 90. However, even if it was ugly, it was best to go too. He was not like the Rain Master, who had been in the Hidden Cultivators sect for hundreds of years. He was also not like the Earth Master, who had a secret mission at hand. He was also not like the Navy, who wanted to do whatever he wanted. What could they do to him? If he was no one, he would always be an exception. If he did not want to attend, he would not attend in the long run. The others were dissatisfied and discussed spiritedly, even if he felt that it was nothing. But it was not easy for Junwu to do it. Therefore, he immediately agreed to Shiqing Xian, okay, I will definitely be there. In a few days. Xia Lian tried several methods, but he could not successfully separate Qi Rong's soul from this man's body. Qi Rong became more and more pleased. Fortunately, there was a millet who did not mind feeding his father. Otherwise, Xia Lian really did not want to stuff anything into this mouth. On the day of the Mid-Autumn festival, Xia Lian set up an array outside the Pu Qi temple and locked the door. He left Ruo Xia to continue tying up Qi Rong. He went to the immortal capital to report. Shi Yun said, the white jade capital in the sky, the 12 buildings and 5 cities. The immortals caressed my head, tying my hair and receiving longevity. This was the white jade capital. On the Mid-Autumn festival, the immortal capital had a new atmosphere. Other than that, Xia Lian saw many guards on the streets, corridors, and near the buildings. It was likely that after the Flower City broke in, they had increased their vigilance by several times. The banquet was set up in the open air in front of the moon. The fragrance lingered, the auspicious clouds, and the flowers were like blowing snow. One could enjoy the banquet while admiring the moon and watching the night. Admiring the moon in the human world, one would use their thumb and index finger to make a circle. The moon would at most be framed in this circle. However, admiring the moon in the immortal capital, the full moon was bright and white, like a huge jade screen standing not far away. It was as if one could catch up to it in a few more steps. It was a beautiful scene that could not be seen in the human world. The leader of the banquet was naturally Junwoo. However, how the others sat was a huge mystery. The order and position were very particular. It was impossible to sit high, and the priest himself was probably unwilling to sit low. Xia Lian did not care about this. However, he had to attend the mid-autumn banquet in formal attire. In other words, it was best to dress like the statue in the human world on the day of the banquet. Xia Lian didn't have a statue of a god right now, so he was still wearing a white Taoist robe and a bamboo hat. It was unavoidably shabby, but he really didn't have any better clothes. This kind of attire was quite eye-catching, so he felt that it was better to sit a little more inconspicuous. Unexpectedly, he had already found a random corner to sit down. When he raised his head, he saw Feng Xian walking over. Both of them hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly at each other in greeting. Feng Xian took a few steps forward, then turned back and asked, "Why are you sitting here?" Xia Lian thought he had sat in the wrong seat, so he stood up and said, "I thought I could sit anywhere." Feng Xian was about to speak when Xia Lian saw Shi Qingxian waving at him from afar. At this moment, Shi Qingxian was in a female form. Feng Xian turned around and seemed to have seen a shadow. He turned pale with fright and left hurriedly. Shi Qingxian called out again, "Your Highness, over here." Windmaster was a very popular person in the heavenly court, so her seat was naturally very good, as it was closer to Junwoo. With this call, many heavenly officials looked over. Junwoo, who was originally resting his chin on his hand, also saw Xia Lian and nodded slightly at him. Xia Lian could only go over. Along the way, he didn't see Lang Qianqiu. It was said that in order to find Qi Rong's whereabouts, he had pushed off the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Shi Qingxian found a seat for Xia Lian beside him. The feng shui was excellent, so Xia Lian felt that it wasn't too suitable. However, it was hard for Windmaster to refuse his kindness. She had already pressed him to sit down and said, "When the banquet is over, I'll bring you to find that child. He's a little ugly, but he's quite well behaved." At this point, he could only express his thanks. When he turned his head, the person sitting near the two of them was Ming Yi. He was currently playing with a jade cup, and the hand holding the cup was even whiter than the jade cup. Seeing that his complexion was fine, it seemed that the injuries he received in the Ghost City had already healed. Xia Lian said, "Lord Geomaster, I trust you have been well." Ming Yi nodded, as if he didn't want to talk. Shi Qingxian, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of him. He knew everyone and could even exchange a few words with people tens of thousands of miles away. Xia Lian really admired him for being able to remember the names of so many heavenly officials. Sitting beside him was a teenager around 18 or 19 years old. He had a high nose, deep eyes, and slightly curly black hair. Xia Lian didn't recognize him, and he also didn't recognize Xia Lian. The two of them looked at each other for a while, both feeling baffled. In the end, Xia Lian casually greeted him. Looking around again, he saw that Feng Xian and Mu Qing were separated by an incomparably wide distance. Sitting directly opposite him were three heavenly officials who were conversing with each other in an extremely familiar manner. On the left was a black-robed civil official. He had a dignified appearance, and as he spoke, his 5 fingers tapped on the table rhythmically. His expression was calm and composed, and he looked strangely familiar. In the middle was Pei Ming, whom Meng Qi was already very familiar with. On the right was a white-robed young master, gently waving the paper fan in his hand. On the front of the fan, the word "water" was written, and on the back, there were 3 lines of water ripples. His appearance was somewhat similar to Shi Qingshuan's, but when he looked disdainfully, he had an arrogant and frivolous attitude. He looked gentle, but his eyes clearly showed that he looked down on everyone. Other than that Shui Hengtian, who else could it be? Xia Lian understood in his heart the 3 poisonous tumors. That black-robed civil official must be the male form with the strongest mana of the Lingwen. As expected, he had a dignified appearance. The 3 of them exchanged greetings, praising and flattering each other in all sorts of ways. Shi Qingxian could be heard repeatedly saying in a low voice, hypocritical, extremely hypocritical. Xia Lian, however, felt that it was rather interesting. At this moment, he saw that there was a gorgeous pavilion in front of the banquet. The 4 sides were covered by red curtains, and he asked, "What is that?" Shi Qingxian smiled and said, "Oh, you don't know, this is also a very popular game in the heavenly heavens. Come, I'll show you, it has already started." Just as he finished speaking, a few muffled thunder came from the sky. Junwu looked at the sky, poured a cup of wine, and handed it over. Hence, amidst the thunder, the heavenly officials at the banquet started to laugh and shout as they passed the cup of wine, saying, "Don't give it to me. Don't give it to me. Pass it to him." Just by watching others play, Xia Lian roughly understood the rules and thought to himself, so it's beating the drum and passing the flower. Everyone passed the cup of wine that Junwu handed over to them, and they couldn't spill it. They could pass it to anyone, but they couldn't pass it back. When the thunder stopped, whoever had the wine cup in their hands could take it for fun. It was just that they didn't know what kind of fun they were going to take. This game could be said to be very unfriendly to Xia Lian. Whoever you passed the wine cup to, you would be toying with that person, so normally, you would pass it to a few people who had a good relationship with you. However, he wasn't familiar with most of the heavenly officials present, so how could he casually play with others? At most, he could only pass it to Master Feng, but who knew if Master Feng would be the person who passed the wine to him? Xia Lian thought to himself, "It's best if no one passes it to me. But maybe I'm just overthinking things." Before he spoke, the first round had already ended. The wine cup stopped in Pei Ming's hands as everyone expected, and it seemed that Pei Ming was already used to it. Amidst the loud cheers, he drank the wine in one gulp. The heavenly officials clapped their hands and shouted, "Rise! Rise!" Amidst the cheers, the gorgeous pavilion slowly pulled up the curtains on all sides. They saw a tall general standing on the stage, walking with his head held high, looking very awe-inspiring. He didn't seem to see the heavenly officials below, nor did he see the strange scenery outside the pavilion. He took a few steps and started to sing, his voice getting more and more excited. As it turned out, whenever the wine cup was passed to a heavenly official, the pavilion would bring up the human world's drama about that heavenly official and act it out for everyone to see. Because people loved to make up stories, who knew what kind of thunderous drama they would come up with, or whether they would just happen to be chosen. This game could be said to be extremely shameful and thrilling. However, this was where the fun came from. One had to know that General Pei's drama was wonderful because the female lead was different every time. Sometimes it was a fairy, sometimes it was a female demon, sometimes it was a young lady. Each female character was more beautiful than the last, and the story was more unscrupulous than the last. The heavenly officials watched with great interest, attentively waiting for the female character to come on stage. Sure enough, not long after, a young lady dressed in black appeared on the stage. Her voice was like an aureole, and the two sang for a while. The lyrics and music were quite provocative and bold. The more everyone looked at the two, the more they felt something was wrong. One after another, they asked, "What's the name of this play? Who is the woman General Pei is seducing this time?" At this time, General Pei on the stage said, "Jia Qing." Below the stage, Pei Ming and Ling Wen both spat out a mouthful of wine. Who else could Jia Qing be? Ling Wen's real name was Nangong Jia. All the heavenly officials were shocked. How could these two actually have an affair? Ling Wen wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and said indifferently, "Don't think about it. I made it up." Although the two people involved were a little depressed, they were lucky enough to be thick-skinned enough. They acted like they didn't see anything on the stage. Sure Wudu, however, didn't let them off. He waved his fan and said with a smile, "This play is very interesting. What do you guys think?" Ling Wen said, "I don't have any thoughts. This play is very old. Back then, my idol wasn't like this. It's just folklore. Think about it carefully. In folklore, as long as it's a woman, how many old Pei hasn't seduced?" Everyone deeply agreed. Pei Ming said, "Hey, you can't say that. In folklore, I've indeed seduced almost all of them." "I really haven't. Don't accuse good people." Ling Wen said, "According to what you said, the folklore says that I've seduced more male heavenly officials, but I haven't even seduced a single one. Isn't that like sitting on pins and needles?" Ever since Ling Wen was appointed, folklore had always said that she had seduced a heavenly official. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Wen's hall was cold and had no worshippers in the beginning. It was said that when the protests were fierce, she was scolded badly. People often threw dudu and menstrual cloth into her merit box. But if the male heavenly officials had such rumors, they were known to be dissolute and could still enjoy it. Although the circumstances were similar, the outcome was very different because of the difference between men and women. Just as they thought about this, the next round began. Shi Wudu was still laughing just now. This time, it was his turn. The two malignant tumors beside him made a congratulatory gesture to him. "Life karma, please receive it." Shi Wudu frowned and drank the wine. The curtain slowly rose again. Before it reached the top, two long cries came from inside. "Wife, Lang Jun," it was full of love, twists and turns, lingering. Hence, Xie Lian, who was below, saw with his own eyes that Shi Wudu and Shi Qingxian had goosebumps all over their bodies. Shi Qingxian jumped up and said, "Brother, quickly pinch it off." Shi Wudu immediately shouted, "Put it down. Put it down immediately." He didn't need to look to know that what he had drawn this time was definitely the folklore of Master Navy and Master Wind as husband and wife. Love and hatred were always people's favorite when telling stories. It was best if there was, but it was better if there wasn't. Logically speaking, what the heavenly officials did themselves was the authentic legend. But sometimes, looking at what people gave them, one couldn't help but admire that this was the real legend. Once Shi Wudu spoke, the curtain really fell down. All the heavenly officials wanted to laugh but they didn't dare to. It was hard for them to hold it in. Xie Lian smiled and asked, "Master Wind, is there a way to lower the curtain?" Shi Qingxian still had lingering fears and said, "Yes, it's a small matter. Just donate 100,000 merit points." While Xie Lian was speechless, the third round began. This time, the thunder didn't rumble for long, and the wine cup was passed to the young man beside Xie Lian. Seeing this result, the reaction of the heavenly officials was a little strange. It wasn't very enthusiastic, but it wasn't very cold either. It was as if they were interested in watching a show, but they didn't want to show it too obviously. The young man didn't seem to be interested in this game, but he still drank the wine. He put down the wine cup and the curtain was pulled up again. There were two people standing on the stage. One was a young general with curly hair like a stone lion's mane. Although it was extremely exaggerated, it could be said that he had an imposing appearance. He should be the young heavenly official. The other one was a hideous clown with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. He was jumping around on the stage. When the young man faced him, he pretended to be serious, but he was very greasy, which made people even more disgusted. When the young man turned around, he bared his teeth behind his back and stabbed with his sword. There was no doubt that he was a despicable villain who did one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. That clown's acting was extremely exaggerated, as if it was a comedy. When the heavenly officials saw this, their reactions were different. Xie Lian noticed that the heavenly officials in the lower positions were all laughing heartily, while the heavenly officials in the upper positions, such as Shi Qingxian, Shi Wudu, and the others, were mostly frowning and silent. They didn't find it funny. At the same time, he also noticed that the veins on the back of the young man's hand suddenly bulged. Although he couldn't understand what was being played on the stage, he could roughly guess that it was insulting another person. Moreover, even if he didn't know who it was, he still felt that this kind of arrangement made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that the young man seemed like he was about to explode, he picked up a chopstick from the table and threw it towards the rope that hung the curtain. The chopstick, which wasn't sharp, brushed past the rope and unexpectedly cut it. The curtain fell with a crash. All the heavenly officials were startled and all said, "How can this be? What is this?" They all looked towards Xia Lian, and some even stood up. Xia Lian was about to open his mouth, but in the next moment, something exploded beside his ear. It was that young man who had crushed the white jade wine cup. He seemed to be infuriated by this play. He threw away the broken pieces of the jade cup in his hand and jumped up onto the table. With a step, his figure shot up like an arrow and entered the pavilion through the curtain. Several heavenly officials rushed up to lift the red curtain, but there was already no one inside. Everyone was startled and said, "Not good, not good, His Highness Qiying went down to beat people again." Xia Lian thought, Qiying Palace Hall. Western martial god Quan Yizhen. He hurriedly asked Shi Xian, "Master Feng, what's going on? What's going on with His Highness Qiying beating people?" Shi Xian came back to his senses and said, "Beating people means, beating people. Cough, you might not believe it, but Qiying often beats his own believers." This was the first time he heard of a heavenly official beating his own believer. This was something that would cause the heavenly officials' hearts to plummet. He still wanted to ask more, but he heard a heavenly official say in a displeased tone, "This Quan is too insensible. Everyone is playing happily, but he doesn't know how to cooperate. Who hasn't been made fun of? Didn't General Pei and Lingwen Zhenjun get made fun of? Besides, he's not the one being made fun of, so why are you so angry? That's right, this person really thinks too highly of himself. Even if he has anger in his heart, how could he let it out at this time? It's a good banquet, who came specially to look at his face? Really? Okay, a little brat is a little brat. He's already gone, without him, we can play to our heart's content." Hearing this, Xia Lian looked pensive. The banquet was only slightly chaotic for a while before Ling Wen seemed to have sent people down to deal with Quan Yizhen's matter. After a few heavenly officials appeared to pacify them for a while, the banquet and game continued. Thus, amidst the sounds of thunder, the fourth round of beating drums and passing flowers began. Chapter 91. Xia Lian never expected that someone would actually hand him the wine cup. It was his fault for reacting too quickly. He took it without thinking and was stunned when he took it. However, when he looked at the person who handed the wine, the other party was also stunned. It was actually Ming Yi. It turned out that the wine cup had been passed to Shi Xian just now. Shi Xian, for fun, deliberately handed it to Ming Yi. As for Ming Yi, he drank and ate, he didn't even look at it and casually passed it. After passing it, he only realized what had happened, he was also speechless. At the same time, the thunder also stopped abruptly, leaving the two of them looking at each other in dismay. Although Xia Lian was the one who took the wine cup, everyone's eyes were focused on Feng Xian and Mu Qing. It was not difficult to understand the reason. Xia Lian had been silent for more than 800 years. 800 years ago. Naturally, there were many books about his beautiful stories, but they had long been lost. Moreover, no one would specially set up a stage for him on this day. Therefore, if they had to find a play with the character of Xian le Crown Prince, then there was only a play with Feng Xian or Mu Qing as the main character. Because when the folk dramas were making up stories for these two priests, they would occasionally use Xia Lian. Usually, they would use him as a foil, playing a small role. In order to make the scene more exciting, they directly changed Xia Lian into a villain, arranging for him to bully Mu Qin, who was lonely and helpless, or snatch away Feng Xian's love, and so on. If this kind of play really happened at the Mid-Autumn Banquet, regardless of whether the protagonists of the story were happy or not, the rest of the spectators would definitely be happy. Xia Lian held the small jade cup. A priest had already urged him to open it. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, come, come. Let's drink." There were a few more people urging him. Feng Xian said from afar, "Your Highness the Crown Prince can't drink." Everyone said, "It's just a cup. It's okay." Junwu had been supporting his forehead with one hand and did not say a word. At this moment, he stood up slightly as if he was about to speak. Shi Qingxian also asked, "Can you do it? If you can't, then forget it. I'll help you pull the curtain with 100,000 merit points." Xia Lian was afraid that if he really did act impulsively, he would throw away 100,000 merit points. Even if he was a forthright person, he shouldn't be this forthright. Furthermore, no matter what kind of show it was, Xia Lian had seen it all, so he wasn't particular about it. Thus, he hurriedly said, "No need, no need. One cup should be fine." After he finished speaking, he drank the wine in one gulp. When the fine wine entered his throat, it first cooled and then warmed up. Xia Lian felt a little dizzy, but after a moment of preparation, he suppressed the dizziness. The curtains on all four sides of the building were slowly pulled up. Everyone shifted their gazes and prepared to watch the show. He was surprised to see that there were two people standing on the platform. One of them was dressed in white, his face was powdered, his body covered with dust, and he wore a bamboo hat on his back. Without a doubt, this was Xia Lian. The other person was dressed in red, his hair as black as ink, handsome and quick-witted, his eyes full of spirit. A long snake coiled around his hand was snatched away by Xia Lian. The red-clothed person immediately snatched the snake from his hand and threw it away, grabbing Xia Lian's hand and not letting go. His expression was as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. This scene stupefied all the heavenly officials who were waiting to watch a good show. Of course, Xia Lian himself was also stupefied. At this moment, Junwu, who was sitting at the head of the banquet table, laughed and said, "What kind of book is this? Why does it look like I've never seen it before?" Ling Wen immediately ordered people to investigate and said, "This play seems to be called Travels of the Wonders of the Half Moon Country. It's a new play, so I've never seen it before. Tonight is the first time it's being performed in the human world." Shi Qingxian said to Xia Lian, "Last time, the group of merchants from the Half Moon Country went back and found someone to write it. This saves merit points, there's no need to pull the curtains." Xia Lian declined to comment. In the human world, the only people who knew about the matters of the Half Moon Country were those merchants. He remembered that there was a young man in the caravan called Tiansheng. He had indeed said something about thanking him or worshipping him. Could it be that this play was written by someone Tiansheng paid for? However, he didn't tell Tiansheng his name. A young man like him might not have the ability to do this. On the other side of the stage, although the heavenly officials didn't see the play they imagined, the play in front of them was naturally even more exciting. After all, if the rumors were true, then this red-clothed person was playing the role of Hua Cheng. There were many plays of Blood Rain Tanhua in the human world. However, it was usually something like, the red-clothed ghost burned 33 temples, Heaven Realm didn't dare to let out a fart, or Blood Rain Tanhua beat Wen Wuxian with one hand. This kind of play that made the people of Heaven Realm silently cry. Who knew how this play would be written? In any case, the main character was Xia Lian. Towards this person, everyone always felt that he was out of place. They didn't consider him as one of Heaven Realm's own people. So there was no harm in watching it. Moreover, the stage of this play was exquisite, the production was excellent, and the acting of the people in the play was excellent. It was simply a work of conscience. Thus, they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. As they watched, they commented, "Really? It must be made up. How could Hua Cheng talk to people like this? Nonsense, simply nonsense. What did this play make of Hua Cheng? Wake up. It's not a romance play, how dare you make it up? After all, this was a play that was specially written for him. Xia Lian also watched it seriously. Frankly speaking, this play was not bad. The acting was good, and the play was good. However, as the person being played, he had a small opinion. The two main characters seemed to be a little too intimate. The one who played himself was quite skilled. However, every time he opened his mouth to call out San Lang, although his tone wasn't really up and down and lingering, Xia Lian felt that it was even more unsettling than when Feng Shinyang called Naval Master Darren with Lang Jun and husband. Moreover, there seemed to be a little too many small movements. Hooking his hand, hugging his shoulder, hugging him. He kept feeling that something wasn't quite right. However, thinking about it carefully, when he called out to Hua Cheng, he did indeed call him that. These movements seemed to have been done before. At that time, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Looking at it now, logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. He looked at the other heavenly officials. Although they were scolding him for talking nonsense, they were still watching with great interest. Their eyes were fixed on the play, and they were in full swing. He could only shut up. As he watched, suddenly, Shi Wudu said, "What are the two manservants at the back doing?" Hearing the two words, manservants, Feng Xian and Mu Qing both unconsciously stiffened. Ling Wen said, "Those aren't two manservants. They should be two small military officials from the Middle Heaven." At that time, they were recruited from Nanyang Palace Hall and Xianjin Palace Hall to help His Highness the Crown Prince in an emergency. There were actually people from Nanyang Palace Hall and Xianjin Palace Hall who came to Xia Lian's rescue. This was truly a strange story. It sounded as inconceivable as if Pei Ming had righteously and sternly rejected a beautiful woman who threw herself at him. All the heavenly officials looked over. Ling Wen then added, "They went willingly." Xia Lian smiled and said, "I forgot to ask. Are Nan Feng and Fu Yao doing well? Why haven't I seen them come out to play today?" Feng Xian said, "Nan Feng is," Mu Qing indifferently said, "Fu Yao is in confinement." Feng Xian immediately said, "Nan Feng is also in confinement." Xia Lian made an "oh" sound and said, "Both of them are in confinement? That's too bad." As they spoke, the curtain fell on the splendid play. Although it was unanimously thought to be the fantasies of ignorant believers, because it was really satisfying to fantasize about Flower City, it actually won the applause of the entire hall. However, Pei Su was exiled because of the Banyu Gate. After everyone had their fill, they couldn't help but give some attention to Pei Ming. Shi Wudu said, "General Pei, how is your Xiao Pei now?" Pei Ming poured himself a cup and drank by himself. He shook his head and said, "What else can he do? He doesn't put his heart on what he should be paying attention to. I can't control him anymore." On this side, Shi Qingxian couldn't listen anymore. He chuckled and said, "So, in General Pei's eyes, what is the thing that you should be paying attention to? Your Xiao Pei's future is a future. Isn't that the little girl's?" His tone wasn't good. Shi Wudu's gaze swept over and he said, "Qingxian is not allowed to be rude." When he reprimanded, Shi Qingxian lowered his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Pei Ming laughed and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Shui, this little brother of yours is really amazing. Only you can control him. It's fine if he provokes me now, but if he provokes someone he shouldn't provoke in the future, he won't give you face like I do." Shi Wudu opened his fan and continued to scold his brother. He said, "Did you hear what General Pei said? Also, how many times have I told you not to always walk around like this outside? What a scandal. I don't care what you like, you have to use your original appearance when you're outside." Even though Shi Qingxian loved female appearances and was very unconvinced, he still didn't dare to talk back to his brother. Xia Lian thought, Master Feng said that he's not afraid of his brother, but that might not be the case. Who knew that Shi Wudu said in the end, "What if we meet someone like General Pei who has strong mana but has bad intentions?" Ling Wen laughed and laughed. Pei Ming almost spat out another mouthful of wine. He said, "Senior Marshal Brother Shui, If you continue to be like this, we won't be able to talk anymore. After a round of eating, they finally welcomed the last round of lanterns. In Immortal Capital, all the candles and bright lights were extinguished. Other than the moonlight, it was dark. The banquet was held near the lake. The smoke and mist on the surface of the lake was dispersed. Through the clear flowing lake water, one could see the pitch-black world below. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the lanterns were the number of eternal prayer lamps that were consecrated in the largest and most famous temple of a god official. One eternal prayer lamp was hard to find, and it would not be extinguished for a long time. The order of the lanterns was from the least to the most. When it was a god official's turn, the lamp consecrated by his believers would float up from below and illuminate the endless night. It was incomparably beautiful. This year, the Divine Martial Hall had 961 eternal lamps, which was close to 1,000. It was unprecedented, and all the god officials felt that next year, it would definitely break the 1,000. However, this was not the main point. If the first place was always the first, then the first place would lose its meaning. Therefore, everyone had automatically eliminated the Divine Martial Hall in this round of lanterns. What made people not know whether to laugh or cry was that when the lantern started, the first person in line was actually the Rainmaster. When Xie Lian saw a small bright lamp slowly and crookedly rising into the sky, and then heard Rainmaster Hall, one lamp. At that time, he even suspected that he was actually drunk and had not sobered up. No matter what, there shouldn't be only one lamp. In order to confirm that he wasn't drunk, he asked Shi Qingxian, "Is there no mistake?" Shi Qingxian said, "No. There's really only one lamp. There's only one lamp, and it was provided by the cow in the Rainmaster's house to support the scene." Providing for oneself, this kind of behavior was really intimate. Xie Lian thought about it. The Rainmaster was in charge of rain, so he was also the god of farming. He guessed, could it be because the Rainmaster has many believers who are farmers, so he doesn't have enough to offer? However, Shi Qingxian said, "Your Highness, what misunderstanding do you have about farmers? Many farmers are very rich, okay? Actually, it's because the Rainmaster said that having money to provide lamps is better than farming, so the believers have always provided fresh fruits and vegetables." Hearing this, Xie Lian was really envious, and thought to himself, "There's such a beautiful thing." However, Shi Qingxian said again, later on, the Rainmaster said not to waste, so the believers usually take the offerings back to eat after 2 days. In front, there were only a few small god officials, and the eternal lamps ranged from a few to dozens. No one was interested. However, the more they went, the brighter the light of time every time the lamp was raised, and everyone became more focused. If it wasn't for the special god officials announcing, one could tell the number at a glance. The densely packed array of lamps flew up together, and it was impossible to count how many there were. Xie Lian wasn't clear about anything, so he didn't make any comments. He focused on admiring the beautiful scenery of the lamps illuminating the dark night, and at the same time, listening to the analysis of the others on the current lantern situation. Although he felt that there was nothing to analyze about this kind of thing. After about the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the finale finally arrived. The Mid-Autumn Banquet Lantern competition began, and the last 10 battles began. The last of the 10, Xie Lian heard the announcing god official say loudly, "Extraordinary Heroic Hall, 421 lamps." Quan Yizhen had already left, and when the other god officials heard this number, they didn't bother to hide the sound of clicking their tongues. This Western martial god was still young, but his momentum was extremely fierce. For the god officials with the same qualifications as him, it was already considered a lot to have 200 eternal lamps, but he had more than double it. Lang Qianqiu, who had ascended slightly longer than him, had slightly fewer eternal lamps than him. It could be said that he was outstanding. However, Xie Lian felt that this youth was indeed not very popular in the celestial heavens, because other than himself and Shi Qingxian, there was almost no one who was truly amazed by this. Next, Earthmaster Hall, 444 lamps. Other than drinking 2 more mouthfuls of soup, Mingyi didn't have any other expression, but Shi Qingxian was even more excited than him, saying repeatedly, "Lower, lower." As everyone wasn't very familiar with the Earth Master, they clapped their hands as a form of congratulation. Next, it was Shi Qingxuan's turn, Wind Master Hall, 523 lamps. It was really easy to see whether a person was popular or not. After reporting the number of eternal lamps in Wind Master Hall, before Shi Qingxian could say anything, the applause at the banquet suddenly became louder, and there were congratulations, and well-deserved, everywhere. Shi Qingxian was very pleased. He stood up and cupped his hands, shouting to Shi Wudu, "Brother, I'm 8th this year." It was as if he was looking for his parents to ask for a reward after being praised by teacher. Xia Lian couldn't help but laugh, but Shi Wudu scolded, "It's just 8th, what's there to be happy about?" His words were actually very arrogant. In the entire upper celestial heavens, who was ordinary? 500 eternal lamps, ranked 8th, but in his mouth, it was said to be just. Then wouldn't the god officials ranked behind the 8th not even be comparable to just? It wasn't that he didn't know that these words were inappropriate, but he just had to say it because he wasn't afraid. Shi Qingxuan's face fell. Shi Wudu waved his fan, and said reluctantly, "However, there are more lamps than last year, there must be more next year." Hearing this, Shi Qingxian stretched his arms and laughed. In the entire banquet, only Ming Yi had an indifferent expression as he buried his head in eating, not cheering for him, so Shi Qingxian patted him twice, wanting to find him to congratulate him. Ming Yi didn't want to bother with him at all, he continued to focus on eating. Shi Qingxian was furious, he wanted him to clap for him. Xia Lian was laughing so hard at the side, not mentioning it. Next, Lingwen Hall, 536 lamps. Among the gods of literature, Lingwen was considered the champion, but there weren't many gods of literature supporting him. Instead, it was mainly the martial gods who gave him face. Xia Lian congratulated him from afar. On this end he heard Shi Wudu and Pei Ming asking him to set up a banquet, on the other end he heard some god officials muttering that Lingwen had a lot of followers. It was nothing more than because he turned into a man. Lingwen saw that the current martial god was powerful. He tried his best to curry favor with the martial gods, ignoring the gods of literature. Lingwen was the god officials of the upper celestial heavens who loved to treat, it was said, that Lingwen sometimes treated people to brothels and so on. He shook his head. There was only one thought in his mind, it's really not easy being a goddess official. Next, it was Nanyang Hall and Xianzhen Hall, 572 lamps and 573 lamps respectively. Mu Qing's brows relaxed. Feng Xian wasn't happy or angry, he didn't seem to care. Xia Lian was puzzled, how could the numbers be so close? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? He asked Shi Qingxian in a low voice, only then did he find out that because these two people were of similar birth, territory, and strength, plus they didn't have a good relationship with each other, the followers of both sides held their breath and wanted to win. They swore that they would definitely offer more lamps in the other's temple. They didn't seek to be first, they just wanted to be higher than the other party. They went all out, and every year, there would be victories and defeats. This year, at the last moment, Xianzhen Hall finally managed to squeeze out an extra lamp, winning against Nanyang Hall. Now, it was as if they had won a battle, and they were celebrating. After hearing this, Xia Lian couldn't help but think, outside, they are fighting until their heads bleed for an extra lamp. Don't these people go home to celebrate? Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Next, Mingguang Hall, 580 lamps. This number was quite considerable. However, Pei Ming didn't look happy, because compared to last year, Mingguang Hall actually had fewer lamps this year. What happened to Pei Su, the assistant deity, was a blow. This year, there were nearly 100 lamps less. If it wasn't for Pei Ming's strong foundation, he would have lost even more lamps. Shi Wudu and Lingwen didn't congratulate him, they only patted his shoulder. At this point, Xia Lian realized that the number of lamps of these few god officials were all very densely packed. There were tens of lamps, as if there was no way to pull apart the difference. In other words, everyone was actually about the same, no one was the absolute winner. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the announcing god officials say, Navy Hall, 718 lamps. At the banquet, there was a commotion, and exclamations sounded everywhere. All the god officials reacted and began to fight to be the first to congratulate him. Sher Wudu just sat and didn't get up. His expression wasn't arrogant, it was just that it was natural. This was probably the closest the number of lamps of the second god official and the divine martial hall had been in the past few hundred years. Xie Lian's first ascension was too far away, and at that time, a lamp of blessing was even more difficult to find than one today. Naturally, they couldn't be compared in the same way. However, as the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. People's love for wealth would never decrease. He was worthy of being called the god of wealth. Shi Qingxian was even more excited than if he had lit up 700 lamps himself. He vigorously clapped his hands and said to Xie Lian, "My brother." "It's my brother." Xie Lian smiled and said, "I know, it's your brother." In the entire banquet, only Mingyi was eating with all her might, as if she was out of place. In fact, Xie Lian felt that out of everyone, he was the only one who treated this banquet as a banquet seriously. He came to eat, as if he hadn't had enough to eat after being undercover in the ghost city for so many years, and wanted to eat to his heart's content tonight. Thinking of the snacks sold at the stalls on the streets of the ghost city, Xie Lian could understand it very well. He couldn't help but wonder, does Hua Cheng usually stroll around the streets of the ghost city? The most exciting riddle had been revealed. Tonight, all the god officials had watched enough and talked enough. Satisfied, they prepared to leave the banquet one after another. Unexpectedly, Sher Wudu suddenly frowned and closed his fan, saying, "Wait." If others said wait, they probably wouldn't have such a strong deterrent force. But this Sher Wudu really lived up to his nickname, water traversing the heavens. It was as if he was used to giving orders. Once he opened his mouth, people couldn't help but listen. Everyone sat back down and asked, "The top 10 have been decided. Is there anything else, Lord Navy?" Xie Lian thought, "Don't tell me I'm going to lose my merit too." Sher Wudu waved his fan and said, "The top 10 have been decided?" Everyone didn't know what he meant by this question, but Shi Qingxian said in shock, "That's not right. No. The top 10 haven't been decided." Including the divine martial hall, there were only 9 that were reported just now. All the heavenly officials were shocked and said, "Only 9 came out?" "It's true. I counted, there really are only 9. There's actually another person in front of Lord Navy." "What? Who else could it be? I don't have any impression of it." At this moment, in the dark night, a burst of light that was as bright as day suddenly exploded. That light was a lamp. Like millions of fish swimming across the sea, countless bright lamps slowly rose up. They shone brightly in the dark night, like floating souls and magnificent dreams. It was magnificent to the extreme, illuminating the pitch-black world. Such a miraculous scene was indescribable. The only thing left was a frozen breath and broken speech. Xie Lian stared at the bright lamps that filled the sky. It was as if he was suffocating and couldn't hear anything. He was in a daze for a while. After a while, he finally realized what was wrong. At the banquet, all the god officials cast their gazes over. It turned out that the reporting god official pointed at him with his trembling hand. Xie Lian was stunned and said, "What's wrong?" No one answered. Xie Lian pointed at himself and said, "Me?" Shi Qingxian, who was at the side, patted his shoulder and said, "Yes. You." Xie Lian was still stunned and said, "Me what? What's wrong with me?" That reporting god official swallowed with difficulty and finally opened his mouth again. Thus, the 100 god officials present all heard a trembling voice of disbelief. Thousand Lantern Monastery, Crown Prince Palace, 3-3. Chapter 93. Less than 2 days later, Xie Lian ushered in a huge crisis. There was nothing to eat in the monastery. He was alone. A few steamed buns, a plate of pickled vegetables, and some cucumbers picked from the fields to nibble on could perfectly solve the problem. The villagers of Pu Chi village had more than enough to provide for their lives. And now, there were 3 more mouths in the monastery. 2 living people and 1 living ghost, quickly emptying his food reserves. Forget about the 2 children. Chi-Rong was a dead ghost attached to a grown man's body and refused to come out, while cursing Xia Lian for not treating him as a human and feeding him dog stuff. One of them ate more than the other. Made Xia Lian really want to stuff pot soup into his mouth. After being completely unable to squeeze out the pot, Xia Lian decided to take the 2 children to the market for a stroll to see if he could receive something and then take them to eat a good meal. If Xia Lian's luck was usually not good, then today's Xia Lian's luck was especially bad. After walking around once, he actually didn't receive any junk. In the end, he stood at the entrance of the main street where people came and went and made a decision to go back to his old profession. Thus, he settled the 2 children to the side and stood on the street. In a clear voice, he said, "Fellow villagers, neighbors. Today, this humble one has just arrived at this precious land and is short of money, so I will show my incompetence. I hope everyone will support me and send me some rations to make up for my travel expenses." Xia Lian's 2 sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and his voice was clear and full of energy. The idlers on the street surrounded him one after another and said, "What do you know? Come and see." Xia Lian cheerfully said, "Spinning plates to see." Everyone waved their hands. "No difficulty, it's just a small trick." "What else do you know?" Xia Lian said again, "Shattering a boulder on your chest to see." Everyone also said, "Too old, too old." "What else do you know?" Xia Lian knew that even performing on the street had to keep up with the times. His specialty from back then had already become a thing of the past, and no one knew how to appreciate it anymore. Seeing that the crowd surrounding him was about to disperse, he had no choice but to use his trump card. He took out a stack of protective talismans from his sleeves and said, "Let's see a performer give a protective talisman. It's handmade, don't miss it when you pass by." Hearing that they were giving something for free, the scattered crowd suddenly gathered again. "What kind of protective talismans? Which Taoist temple was it? Divine Martial Emperor? Is there anything that can protect your fortune? Give me the amulet of the God of Fortune, thank you. I want True Monarch Giant Sundae. Please leave one for me." Xia Lian replied, "Nope. No. It's from Xian Li's crown prince. Pu Chi Monastery has consecrated it, it's guaranteed to be efficacious." Of course it was efficacious. Other divine officials had at least a few thousand people praying for blessings every day. Their ears were buzzing, and if there was a little more, they would send it to their subordinate divine officials. And he prayed to at most a few people every day. Who do you think has a higher chance of being heard? Everyone scoffed, "What's that? I've never heard of it." Xia Lian continued, "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Pu Chi Monastery is located in Pu Chi Village, 7 miles away. You are welcome to visit. Incense is not necessary to visit." But before he could finish speaking, the crowd had already dispersed with a rumble. Each and every one of them didn't walk far before casually throwing away the amulets they had just snatched. Xia Lian then followed up and picked them up one by one, patting them clean. With a relaxed expression, he put them back into his sleeves. As he picked them up, a pair of cloth shoes stopped in front of him. Xia Lian raised his head and saw Lang Ying's pair of pitch-black eyes peeking out from between the bandages, staring fixedly at him. Xia Lian warmly said, "What's wrong? You go over there and sit with Gu Zi. Wait for me for a while and I'll be done." Lang Ying was silent. Right at this moment, a large house at the end of the street suddenly opened its 2 doors. A person was thrown out, and immediately after, a loud shout could be heard, "Quack!" The passers-by on the street hurriedly gathered around to watch the excitement. With a crackling sound, dozens of feet trampled over the amulets that hadn't been picked up in time were instantly trampled into shriveled, dirty, and rotten pieces. Xia Lian stared blankly and didn't say a word. He didn't want to pick them up anymore. Instead, he let Lang Ying go back and look after Gu Zi. He also followed to see what was going on. In front of that house, he saw a man who looked like a wealthy merchant arguing endlessly with an old man who looked like a doctor. That wealthy merchant angrily said, "What did you say when you came yesterday? Didn't you say everything was fine and there was no need to worry? What's going on today? My wife didn't fall or eat anything bad, how did she suddenly become like this?" The doctor cried out in grievance, "Yesterday I came to see your wife, she was really fine. I think you should find a Taoist priest for this matter, not a doctor." That wealthy merchant flew into a rage and pointed at him with his hands on his hips. "My son hasn't even lost his son yet, why are you cursing him, you quack? Be careful that I sue you until you go bankrupt." The doctor picked up his medical box and said, "There's no use even if you sue me, I really can't understand this pulse. I've never seen it in my life." Everyone started to jeer, "Let's get a different doctor. Let's find a Taoist priest." Xia Lian instinctively felt that something was amiss. He raised his hand in the crowd and said, "Please look here. The Taoist priest is here, I am the Taoist priest." Everyone turned their heads in unison and asked curiously, "Aren't you a performer?" Xia Lian politely said, "That's just a side job. Thank you." After saying that, he walked forward and said, "Can you take me to see your wife?" Waves of screams came from inside the house. It was obvious that the group of women were panicking. The newly called doctor wouldn't be able to come for a while, and in such a desperate situation, they actually grabbed him and ran into the house. Xia Lian casually grabbed the doctor and brought him inside. When they entered the house, the floor was covered in blood and a young woman was lying on a large bed covered in flower curtains. She was in so much pain that her face was deathly pale. She almost hugged her stomach and rolled around. Fortunately, she was held down by several old women and maids. As soon as Xia Lian stepped through the door, the hairs on his back stood up. The yin energy in this house was extremely heavy, and that yin energy was coming from one place. That woman's stomach. Xia Lian immediately blocked the people behind him and shouted, "Don't move. There's something wrong with the thing in her stomach." That wealthy merchant said in horror, "Is my wife about to give birth?" The doctor and the old women couldn't listen anymore and said, "It's only been 5 months, how can she give birth?" That wealthy merchant angrily rebuked the doctor, "If she's not about to give birth, then you don't know what's wrong with her, quack. You can't even understand the pulse." Seeing that the woman was about to faint, Xia Lian said, "All of you, shut up." With a flip of his hand, he took out the maiden heart sword. Seeing him suddenly take out a several feet long, pitch-black murder weapon, everyone jumped in fright and said, "What are you trying to do?" Immediately after, they saw Xia Lian let go of his hand, and that sword actually floated in the air. This time, everyone was stunned. With maiden heart sword hanging in the air, the tip of the sword pointed downwards, directly at that woman's bulging stomach. This sword's murderous aura was extremely heavy. Everyone watched as that woman's stomach suddenly moved. A lump of flesh bulged out, sometimes moving to the left side of her abdomen, sometimes moving to the right side. Moving back and forth, that woman suddenly burst into a fit of violent coughing, suddenly spitting out black smoke from her mouth. Maiden Heart Sword had been waiting for a long time, and with a single slash, it scattered the black smoke. That woman screamed, "My son," and fainted on the spot. Only then did Xia Lian recall the sword and put it back on his back. Facing that doctor, he said, "That's enough." The doctor was dumbstruck. Xia Lian waved his hand a few times, and only then did he hesitantly move forward. That rich merchant's face revealed a happy expression. "My son is saved?" Who knew that after feeling the pulse for a while, that doctor would tremble with fear and trepidation as he said, "Gone." That rich merchant was stunned. After a while, he loudly roared, "Gone? How could it have flowed like this?" However, Xia Lian turned around and said, "Your wife's child didn't flow, it's gone." "Gone, do you understand?" That rich merchant said, "Gone and flowed, isn't that the same thing?" Xia Lian said, "It's slightly different. Flowed, just flowed. Gone means this, your wife's stomach originally had a child, but now, this child is gone. Sure enough, this woman's abdomen was still bulging just now. But now, it clearly didn't have any external injuries, yet it had clearly deflated. Moreover, it was deflated in an extremely unnatural manner. That rich merchant said. Wasn't my son still in her stomach just now? Xia Lian said, just now, the one inside wasn't your child. What propped up your wife's stomach was only that mass of black smoke. After the doctor confirmed that the woman had only fainted and her life wasn't in danger, they left the room. The rich merchant said, Taoist priest, how should I address you? Which monastery are you from? Which true monarch do you worship? Xia Lian said, your surname is Xia. He originally wanted to say, Pu Chi Monastery, but when the words reached his mouth, he didn't know why, but he changed it and said, Thousand Lanterns Monastery. After those 3 words left his mouth, his face inexplicably became a little feverish. That rich merchant said, oh, I've never heard of it. Is it very far? Xia Lian also didn't know if it was far or not, so he quietly said, and, after exchanging a few pleasantries, the rich merchant impatiently and fearfully said, Taoist priest. In the end, what kind of monster was that just now? What my wife has always been pregnant with, is that thing? A mass of black smoke? Changing the topic, Xia Lian also straightened his expression and said, it's uncertain. Didn't you say that yesterday, when the doctor came to take a look, your wife was still fine? At that time, her pulse should have still been stable. Today, it's chaotic. I'm afraid that the child had an accident last night. You might as well think about it. Last night, did your wife do anything? Or did something strange happen? The rich merchant said, nothing happened last night. My wife didn't even leave the house. Ever since she burned incense at Juyang Palace Hall and begged for this child, she specially set up a shrine to Juyang Zhenjun in her house. Every day, she doesn't leave the house, chanting sutras and burning incense. She's extremely pious. Xia Lian thought that if Feng Xian found out that someone was worshipping him like this, then that would be terrible. After thinking for a bit, he said, then, did she have any strange dreams? That rich merchant was startled and said, yes. Xia Lian became spirited. He only heard the rich merchant say, Taoist priest, you really have incredible foresight. My wife really did have a strange dream last night. She dreamed that a child was playing with her and calling her mother. In the middle of the night, she felt something kick her stomach and woke up. She even happily told me that maybe the child in her stomach couldn't wait to meet its parents, so it came to greet them first. At that time, I even coaxed her. In an instant, Xia Lian concluded and said, there's definitely a problem with this child. Pausing for a moment, he then asked, how old is this child? What does he look like? Did your wife say anything about it? The rich merchant broke out in a cold sweat and said, I'm afraid she can't remember. At that time, when she told me, she couldn't tell exactly how old it was. She only vaguely felt that it should be very young. She even wanted her to carry it, and when she carried it, it was quite light. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xia Lian said, I'll ask you a few more questions. You must answer truthfully, otherwise, I won't be able to investigate this matter clearly. First, in your house, do you have any concubines fighting for favor? Second, in the past, has this wife of yours ever had an abortion? When he asked if there were any concubines fighting for favor, he wanted to see if there was a possibility that it was a curse caused by jealousy. Once a woman who was confined to the backyard of a house all year round became jealous, there was nothing they wouldn't do. When he asked if she had an abortion before, it was because if she had an abortion for improper reasons, there might be resentment left in the mother's body that wouldn't let the new child have an easy time. Under Xia Lian's repeated confirmation, this rich merchant honestly confessed. Unexpectedly, everything was correct. Not only did he have quite a few concubines in his house that chattered all day long, but he also kept a mistress outside that was always eagerly waiting to be carried in. Soon after, the young maid by this madam's side also confessed. Her master was originally a concubine, and she had once been pregnant. After listening to some folk prescriptions of Jianghu doctors, she concluded that the child was a daughter. However, she wanted to give birth to a son to raise her status, so she drank medicine and aborted the child. After listening, Xia Lian's head swelled. That rich merchant anxiously said, "Dao Zhang, could this be the revenge of that unborn girl?" Xia Lian said, "That's possible, but it's not entirely possible. After all, even your wife couldn't tell how old the child in her dreams was, or whether it was a boy or a girl." Chapter 94. Xia Lian said, "It's possible. It might have been eaten." That rich merchant trembled. "Eaten, eaten?" Xia Lian nodded. That rich merchant said, "Then, Dao Zhang, what should we do now? I still have Madame Ru who is pregnant. What if that monster comes again? This person actually had a pregnant woman in his family." Xia Lian raised his hand and said, "Don't be impatient. I'll ask again. Does your wife remember where she met this child in her dream?" That rich merchant said, "She said she vaguely remembered it was a large room. She definitely doesn't remember more. It was just a dream. Who would remember it so clearly?" He then gnashed his teeth. I've been hoping for a son for over 40 years. I'm so bitter. Dao Zhang, can you catch and kill this monster? I can't let it harm the people in my family again." Xia Lian said, "Don't panic. Don't panic. I'll do my best." That rich merchant was overjoyed. Rubbing his hands, he said, "Good, good, good. What does Dao Zhang need? Payment isn't a problem." Xia Lian said, "No need for payment. I just want you to help me with a few things. First, please find me a set of unused women's clothing. It must be loose enough for a man to wear. Also, I'm afraid I'll need a strand of your Madame Ru's hair. It can be used in a ritual." That rich merchant ordered his servant, "Write it down, write it down." Xia Lian continued, "Second, please tell your pregnant Madame Ru that it's best if she changes rooms to sleep in. No matter where she is, if you hear a strange child's voice calling her mother, don't agree. Don't ever agree. It's best if you don't even open your mouth. Although people often don't know they're dreaming when they're dreaming and lose their minds, if you repeatedly tell her to remember this matter deeply in her mind, it might be effective." That rich merchant also agreed. Xia Lian said, "Third, I brought 2 children out. I'll have to trouble you to help me take care of them and arrange a good meal." That rich merchant said, "For this kind of small matter, let alone 2, even if it's 100, I can still do it for you." Finally, it was time for the most important last item. Xia Lian said, "Fourth." He took out an amulet consecrated by Pu Chi Monastery from his sleeve and handed it over with both hands. He said solemnly, "Please look at this amulet and say, 'Your Highness, please protect me,' loudly. This way, this matter can be recorded under the name of my monastery." That night, Xia Lian once again changed into women's clothes. Although he was already very familiar with wearing women's clothing, it was still his first time dressing up as a pregnant woman. In front of the mirror, he didn't even spend half the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. In the end, he stuffed a pillow into his stomach and hid a strand of hair he took from the pregnant woman inside the pillow. Afterwards, he lay down on the bed. He calmed himself down and slowed down his breathing. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, Xia Lian slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was no longer the room of the rich merchant's concubine, but a magnificent pavilion. Xia Lian's first reaction was to feel if his heart was by his side. Only after he felt it, did he feel at ease. After all, a maiden's heart was a treasured sword, tightly bound to him. Afterwards, he slowly sat up. Suddenly, he felt something sticky on the bottom of his hand. He raised it up to take a look. He was lying on a bed, and the bed was covered with a large patch of extremely frightening bloodstains that had yet to dry. Half of his body was also dyed bright red. It was a ghastly sight. Xia Lian was not surprised. He got off the bed and walked 2 steps. Suddenly, he felt something drop from his body. He looked down and saw that it was actually that pillow. He quickly picked it up and stuffed it back in. After another 2 steps, his stomach dropped again. Xia Lian could only carry it with both hands and observe his surroundings. Growing up in the palace, he was imperceptibly influenced by what he saw and heard. Xia Lian had his own set of views on beauty and unbeauty. This small building, in his view, although it was magnificent, it was full of the smell of cosmetics. If he were to guess, he would think that it was a restaurant or a place to seek pleasure. Moreover, compared to the prevailing style of architecture today, this style was really a bit old. It was more like a house from hundreds of years ago. He didn't know what kind of place it was. Therefore, it was unlikely that it was the spirit of the aborted daughter of the rich merchant that was causing mischief. This was because the illusion created by the evil spirits was based on their own knowledge. Obviously, this kind of ancient house from hundreds of years ago would only exist in the knowledge of the evil spirits that were hundreds of years old. After walking around, there was no one in sight. Xia Lian returned to the room that he first laid in. This was a woman's bedroom. There was a dressing table and a cabinet that could be opened. Inside, there were some children's clothes, as well as dolls, rattles and other toys. Xia Lian examined them one by one and found that they were all brand new. It could be seen that the mistress of this room cherished these items. In other words, this woman was full of love and tenderness towards the child. After looking through it again, Xia Lian was suddenly shocked. In the child's clothes, there was a protective talisman. And this protective talisman was actually his protective talisman. Extremely surprised, Xia Lian had to confirm it again and again. That's right, this was indeed his protective talisman. Moreover, it wasn't the kind of simple protective talisman that he picked himself, weaved himself, drew his own talisman, and bought his own red thread to tie it together. Instead, it was the kind of protective talisman that was circulated in the whole country 800 years ago, when the Xian Le Crown Prince was at his peak. The material used and the pattern were extremely exquisite. It was clear where it came from and whether it had been blessed or not. Could it be that the mistress of this house was once his believer? At this time, in the dead silence, Xia Lian suddenly heard a series of giggles. It was the laughter of a child. It was very abrupt and spread in all directions. He didn't know where it came from. Xia Lian remained calm and collected, but in his heart, he was pondering, this voice is somewhat familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Just where is it? Suddenly, a childish voice rang out in his mind, new bride. New bride on the red sedan chair. Tearful eyes, crossing the hill, don't smile under the veil, Mount Yujun, on the sedan chair, he heard the voice of the child. When Xia Lian suddenly woke up from his stupor, the child's spirit's laughter also stopped. He suddenly turned around, disappearing without a trace. After the matter on Mount Yujun, he had also asked this child in the spirit communication array, but at that time, the others all told him that they hadn't found any child on the mountain. He was the only one who had heard this child's voice. But now, this child had already appeared in front of him for the second time. Was it a coincidence, or was it intentional? The child stopped laughing and said, "Mother." This mother was very close, but he didn't know where it came from. Xia Lian didn't say a word. He held his breath and listened carefully. After a long period of silence, the child's voice said again, "Mother. Hug me." This time, Xia Lian finally discovered that the voice was coming from his stomach. Xia Lian's hands had been holding the fake stomach all along. Only now did he realize with a start that the pillow in his hands had unexpectedly become heavy. He slapped down with his palm, and with a bang, something rolled out from his clothes. He could vaguely see that it seemed to be a deathly pale child. It spat out several things from its mouth, rolled into the darkness, and disappeared in a flash. Xia Lian rushed over to take a look. The things it spat out were several balls of cotton wool and a strand of black hair. Thinking about it, it seemed that his camouflage had taken effect. This little demon originally wanted to eat Xia Lian's child like how it ate the pregnant woman's child, but it ate the cotton substitute that Xia Lian had placed in front of his stomach. Immediately after, Xia Lian heard that thing cry out mournfully, "Mother." No matter how it opened its mouth, no matter how mournfully it cried out, Xia Lian remained calm and didn't even open his mouth. He concluded that this child was a fetus spirit, and this room was where it or its mother had once lived. Because it didn't have a definite form, if it died at what age, it would appear in the form of that age when it caused mischief. But most of the time, it was a ball of black smoke, or a blurry white shadow, indicating that it itself wasn't sure what it should look like. Moreover, the clothes in the cupboard obviously hadn't been worn by anyone, and there was a large amount of frightening blood stains on the bed. Xia Lian deduced that the mistress of this room should have had a miscarriage, and her unborn child had already taken shape, and had a bit of its own consciousness. After turning into a fetus spirit, it wanted to return to its mother's stomach, so it found the rich merchant's wife. It opened its mouth to call out "Mother" in the woman's dream, and the naughty woman was to open her mouth and agree. It should be noted that the bond between a mother and a child was not ordinary. Once she agreed, it was a permission to take whatever it wanted. When she opened her mouth again, it just happened to give the evil creature an opportunity to enter. The little demon crawled into her mouth, slipped into her stomach, and ate the fetus that was originally in her stomach, taking over a magpie's nest with poison. Although Xia Lian was a man, he wasn't sure if this child would also take the opportunity to crawl into his stomach if he opened his mouth. But just in case, it was better to keep his mouth shut. Thus, while keeping his mouth shut, he held the fragrant heart sword and searched everywhere for traces of the child. Xia Lian's intuition towards danger had always been very strong. This was tempered by countless battles. He didn't need to look carefully at the place he suspected it was, and he would stab it with his sword. 9 times out of 10, he would stab it correctly. Although in the illusion set up by the child spirit, Xia Lian's damage to it would be reduced by several times, but it had been stabbed by Xia Lian a few times, and it was probably not enough. After a while, Xia Lian suddenly felt a sharp pain under his feet. He had actually stepped on something extremely sharp, and he paused slightly. Seeing that he was hit, the child spirit seemed to let out a short evil laugh. Although this voice was young, it was not something that a child would make. Instead, it sounded like a malicious adult. The contrast was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. Who knew that Xia Lian's expression didn't change? He didn't stop and stabbed out with his sword again. Stabbed again. The child spirit cried out and suffered a great deal, and dodged far away. Only then did Xia Lian lower his head to look at the soles of his boots. It turned out he had stepped on a small needle that was erected upside down. It must have been deliberately placed there by the child spirit. It seemed that it really did hope for Xia Lian to cry out in pain. However, it miscalculated. Xia Lian was extremely capable of enduring pain. Let alone stepping on a needle, even if his leg was caught in a beast trap a few feet long, if necessary, he would still be able to endure it without making a sound. That needle was very small, but it was pierced extremely deep. Xia Lian originally wanted to pick it out first, but after the child spirit suffered a setback and jumped out, Xia Lian was afraid that it would take the opportunity to escape and harm others. Thus, he stepped on that needle and chased it out of the house. After a while, he no longer felt any pain, and his steps were as swift as if he was flying. After looking around the small building, he still couldn't find the child spirit. In his heart, Xia Lian was puzzled. Could it be that I scared it? Right at this moment, a window not too far away opened on its own. Xia Lian immediately rushed over. When he stepped forward to take a look, he was stunned. Outside the window, there were no streets, no mountain scenery, and no pedestrians. There was only a bottomless pool. On the opposite side of this pool, there was a house. Inside the house sat 2 children. They were Lang Ying and Gu Zi, and they were currently sitting around a table eating rice. However, what they were completely unaware of was that above them, there was a thick black fog circling around. It was currently giggling and giggling as it shouted in a crisp voice, "Mother! Mother!" Xia Lian's heart suddenly jumped. Placing both of his hands on the window frame, he subconsciously wanted to give a warning. However, he remembered that he couldn't open his mouth, so he forced himself to keep his voice down. Although this was only the child spirit's illusion, he didn't know if Lang Ying and Gu Zi had also been pulled in. If that was the case, then the injuries they suffered here would be added to their bodies in reality. He wanted to look around for a vase to throw over as a warning, but he couldn't find anything to throw. He couldn't throw tables or chairs, and there was a large lake between the two houses. Did he have to swim over? At this time, Gu Zi listlessly yawned. That black fog suddenly gathered, as if it was about to slip into his mouth. That layer of defense on a child's body was very weak. Even without permission, this thing might be able to invade. There was no time for Xia Lian to slowly think and slowly swim. Making a prompt decision, Xia Lian shouted, "Shut up! Run!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lang Ying and Gu Zi woke up. They were so scared that they shut their mouths and jumped up. That child spirit suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, a cloud of black fog exploded in front of Xia Lian. Although Xia Lian stopped after drinking, he could already feel a gust of cold air pouring into his mouth. The black fog entered his abdomen, and his internal organs felt like they were about to be frozen in an instant. He clenched his teeth and quickly tore apart a few protective talismans. He took out the herbs and talisman paper inside, chewed them, and swallowed them. After a while, his throat felt itchy, and this cloud of black fog was suddenly spat out by him. Xia Lian covered his mouth with his sleeve and coughed incessantly. He choked until tears came out, and he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. After he spat out that cloud of black fog, it still enveloped his upper body and entangled endlessly. Thus, Xia Lian pressed his hand on the window lattice and jumped into the lake outside the window. With a dong sound, Xia Lian plunged deep into the lake. He held his breath, crossed his legs, and crossed his arms. He entered a meditative posture, allowing his body to slowly sink into the ice-cold lake water. After his heartbeat calmed down, he raised his head and looked up. He could faintly see that black fog hovering above him, locking down the entire surface of the water. As long as he came out of the water, he would definitely take a deep breath. And as long as he took a deep breath, he would definitely suck that child spirit into his stomach. If a man were to suddenly have a big belly, it wouldn't look good at all. However, jumping into the water was only to find some free time to think. After a while, Xia Lian thought of a way to deal with it. He thought to himself, so what if I swallow it? I'll just have to swallow her heart too. When he was a street performer, he had also learned the art of swallowing swords. Although swallowing it would probably harm his body, it didn't matter. In any case, it was enough as long as he could capture this child spirit. After making up his mind, he let go of his hand and swam to the side. However, he heard the dull sound of water from above. Suddenly, his eyes were occupied by a large expanse of blazing and dazzling red. Jet-black strands of hair filled his entire line of sight. The water splashes and bubbles became denser, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Xia Lian blinked his eyes, and with all his might, he pushed aside the countless strands of hair and the crystal-like bubbles. Then, he felt a pair of strong hands. One hand wrapped around his waist, and the other hand pinched his lower jaw. Chapter 95. All of a sudden, Xia Lian's eyes widened. In his life, he had never been treated like this by anyone. Firstly, no one dared to. Secondly, no one could. However, this person was like a ghost and appeared too quickly. He didn't have time to defend himself before he fell into such a situation. For a moment, he was flustered. He wanted to push the other person away. However, he choked on a few mouthfuls of saliva. Gulp, gulp. Crystal bead-like bubbles emerged from his mouth. This was a big taboo underwater. Thus, the other person hugged his waist even tighter. The two of them were even closer. Xia Lian's randomly pushing hand was firmly pressed against his chest. He couldn't move. His lips were also firmly sealed. The kiss was even deeper. A gentle and cold stream of air slowly flowed over. While Xia Lian was at a loss and resigned to his fate, he saw the man's face clearly. It was Hua Cheng. The moment he discovered it was Hua Cheng, he ceased to struggle, and his mind was filled with a multitude of disordered and disorderly thoughts. For example, so it was Hua Cheng. No wonder it was so cold. Ghosts didn't need to breathe, yet they could still transfer qi to him. But couldn't ghosts sink into the water? At this moment, Hua Cheng suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he met the black eye that was so close to him, Xia Lian stiffened again. Xia Lian stiffened again. He struggled all of a sudden, fluttering about like a clumsy and unfortunate duck that was drowning. However, this bit of struggle was easily resolved by Hua Cheng. He held Xia Lian's waist and quickly floated upwards. Not long after, the two of them suddenly broke out of the water. The bottom of the water was cold, and the air was also cold. However, at this moment, Xia Lian's entire body was boiling hot. As soon as he surfaced, he wanted to turn his head away. However, the black smoke that was glaring at him like a tiger still shrouded the surface of the water. As soon as someone came out, it immediately locked onto him. Xia Lian had just turned his head when Hua Cheng grabbed the back of his head and pulled it back. Their lips hadn't even separated for a moment before they were tightly pressed together again. Xia Lian's lips were kissed until they were both painful and numb. He almost lost consciousness. If it was someone else, he would have already stabbed them with his sword. However, this person was Hua Cheng. He didn't know what to do and was forced to the point where tears were about to flow out. At this moment, looking past Hua Cheng's face, he saw thousands of silver butterflies breaking out of the water beside the two of them. With a sharp whistling sound, the rain of butterflies shot out from the surface of the water like densely packed steel bullets. The butterfly wings reflected a cold, blade-like light. In an instant, the child's spirit shrieked again and again. The black smoke dispersed as it fled in all directions. However, the butterfly formation covered the sky and covered the earth, locking it in the center. It couldn't break through no matter how it tried. Hua Cheng, on the other hand, didn't even raise his eyes. He hugged Xia Lian and dove back into the water. After a while, their lips finally parted. As soon as they separated, Xia Lian spat out another string of bubbles, while Hua Cheng threw out a die with one hand. The die was actually able to spin very quickly in the water, creating a violent current before finally coming to a stop. A moment later, the two of them resurfaced. This time, the shore was not far away. Hua Cheng swam over with Xia Lian. He didn't know where this shore came from, but there were lights and voices, and it seemed to be very far away. On the surface of the water behind him, the butterfly formation soared into the sky with the black smoke, flying towards the faint light. Only the child's spirit's mournful cry was left behind, "Mother." The two of them landed on the shore and sat down heavily on the ground. Facing each other like this, Xia Lian finally saw Hua Cheng's appearance. In reality, the two of them hadn't seen each other for only a few days, but Xia Lian felt as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Every time they met, Hua Cheng looked different. This time, he seemed to be a year or two older than the last time they met. His face was originally handsome, but it was even more dazzling when he came out of the water. His hair was extremely black, and his skin was extremely white. On the right side of his face, a strand of hair was tied into a small braid, and a red line was carefully braided. This was the first time Xia Lian discovered that there was a small beauty point on his forehead. It made his face look even more exquisite and beautiful. And the murderous aura coming from the one eye covered by the black mask diluted this exquisiteness, causing his good looks to reach an almost perfect balance. Hua Cheng frowned, as if he was enduring it. He lightly gasped a few times, and when he opened his mouth, his voice was clearly lower than before. He said, "Your Highness." From the tip of his hair to his body, Xia Lian's entire body was dripping with water. His lips were red and swollen, and his eyes were empty. After a long while, he finally stuttered, I. After saying "I" countless times, he suddenly burst out with a baffling sentence, "I'm a little hungry." Hearing this, Hua Cheng was startled. Xia Lian still hadn't recovered from his shock, so he muddle-headedly said, "No. I'm a little sleepy." He turned over, his back facing Hua Cheng. Landing on his hands and knees, he slowly fumbled around, as if he was looking for something. Behind him, Hua Cheng asked, "What are you looking for?" Xia Lian subconsciously didn't dare to look at him. Incoherently, he said, "I'm looking for something. I'm looking for my bamboo hat. Where's my bamboo hat?" If it was someone else who saw this scene, they would definitely scream out, "It's over, I've become stupid." In reality, Xia Lian had never experienced this kind of thing before. For a moment, he was too stimulated and lost control. Xia Lian used his hands and knees to walk a few steps with his back facing Hua Cheng. He muttered, I can't find it. I have to go. I have to go home to eat. I have to collect my junk." Hua Cheng said, "I'm sorry." Sensing Hua Cheng's voice coming from behind him, Xia Lian suddenly jumped up and shouted, "I have to go." His shout sounded as if he was shouting for help. Hua Cheng said, "You can't." Xia Lian hurriedly wanted to run, but before he could run a few steps, his feet slanted and he fell back to the ground. When he turned around to look, he saw that the ground was covered in blood. The needle that had been stuck in the sole of his foot had already completely pierced in. Hua Cheng grabbed onto his ankle. His tone changed as he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Xia Lian hurriedly pulled his foot back and said, it's nothing. I don't feel any pain. It's okay." Hua Cheng was slightly angry as he said, "How can you not feel pain?" As he said this, his hand moved, actually wanting to remove Xia Lian's boot. This scared Xia Lian so much that he kept crawling forward. As he crawled, he shouted, "No, no, no, no." As he crawled forward, Hua Cheng pulled him back, not letting him crawl. The mess here finally alerted the other people on the shore. With a burst of gongs and drums, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, a large group of unknown people surrounded them and shouted, "How dare you? Who are you? Don't you know what this place is? Are you tired of living or do you want to die again? My God, isn't this the master of the city?" The group of ghosts immediately shouted in unison, "Greetings, master of the city." Xia Lian screamed in his heart, wishing he could cover his face with his hands. This was actually the ghost city. Among the group of ghosts, there were quite a few that he had hurriedly glanced at last. Xia Lian even saw a familiar pig head. The two of them were dripping wet and surrounded by countless ghosts. Hua Cheng was still grabbing onto one of his ankles, refusing to let go. This extremely impactful scene finally made him slightly more clear-headed. Unexpectedly, when the group of ghosts clearly saw that one of them was Hua Cheng, they became even more excited and shouted, "Master of the city! Do you want to rape me? Do you need help? We will help you hold him down." Hua Cheng said, "Scram!" The group of ghosts hurriedly scram. But even if they were watching from afar and didn't dare to look closer, Xia Lian still wanted to pass out and be done with it. Because Hua Cheng had already stood up, bent down and lightly picked him up, then walked calmly towards the shore. Xia Lian was still wearing women's clothing, so he could only say that it was fortunate that the pillow was no longer in his stomach. Otherwise, this scene would have been even more terrifying. However, this horror finally made him completely sober. He struggled a few times in the crook of Hua Cheng's arm, but couldn't break free. He coughed lightly and said, "San Lang, I'm sorry. I was a little out of control just now, I've made a fool of myself." What happened just now was too much of a blow to him. Let's just say that it was a blow, since it was his first time. However, it wasn't just because it was his first time. In the past few hundred years, it wasn't that there weren't gorgeous naked female ghosts who seduced him, but Xia Lian had never been so embarrassing. Why did it turn out like this? He could only think that it must be because the imperial advisor only taught him how to guard against women, but not against men. He had no experience, so he was caught unprepared. Thinking back on his series of reactions just now, Xia Lian blushed slightly and felt that he was a little too extreme. He thought that San Lang had good intentions, but he was scared to this extent. To the person who helped him, it really wasn't very polite. But he heard Hua Qing say, "It's nothing, I was acting recklessly. I offended Big Brother, San Lang should apologize." Seeing that he didn't take it to heart, Xia Lian secretly let out a sigh of relief and said, "At that time, the situation was urgent, you were just helping. It wasn't a big deal." "Oh right." He still remembered what he was originally doing, and said, "San Lang, why did you suddenly appear again? What about Tong Ling?" Hua Cheng's tone was unquestionable, "Treat the injury first." As they spoke, the two had already arrived in front of a luxurious building. Xia Lian looked up and saw the words, "Blissful Workshop" written on the building. He was very surprised. Could the burnt Blissful Workshop have been repaired so quickly? Furthermore, it looked exactly the same as before. But he had a guilty conscience, so he was too embarrassed to ask. Hua Cheng carried him inside and onto the black jade couch. Xia Lian sat on the couch, while he half knelt on the couch, holding up Xia Lian's injured foot, and examined the blood-stained little hole underneath. This position made Xia Lian very uneasy, and he said, "You can't." He also wanted to get down, but Hua Cheng pushed him back down. His hands were steady and fast as he took off his boots and socks. Chapter 96. Xia Lian said. Before he finished speaking, he only felt Hua Cheng exert a slight force as sharp pains suddenly climbed up, and he couldn't help but shrink back. Although Hua Cheng's movements were already extremely restrained, and this little bit of pain was nothing to him, but for some reason, in front of Hua Cheng, he seemed to be unable to hide the pain. Perhaps it was because Hua Cheng had told him first, it made him want to deliberately hold it in. Instead, he didn't succeed. Sensing Xia Lian's retreat, Hua Cheng immediately tightened his grip on his ankle. He said in a low voice, "I'm fine. I'll be fine soon. Don't be afraid." Xia Lian shook his head. On the other side, Hua Cheng's movements were even lighter, his hands were extremely fast. When he raised his hand again, he had already taken out a small needle. He said, "All right, it's fine now." Xia Lian focused his eyes. The tip of the needle flickered with a vicious light. Hua Cheng's 5 fingers slightly closed, then he crushed it into a wisp of black gas that dissipated into the air. Seeing this, Xia Lian temporarily put aside his uneasiness. He said with rapt attention, "What a heavy resentment. A normal fetus spirit wouldn't have such strong magical power." Hua Cheng stood up and said, "Yes. Therefore, it must not be a normal fetus spirit that passed away." At this moment a masked man bowed his head and came in holding a clay pot with both hands. He handed it to Hua Cheng. Xia Lian subconsciously observed if this person was wearing a curse on his wrist. This time, his sleeves were tightly bound. Hua Cheng took it and held the clay pot with one hand. He glanced at it and turned around to hand it to Xia Lian, who was sitting on the black jade chair. Before Xia Lian could get close, he heard a muffled cry of a child coming from inside. There seemed to be something crazily bumping into it, causing the clay pot to shake slightly. It was almost unable to stand, and he became even more vigilant. He took the clay pot and slightly lifted a corner of the seal of the clay pot. With just a glance inside, a chill instantly ran down his spine. Inside was a lump of something that looked like an embryo. Although its hands and feet had grown out, it was weak and powerless. That head was hidden in the darkness. The whole thing looked like a lump of deformed internal organs. This was its true body. Xia Lian immediately resealed the jar and said, "So that's how it is." He had once heard that some people would look for pregnant women who were not yet full term, cut out the child in the womb of the pregnant woman, and make it into a little ghost to cast some spells. The ghost would be used to harm people, protect themselves, or protect the house. From the looks of it, this fetus spirit was a product of that kind of sorcery, and its mother was very likely to have been a believer of Xia Lian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have placed Xia Lian's amulet in the clothes of her unborn child. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xia Lian said, "You were the one who caught this fetus spirit. San Lang, do you mind if I take it and investigate it? This is the second time it has appeared in front of me. I don't know if it's a coincidence or if it's related." Hua Qing said, "If you want to take it, just take it. Even if I don't appear, you can catch it by yourself." Xia Lian smiled and said, "Be that as it may, San Lang catching it is much easier than me catching it." He had said it casually, but he heard Hua Qing say, "Is that so? If I hadn't been there, how would you have caught it? Swallow it into your stomach, and then swallow the sword?" Xia Lian had actually guessed correctly. Hua Cheng's expression didn't show any displeasure, but Xia Lian inexplicably felt that he was a bit angry. His intuition told him that if he answered incorrectly, Hua Cheng would become even angrier. Xia Lian didn't know how to respond when he suddenly felt his stomach contract. He couldn't help but say, "I'm a bit hungry." Xia Lian only reacted after he said it. He was too embarrassed to look at Hua Cheng's expression and could only honestly explain, "This time, I'm really hungry." After a long while, Hua Cheng finally let out a pft and laughed. With this laugh, it was as if the haze in front of Xia Lian's eyes had dispersed, and he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Hua Cheng half smiled and half sighed. He nodded and said, "All right." Originally, Hua Cheng wanted him to stay at the Extreme Happiness Workshop to set up a banquet. However, when Xia Lian heard the word banquet, he knew that it would inevitably be extravagant. Thus, he took the initiative to suggest going out for a walk and finding something to eat. Hua Cheng agreed. The Extreme Happiness Workshop was very warm. Not long after the two people entered, their wet clothes dried up. However, Xia Lian's female clothing was exceptionally eye-catching, so he still borrowed a set of clothes from Hua Cheng and changed into a clean set of white clothes. Afterwards, the two of them walked out. Even after walking for a long distance, they could still hear the cries of the fetus. It kept calling out "Mother," showing how tenacious it was. However, the ghost city was originally filled with the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, so it wasn't strange at all that the sound of crying was drowned out. The main street of the ghost city was still bustling with activity. Both sides of the street were filled with stalls selling specialty snacks. Although the ghosts were still the same, their attitudes were vastly different from the last time Xia Lian came. Hua Cheng walked side by side with him. Those bosses who looked extremely fantastical all welcomed them with smiles on their faces. They scrambled to be the first to greet the two of them, practically bowing and nodding their heads. This made Xia Lian inexplicably think of a phrase, "The fox assumes the tiger's might." Aside from paying respect to Hua Cheng with their gazes, there were also several thousand pairs of eyes that cast even more scorching gazes at Xia Lian. It was as if they were scrutinizing and guessing what kind of person could walk side by side with the master of the ghost city. This made Xia Lian wonder if he had made the wrong decision. Despite being in the middle of the turbid flow of demons and ghosts and being the center of attention of tens of thousands of people, Hua Cheng was still used to it. He asked, "What do you want to eat?" Xia Lian finally saw a stall that wasn't selling anything strange. He wanted to settle this quickly, so he said, "I'll go with this one." However, Hua Cheng said, "This one won't do." Curious, Xia Lian asked, "Why not?" Hua Cheng didn't say anything and gestured for him to look inside the stall. Xia Lian looked. When the stall owner saw that they had stopped here, he excitedly rubbed his hands together, as if he was waiting for their arrival. He was so nervous that he used all his strength to fiercely wipe the tables and chairs. However, the thing he used to wipe the tables and chairs was his tongue. Although the pots and pans that had been licked by that wide and long tongue had sparkling and translucent water droplets hanging off them, reflecting a luster as if they were brand new, Xia Lian still decisively gave up on this store and hurriedly left. After walking a few steps, he saw a chicken soup shop that was decorated very cleanly and refreshingly. The sign in front of the door read, "Home Retirement Free-Range Chicken, Slow Fire Old Fine Soup. Freshly made and sold, guaranteed to be clean." He stopped and said, "Ah, there's chicken soup. How about drinking a bowl?" Hua Cheng then said, "This one won't do either." Xia Lian understood and said, "Is there a problem with the plate or the chicken?" Hua Cheng brought him into the shop and pulled open a curtain, indicating for Xia Lian to look inside. Xia Lian curiously stuck his head in to look and was immediately speechless. He saw a large pot placed behind the kitchen. A large fire was lit under the pot, and steam was rising from the top of the pot. Inside the pot, a man with a large red comb on his head was happily taking a bath in the boiling water. Beside the large pot, there were also many buckets filled with salt, pepper, herbs, and other seasonings. A customer in the front hall shouted, "Boss, be a little more salty. The taste is too bland." As the man took a bath, he grabbed a large handful of seasonings and rubbed them on his body. Then, he wiped his back with a towel, adding more seasonings. Finally, he let out a loud and clear cry, "Oh, oh, oh." Xia Lian put down the curtain and silently left. After walking a big round, the two finally found a shop that had a sign that said "Authentic Human World Delicacies." Although Xia Lian felt that this "authentic" was questionable, for example, as far as he knew, chefs in the human world would not use meat from large demonic beasts that were hard to hunt to make skewers. But relatively speaking, this shop was already the most normal one. The moment the two sat down, the group of ghosts that had been following them for a long time surrounded them and eagerly offered up additional dishes for the meal. The pig butcher carried a white human leg on his shoulder and slapped it loudly. He said in a rough voice, "City Lord. Do you want fresh thigh meat? It's just arrived." The group of ghosts scolded, "Go go go. Do you think City Lord's friends will eat that thing? Do you think it's a green ghost? You might still be able to eat it if we cut off your thigh. The smell of blood is so strong, don't disgust people." The pig actually raised a hoof and said, "If City Lord and City Lord's friends think highly of it, this leg is nothing. Just cut it off. I'm telling you, this daddy's thigh meat is definitely chewy." Xia Lian couldn't help but lower his head to eat his porridge. Hua Cheng ignored them. The group of ghosts, filled with hot blood, all walked in front of Xia Lian and said, "This is a local specialty snack, brain juice. We've carefully selected the best demon brains, all of them cultivated for more than 50 years. You smell this mellow fragrance. This duck blood is very good, squeak. Look squeak, I just cut it from my own body squeak. Have a taste squeak. Our family's fruits are authentic fresh fruits from graves. We don't pick fruits that don't grow on the bodies of dead people. We're honest with young and old." Pile after pile, Xia Lian had a feast for his eyes. He kept thanking them. It wasn't good to brush off this kind of surging enthusiasm, but some of the specialty snacks were really hard to look at. In the midst of his fluster, he saw Hua Cheng supporting his chin with one hand and looking at him with a smile. Xia Lian looked left and right, then lightly coughed and said in a low voice, "San Lang." Only then did Hua Cheng say, "Brother, don't pay attention to them. They're just going crazy when people come." Some ghosts immediately said, "Master Cheng, you can't say that. We're not going crazy when people come. If Master Cheng is our grandfather, then what is Master Cheng's older brother? He's our uncle. That's right, if uncle comes, of course he'll go crazy." Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, what kind of nonsense is this? What a mess. Hua Cheng also shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Shut up." The group of ghosts hurriedly said, "Yes. Master Cheng, you're right. Shut up. It's not uncle." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a few female ghosts who had been giggling finally couldn't help but blurt out, "Hey. You, aren't you the Taoist brother who told Lan Yi that he couldn't get it up?" Xia Lian almost spat out the mouthful of porridge on the spot. The group of ghosts seemed to have discovered an earth-shattering secret. They exploded, "Oh my God. It's true. It's him, it's him, it's him." Lan Yi told everyone about it. Many of the more astute ghosts went to cover the mouths of the noisy ghosts. However, Hua Cheng must have heard them. Xia Lian looked up and saw Hua Cheng raising an eyebrow. He was looking at him with an indecipherable gaze, as if he was thinking about the meaning of the word impotent. That was originally an excuse that Xia Lian had made up when he was harassed by the female ghosts. At that time, he was also surrounded and laughed at by the group of ghosts, but he was able to face it calmly. Now that it was in front of Hua Cheng, he couldn't take it anymore. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to choke on the porridge and faint. He said, Hua Cheng seemed to be waiting patiently for him to continue speaking. But what could he say about this? Was he supposed to seriously explain that he wasn't impotent? Xia Lian could only say, "I'm full." He was indeed full. After saying that, he got up and hurried out of the stall. The group of ghosts behind him were holding a pile of specially prepared snacks. They kept howling, "Yes, sir. Do you still want to eat?" Hua Cheng also chased after them. He took a moment to turn around and said, "Scram." The group of ghosts hurriedly scram again. Xia Lian randomly walked in front of them for a while. Seeing that there were no more ghosts following him, he slowed down and waited for Hua Cheng. After a while, Hua Cheng walked up with his hands behind his back. With a deadpan expression, he said, "I didn't know Big Brother had such a hidden illness." Xia Lian immediately said, "I didn't." Then, he helplessly said, "San Lang." Hua Cheng nodded and said, "Okay. San Lang understands. I won't say it again." He pretended to be very obedient, but it was very obvious that he was faking it. Xia Lian said, "You really don't have any sincerity." Hua Cheng smiled and said, "I swear, no matter what, you won't be able to find someone more sincere than me." Hearing this familiar reply, Xia Lian also smiled. Chapter 97. This question. He actually had a vague answer in his heart. However, Hua Cheng's reaction was very different from what he had expected. After a moment of silence, Hua Cheng suddenly said, "I'm sorry." Xia Lian was puzzled. What? He had originally thought that if the Thousand Lantern Temple wasn't a mistake, then it was most likely related to it. Only Hua Cheng was the only one. But regardless of whether his guess was right or wrong, Hua Cheng had no reason to apologize. Hua Cheng didn't answer, he only gestured for him to walk forward with him, and Xia Lian followed him. The two of them walked for a while. Turning a corner. Suddenly, their line of sight suddenly opened up. A temple flowing with spiritual light quietly appeared in front of Xia Lian's eyes. In an instant, his breathing froze. In all directions, there was the scenery of the ghost domain crisscrossed by jet black and crimson. And in this encirclement, that temple was magnificent and magnificent, with thousands of lamps shining brightly. Like a fairyland. Such a temple based on light and glory was located in a ghost city where dragons and snakes mixed together and demons danced chaotically. So out of place. Yet, it was so shocking. The moment it entered one's eyes, it would leave an indelible deep impression in one's mind. After a long while, Xia Lian finally said, "This is." The two of them stood in front of this temple, both looking up. Hua Cheng also raised his head slightly and said, "A few days ago, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. I thought that brother would probably have to participate in their annual boring game in the Heavenly Court, so I made this place to find some fun and relieve your boredom when you attend the banquet." His way of relieving boredom was truly shocking. In order to find some fun for Xia Lian, he made a temple and even lit up 3,000 eternal lamps for praying for blessings. Hua Cheng lowered his head slightly, straightened his cuffs, and said, "I originally didn't want to tell you, because I was the one who arranged it on my own. I built Big Brother's monastery in this mess of a place. I hope Big Brother doesn't take offense." Xia Lian immediately shook his head. Hua Cheng actually felt that he had caused trouble for him, so he didn't want him to know. He simply didn't know what to say. At this point, saying "thank you" would be too powerless. Therefore, Xia Lian calmed his mind, took a deep breath, and concentrated on admiring this Thousand Lanterns monastery. After a moment, he tilted his head and said, "This monastery is marvelous and magnificent, the workmanship surpassing that of God. It can't be completed in a few days. Did San Lang just build it recently?" Hua Qing laughed, "Of course not. Big brother, you're right. This place was built a long time ago, but because it couldn't be put to use, it's always been hidden. I've never let anyone in. But I have to thank Big Brother for finally finding a use for it. Now it can see the light of day." Hearing this, Xie Lian actually heaved a sigh of relief. Since it was built a long time ago, but it had never been put to use, it must have been used for something else in the beginning. Now, it was conveniently used. Otherwise, if Hua City had specially built a temple for him, he would be even more uneasy. Of course, with Hua City's temperament, it was also very possible that it was built purely for fun. Although Xie Lian was extremely curious as to why Hua City had originally built this building that was worlds apart from the Ghost City, he still restrained his urge to ask. Asking too much wasn't a good habit. Who knew when he would ask something he shouldn't? Hua Qing said, "Let's go in and take a look." Xie Lian cheerfully said, "Of course." Shoulder to shoulder, the two slowly walked into the palace, strolling on the jade-paved ground. Looking around, they found that the inside of the monastery was spacious and bright. However, there were no statues of deities, nor were there any praying mats for believers to kneel on. Hua Qing said, "It was built in a hurry. There are many careless and inconsiderate areas. Big brother, please forgive me." Xie Lian smiled, "Not at all. I think it's very good, very good. It's good that there aren't any statues or praying mats. It would be best if there were never any. However, why isn't there even a signboard?" This question wasn't one of reproach. It was just that there were a few places inside the monastery that had the words Thousand Lanterns Monastery meticulously carved on the ground. However, the signboard that supported the entrance wasn't hung. Naturally, it wasn't because it was built in a hurry, so he asked out of curiosity. Hua Qing smiled and said, "There's no other way. I don't have anyone here who knows how to write. Just look at that group of people just now. It's already pretty good if they can read. Big brother, do you have any calligraphers you like? I'll go find someone to write this signboard for you. Or, I think the best way is for Big brother to write one yourself and hang it in this Thousand Lanterns Monastery. That would be wonderful." As he spoke, he pointed at the altar in the main hall. That jade table was extremely long and wide. On it, there were some offerings and an incense tripod arranged in an orderly manner. There were also brushes, ink, paper, and ink stones. The two walked forward. Xie Lian said, "Then how about I ask San Lang to help me write it?" Hearing this, Hua Cheng's eyes slightly widened. It seemed he hadn't expected Xie Lian to say this. He said, "Me?" Xie Lian said, "Yes." Hua Qing pointed at himself and said, "You really want me to write it?" Xie Lian sensed something and asked, "San Lang, do you have any difficulties?" Hua Qing raised an eyebrow and said, "I don't have any difficulties, it's just..." Seeing that Xie Lian had been waiting for him to answer, he put his hands behind his back and seemed a little helpless as he said, "All right. It's just that my writing isn't good." This was really strange. Xie Lian really couldn't imagine what Hua Qing couldn't do well. He smiled and said, "Oh? Is that so? Write one for me to see." Hua Qing asked again, "You really want me to write it?" Xie Lian took out a few pieces of white paper and neatly spread them out on the jade table. He carefully smoothed them with his own hands and picked out a purple writing brush that fit his eyes. He handed it to Hua Qing and said, "Come." Seeing that he had prepared everything, Hua Qing said, "All right. But, you're not allowed to laugh." Xie Lian nodded. "That's only natural." And so, Hua Qing took the brush and began to write with a serious expression. Xie Lian watched from the side. The more he watched, the more his expression changed. He really wanted to hold back, but he couldn't. As Hua Qing scribbled on the paper, his tone carried a little warning and a little joking as he said, "Big brother. Xia Lian immediately turned serious and said, "It's my fault." He didn't want to either, but what could he do? Hua Cheng's calligraphy was really too funny. Even the craziest cursive that Xia Lian had ever seen wasn't half as wild as this one. In this wildness, there was an evil aura that assaulted one's face. Perhaps it would blow so hard that the eyes of the calligraphers would roll back and they would faint. Xia Lian spent a long time trying to decipher the words vast ocean, water, Mount Wu, and cloud. He guessed that Hua Cheng must have written, "Those who have seen the vast ocean cannot be water, those who have not seen Mount Wu are not clouds." Thinking of Hua Cheng, as the overlord of the world of spirits and souls, who was so fearful of gods and ghosts, finally revealed this kind of expression on a certain matter, and it was something like calligraphy. Xiang Xiaolong held back his laughter until his stomach twitched. He picked up Hua Cheng's work with both hands and pretended to be calm. He said, "It's very unique and self-contained. It has wind." Hua Cheng put down his brush and his posture was quite proper. He squinted his eyes and laughed, "Are you crazy?" Xia Lian pretended not to hear him and commented seriously, "Actually, it's not difficult to write well. What's difficult is to write your own wind. If it's just good-looking, but it's so good-looking that it's all the same, then it's still inferior. San Lang's path is very good, he has the style of a great master, his spirit swallows the mountains and rivers." There were 8 more words at the end. The mountains and rivers are shattered, the soldiers are in chaos and the horses are in turmoil. There was no other way. Coming up with words to praise someone was also very tiring. As Hua Cheng listened, his eyebrows rose even higher. He doubtfully asked, "Really?" Xia Lian said, "When have I ever lied to San Lang?" Hua Cheng leisurely added a few new strands of incense to the small golden tripod beside him. Amidst the faint fragrance of the smoke, he pretended to be careless as he said, "I really want to write well. It's just that I don't have anyone to teach me, so I don't know what the knack is." He had asked the right person this time. Xia Lian muttered to himself, "There's actually no knack, it's just that." After thinking about it, he still felt that just talking wasn't enough. He moved closer and picked up his brush. He wrote 2 lines next to the poem Hua Cheng had written on the paper in one go. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he smiled and sighed, "I'm ashamed. I haven't had the opportunity to write for many years, so I'm not as good as I was in the past." Hua Cheng stared at the 4 lines of words that were as different as heaven and earth. They had completely different styles, especially the last 2 lines that Xia Lian had added. Taking a glance at a cluster of flowers, "I am too lazy to look back. Half destined to cultivate the Tao, half destined to be a monarch." He linked the lines together and read them a few times, his gaze lingering on them. After a while, he raised his head and asked, "Seeking advice?" Xia Lian replied, "I don't dare to give advice." Thus, he began to teach Hua Cheng the essentials of learning calligraphy. Without holding anything back, he taught him everything he knew about calligraphy when he was young. Xia Lian spoke seriously, and Hua Cheng listened attentively. In the main hall, Xia Lian spoke slowly and softly. The scene and voice were both very soft. After a while, Xia Lian said, "Why don't you try again?" Hua Cheng made an "oh" sound and took the brush. Then, he seemed to seriously write a few words. Xia Lian stood beside him and watched. He crossed his arms, tilted his head, and said, "It's a bit interesting." However, he still felt that there was something wrong with Hua Cheng's brush. After frowning and observing for a moment, he suddenly realized what was wrong. Hua Cheng didn't hold the brush correctly. Even the way he held the brush was messy. Of course it was wrong. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stood a bit closer, and without thinking, he reached out his hand to correct Hua Cheng. He said, "The way you hold the brush is wrong. You have to do it like this." Only when he reached out his hand did he suddenly feel that something might be wrong. The 2 of them weren't a master and a young disciple. Teaching Hua Cheng hand in hand like this was unavoidably too intimate. However, since he had already made his move, there was absolutely no reason for him to rashly take it back. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, he still didn't take it back. He thought about it again. Last time at the ghost gambling house, didn't Hua Cheng also teach him how to shake the dice step by step like this? Although Xia Lian felt that he didn't learn anything at that time, and even vaguely felt like he had been deceived afterward, this time, he sincerely wanted to teach Hua Cheng a few things. Thus, Xia Lian's warm palm felt at ease and pressed against the back of Hua Cheng's ice-cold hand. Gently holding it, he guided the movements of Hua Cheng's brush as he softly said, like this. Sensing that Hua Cheng's hand was holding the brush in a frenzy, Xia Lian slightly exerted some force to correct it. Not long after, he felt that his hand's movements were even more frenzied and out of control, so he could only hold the brush even tighter. The two people's combined efforts to write were crooked and unsightly. The more Xia Lian wrote, the more he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but say, this. Hua Cheng seemed to have succeeded in his mischief and let out a low laugh. Xia Lian helplessly said, San Lang, don't be like this. Learn well and write well. Hua Cheng said, oh. One look and it was obvious that he was pretending to be serious. Xia Lian shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although Hua Cheng's hand was cold, when he held it in his hand, it inexplicably felt like he was holding a soldering iron. He didn't dare to use any more force. At this moment, the corner of Xia Lian's eyes suddenly swept to the edge of the altar and froze. Chapter 98. Xia Lian was slightly stunned. The distant memory seemed to be a dusty picture slightly brushing away the dust, but it was still unclear. He let go of his hand and picked up the flower, concentrating without saying a word. Hua Cheng also put down his brush and slowly ground the ink. What's wrong? Xia Lian smiled. Nothing. It's just that this kind of flower has a refreshing fragrance. I've always liked it. Offering flowers in temples wasn't uncommon. However, they would usually offer big bouquets of red and purple flowers, or artificial flowers that would never wither. He paused. Xia Lian said, could it be that blood rain searching for flowers is it this kind of flower? Hua Cheng smiled. Brother, you really have a godlike foresight. Amidst their laughter, the two of them finally completed a piece of calligraphy. It was still the same 4 lines of poetry. Hua Cheng picked it up and admired it for a moment. He seemed very satisfied. Not bad. Frame it. Hearing him say, not bad, Xia Lian choked. Hearing him say, frame it, Xia Lian choked again. You're not thinking of hanging it on the wall, are you? If his deceased teachers saw a piece of calligraphy with Xia Lian's participation like this, they would probably be so angry that they would come back to life. However, Hua Cheng smiled and said, no. No, I'll keep it for myself. I won't let anyone see it. At this moment, the two of them suddenly heard a faint cry from outside. Fire! Fire! Extreme Happiness Square is on fire. It was extremely quiet inside the Thousand Lanterns Monastery. However, the two of them had extraordinary senses. They quickly looked at each other when they heard the sound. Xia Lian blurted out, Extreme Happiness Square again. Once the words left his mouth, he felt that the word again was a bit funny. Hua Cheng calmly put away the calligraphy and said, don't worry. Brother, sit here. I'll be back soon. How could Xia Lian sit here peacefully? He said, I'll go with you. He hurriedly followed. He was puzzled. Why did the Extreme Happiness Square catch on fire every time he came? The title of God of Plagues was confirmed again. Although this time it had nothing to do with him, he was almost used to feeling guilty. The two of them rushed back to the blissful workshop. The entire street was covered in thick smoke, and the little ghosts and monsters were noisily running back and forth with buckets of water to extinguish the fire. When they saw Hua Cheng and Xia Lian, they all said, City Lord. You don't have to worry. The fire isn't big. It's already out. Hua Cheng didn't say anything, but Xia Lian heaved a sigh of relief. He warmly said, "That's great. Thank you for your hard work." The little ghosts didn't expect to be thanked, not to mention that it was from the city lord's friend. They were overjoyed and said, "It's not hard at all. It's no big deal." Of course. Only then did Xia Lian realize that it was slightly inappropriate for him to say that it was hard, because he wasn't the owner of this place. However, since Hua Qing didn't say anything about it, there shouldn't be any harm for him to say it. Feeling ashamed of himself, he didn't care about it anymore. The two of them entered the blissful workshop to take a look at the place where the fire started. As expected, it was only a small area, and it was an inconspicuous little house in a corner. No wonder the fire was put out so quickly. However, after confirming this, Xia Lian became vigilant. He said to Hua Cheng, the arsonist wasn't ignorant and bold enough to play a prank, nor did he really want to burn anything. It's more like he wanted to divert everyone's attention and attract everyone's attention. However, at this critical juncture, what was he trying to divert attention from? Suddenly, Xia Lian reacted. That's the fetus spirit. Previously, when they left the blissful workshop, the fetus spirit was still crying for a long time. Its cries were ear-piercing, and it even called for its mother from time to time. But now, the sound had disappeared. They went to a side hall outside the blissful palace to investigate. When the two of them came out, Hua Qing casually placed the earthen jar containing the fetus spirit on a table. The earthen jar was still there, but when Xia Lian went up to pick it up, he felt that the weight wasn't right. It was too light. When he opened it again, there was indeed nothing inside. It was sealed, so it was impossible for the thing trapped inside the jar to open it by itself. Xia Lian immediately said, the fetus spirit was released by someone. However, Hua Qing didn't panic in the slightest. He said, it was stolen by someone. That thing passed through the butterfly array once, so its vitality is greatly injured. It can't run far on its own. Xia Lian said, then it's easy to handle. San Lang, do you have any guards in the blissful workshop monitoring the people going in and out? Let's see if we can find any suspicious people. However, Hua Qing said, we don't. Xia Lian blinked his eyes. You don't? Hua Qing said, yeah. We never did. No wonder he didn't see a single guard when he tried to do something sneaky in the blissful workshop. Xia Lian even wondered if it was because the ambush was too deep that he didn't discover it. He didn't expect that there really wasn't anyone. Slightly stunned, he asked, are you that confident in the blissful workshop? Hua Qing said, Gidge, have you noticed the door in the blissful workshop? After thinking for a bit, Xia Lian said, I haven't. Could it be that there's something special about it? Hua Qing said, that's right. He pointed at the door of the side hall and said, if the owner of this place didn't take away the person who was originally inside without permission, or something that doesn't belong to them, even if it's just one item, then they wouldn't be able to open the door and would be trapped in that room. Xia Lian recalled the last time he came to the blissful workshop. At that time, he seemed to have been using his die to open the way. When he finally left, it was the Wind Master who raised a gale and lifted the roof. Only then was he able to avoid leaving through the door. These were all relatively violent scenes. The more Xia Lian thought about it, the more he felt he shouldn't think about it. Pausing, he then asked, then if San Lang stole a transcendent artifact from me and brought it to the blissful workshop, as the original owner of the transcendent artifact, wouldn't I be able to take it away? Hua Qing raised his eyebrows and said, of course I wouldn't be able to take it away. Once it's in my hands, it's mine. However, Gidge, don't wrongly accuse me. I won't steal your transcendent artifact. Xia Lian coughed lightly and said, that's only natural. Of course I know that. That's why I said it was a hypothetical situation. Furthermore, I don't have any transcendent artifact for others to steal. Hua Qing stopped joking and laughed before continuing, therefore, it's impossible to steal something from me without being discovered. Of course, I wouldn't need any guards. Xia Lian's first reaction was that the person who stole the embryo spirit hadn't left through the door, but had used some other method. However, when he looked around, the roof of this side palace hall was fine. The ground was fine, and the walls were also fine. There wasn't a single trace of any damage. Xia Lian couldn't help but form an even stranger conjecture. Could it be that the person who stole the embryo spirit hadn't left and was still in this side palace hall? Although there wasn't any place to hide in this side palace hall, there were many ways to hide oneself. Perhaps that person was currently nearby, quietly observing their every move. Xia Lian focused his gaze on his surroundings, paying attention to whether or not there was any abnormal distortion in the air. However, regardless of whether it was his eyes or his intuition, both were telling him that there wasn't a third person or ghost in this place. Perhaps his train of thought was wrong and he needed to think in a different direction. At this time, Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Gidge, you don't need to worry. I naturally have a way to find the person who stole the embryo spirit." He actually had a card up his sleeve. Xia Lian turned towards him and pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly became enlightened. The two of them waited quietly. After a while, the noise gradually drew closer. A large group of demons and ghosts rushed over and gathered outside the side palace hall. They all said, "City Lord, what instructions do you have for us?" There were at least 1,000 of them. If it weren't for the fact that the Extreme Happiness Square's house and courtyard were large enough, they probably wouldn't have been able to fit them all. The person who brought them here was the masked man. He said to Hua Cheng, "City Lord, everyone who appeared on this street today should be here. The ghost city has also been locked, so no one can leave." It was still the voice of the young man from last time. Xia Lian couldn't help but glance at him again. The group of ghosts said, "City Lord, have you caught the person who set the fire? I heard they even stole something. If it's not because they're tired of living, then they want to die again." How daring, ah! Not only did they set the fire, but they also stole. They dared to touch the Tai Sui's head. How could the city lord let them off? Although the group of ghosts wasn't talking about him, Xia Lian was someone who burned down the Extreme Happiness Square's house, stole someone, and was let off by Hua Cheng. He felt like he had been hit by countless arrows. He coughed lightly, feeling even more apologetic. He stole a glance at Hua Cheng and coincidentally met Hua Cheng's gaze. Hua Cheng also glanced at him, then quickly averted his gaze. Following that, Hua Cheng calmly said, "The person who stole the fetus spirit, step forward. Don't waste my time." The group of ghosts was shocked. They all said, "Among us. I thought it was an outsider, who is it? Hurry up and step forward." After a while, the uproar gradually subsided, but no one stepped forward. Hua Cheng said, "Very good, you're really brave. Men on the left, women on the right. Separate into two groups." Although the group of ghosts was puzzled, they didn't dare to disobey Hua Cheng's words. They immediately did as he said and split into two groups. The male ghosts crowded on the left, speaking in a gruff voice. The female ghosts were all on the right, almost all of them graceful and charming. Hua Cheng and Xia Lian glanced at each other before walking straight to the right. He walked through the group of female ghosts, glancing at flowers from horseback. He practically swept his eyes over 10 of them. After a few steps, when he passed by a female ghost, his footsteps slightly paused. This female ghost was wearing a long dress, and her face was smeared with a thick layer of white powder. It was frighteningly white, making it almost impossible to see her original appearance. However, this overly gorgeous and exaggerated makeup made her look slightly familiar. Xia Lian said, "Miss Lani." This female ghost was stunned, as if she was the one who had seen a ghost. Sure enough, it was the female ghost Lan Yi who had pestered Xia Lian on the streets of the ghost city, quarreled with the pig butcher, and even ridiculed him for his impotence. After her astonishment, she put her hands on her hips, raised her head, and said, "What? You're the one who said you can't get it up. It's not like I've wronged you. Don't tell me that I want Master Cheng to teach me a lesson before I take my revenge." Although the female ghosts and demonesses around her were a bit nervous, when they heard her say this, they still giggled. Hua Qing also walked over. Although she couldn't see his expression, that female ghost Lan Yi was still a bit afraid of him. She didn't dare to be too rash with her posture. Xiao Lian warmly said, "That kind of joke, it's fine if you say it however you want. However, that fetus spirit has harmed countless people and is extremely bloodthirsty. We can't let it go, so please return it first." Even though Lan Yi was smeared with an extremely thick layer of powder, it could still be seen that her face had become even paler. She retreated again and again. However, she was currently in the middle of a group of female ghosts. After retreating a few steps, she would be grabbed by the female ghosts around her, putting an end to any possibility of escape. She could only shout, "I don't know what you're talking about." "What fetus spirit?" Xia Lian said, "Please return it." Lan Chang said, "Return what?" "I didn't. You said that I stole something from the master of the city's house, but everyone knows that you can't take things from the master of the city's house. Even if you take something, you won't be able to leave." The group of ghosts all agreed that that's right, they all knew that. The pig butcher also shouted. Lan Yi then said, "The fire at the Extreme Happiness Workshop happened not too long ago. I've been on this street the entire time, so if I stole something, I definitely wouldn't have had the time to hide it, right?" As she spoke, she spread out her hands to show that her hands were empty. She even pulled up her skirt to show that she didn't hide anything. However, Xia Lian said, "Miss, the last time I saw you, you were also wearing very little in the cold wind. Today's weather is nice and sunny, so why are you wearing a long skirt? Did you suddenly want to change your clothes, or are you trying to hide something?" When they heard him mention it, the group of ghosts realized that normally, Lan Yi always wore revealing clothes. Xia Lian saying that she was wearing very little was already a very polite way of saying it. On the streets, she was practically bare-chested. Today, however, she was wearing a long skirt that completely covered her waist and legs. It was indeed strange. Furthermore, when Hua Cheng had brought Xia Lian to the ghost city and the group of ghosts had been making a ruckus, they hadn't seen Lan Yi, who usually loved to shout obscenities on the streets and proclaim, "It's him who can't get it up, it's not me who can't." Xia Lian slowly said, "You didn't take anything that doesn't belong to you. You only took away a part of your body. That fetus spirit is currently in your belly." Since the person who stole the fetus spirit didn't use any other method to leave, nor did he stay in the side hall, then there was only one possibility left: this person had openly and honorably left through the main entrance. If this fetus spirit had already been born, then it would be a child, an independent person. However, this fetus spirit had been forcibly removed from its mother's body before it reached full term. Therefore, if its mother had stuffed it back into her belly, then it would naturally be considered as her own thing. No, it should be said that the fetus spirit was basically a piece of flesh on her body, a part of her. After all, the blood of mother and son was thicker than water. In this kind of situation, they were one body. That female ghost would naturally be able to walk out of the Extreme Paradise's main entrance unscathed and honorably. Therefore, the person who stole the fetus spirit was definitely a female ghost, the fetus spirit's birth mother. If they quickly sealed off the ghost city and found all the female ghosts that appeared on the streets before and after the fire, then they would definitely be able to catch the culprit. Thinking about it, the moment Hua Qing entered the side hall, he had already thought about it. Chapter 99. Xia Lian said, "Miss." Lan Yi's face was deathly pale. She couldn't say a single word. Suddenly, something seemed to explode in her stomach. Her originally flat abdomen suddenly swelled into a huge ball, almost tearing her long skirt apart. Black smoke even overflowed from the seams of her clothes. The female ghosts loosened their hands and slightly spread out. Lan Yi barely managed to hold her abdomen. Frightened, she said, "Stop messing around." It was actually the fetus spirit that was causing trouble in her stomach. Hua Qing calmly said, "Gidge, step back." Xia Lian said, "It's nothing." Lan Yi's knees suddenly knelt on the ground. With a face full of pain, she said, "Be obedient. Be obedient. Be obedient. Be obedient, okay. Stop messing around." Xia Lian said, "Miss Lan Yi, let it out first." Lan Yi frantically shook her head. She said, "No. No, no. I will definitely keep him in my stomach and raise him properly. He will never go out and harm people again. City Lord, I beg you, don't take my son away. I've been looking for him for hundreds of years. Don't take my son away. Don't hand him over to those people in heaven." It seemed that the ghosts in the ghost city knew that Xia Lian was a person from heaven. Lan Yi screamed. She hugged her stomach and rolled on the ground. It was as if her stomach was no longer a part of her body. It was like a living thing. Sometimes it shrunk and sometimes it expanded. Sometimes it moved up and down, left and right. The black smoke grew thicker. Presumably, this evil fetus spirit had returned to its mother's stomach to rest for a while. After recovering a bit of its vitality, it was about to cause mischief again. The female ghosts scattered for a while before going up to press her down again. Thus, the demons and ghosts on the left shouted, "Look at us," and came up to press her down. The scene was incomparably chaotic. Xia Lian clenched his fists and said, "Miss Lan Yi, the fetus in your stomach is far stronger than you. Moreover, it can hurt you, but you can't bear to hurt it. You can't do anything to it. Sooner or later, you will be sucked dry by it and break out of your body. Quickly let it out." If Lan Yi didn't release the thing she hid in her stomach, sooner or later, she would be sucked dry and torn to pieces by this ferocious fetus spirit. Xia Lian would have no choice but to personally cut open her abdomen. Although it was better than watching her get torn to pieces by his own son, if he didn't have no other choice, he wouldn't do such a thing. Although it was better than watching her get torn to pieces by his own son, he wouldn't do such thing. However, this female ghost Lan Yi was extremely stubborn. Even if she screamed in pain, she wouldn't let the fetus spirit out. This couldn't go on, so he would rather do it himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sorry for offending you." Unexpectedly, when he placed his hand on the hilt of the maiden heart sword, Hua Cheng immediately pressed him down and said in a low voice, "No need." At the same time, a burst of golden light suddenly burst out from Lan Yi's abdomen, causing a group of demons and ghosts nearby to cry out in unison. "Xia Xia Lian du Xia spirit." Xia Lian took a closer look. After the golden light faded, the fetus spirit that was rushing out seemed to be locked by something. Lan Yi's abdomen also flattened out. E to the Lan. Right. Lan. Xia B. B. I Lan. Xia. Lian. Fang. Even though its color had faded because it had been washed too many times, Xia Lian could still tell that this belt was something from the heaven realm. Many things in the heavenly realm were exquisite magic treasures. Therefore, when it was necessary, it showed its special ability to protect its owner in emergencies. Even if the embroidery was badly worn, Xia Lian was sure it was a golden belt that only a heavenly official could use. Looking at its rank, it was a heavenly official from heaven. In the heaven realm, gifting a golden belt was a very popular and elegant act. It had a special meaning. For a male heavenly official to give his belt to someone else, this action had an ambiguous meaning. It was easy to imagine. Things like belts couldn't be casually given away, and they weren't easy to lose. Xia Lian said, "Mississippi. Could it be that your child?" Xia Lian suddenly remembered. No matter if this was a devil's den or not, asking a woman about such a private matter in public wasn't a good idea. He quickly stopped himself. Lan Yi immediately said, "No." Xia Lian thought to himself, "I haven't said anything yet. Why are you saying it's not?" He asked, "For the past 700 or 800 years, did you rely on this golden belt to survive?" Hearing this, the female ghosts were flabbergasted. "My God, Lan Yi, how old are you? Didn't you say you were only 300 years old? That's not right. She also said she was 200 years old. She lied about her age. This fetus had a cultivation base of around 7 or 800 years. Then, its birth mother should also be around that age. However, this female ghost, Lan Yi, didn't have such a strong evil aura. As an ordinary female ghost, the fact that she was able to stay in this world for so long was probably due to this golden belt. If the father of this fetus was a heavenly official, then it would be more reasonable for it to be so cruel. A heavenly official had an affair with a mortal woman. In the end, no one knew if he abandoned her or if he ignored her, but the woman suffered a tragedy. The fetus in her stomach was cut out while she was still alive. Now that both mother and child had turned into ghosts, the fetus could have killed countless people. No matter how he looked at it, the severity of this matter was no less than Xian Ji's. Moreover, it seemed a bit familiar. Then, it would be easy to think of how to solve this matter. Xia Lian immediately turned around and said to Hua Cheng, "San Lang, this girl," without needing him to say anything. Hua Cheng said, "Do what you need to do. You don't need to ask me." Xia Lian softly said, "N." After receiving permission, he turned to Lan Yi. At this time, the group of ghosts asked, "Lan Chang, Lan Yi, who is this child's father? So angry. Only caring about killing and not burying? Only caring about giving birth and not raising? Who is it? Should we go find him and settle the debt?" Lan Chang gritted her teeth and looked at Xia Lian. Who else could it be? She didn't say a name, but Xia Lian understood tacitly. He said, "Come back to the heavenly court with me." However, Lan Yi immediately said, "No." Of course, it was useless if she said no. Whether she could or not, Xia Lian would still take her away. Xia Lian straightened his face and said, "This fetus spirit is extremely savage. Who knows how many people's blood has stained its hands? Now that things have reached this point, there are too many people involved. You won't be able to protect him. You must definitely go to the heavenly court to confront him and report this. If that heavenly official is an upright person, or if there is a misunderstanding between you two, then let the two of you go and acknowledge him. Then, you can deal with this child's matter. If that heavenly official has wronged you or made an even bigger mistake, then you must seek justice from him. No matter what, this fetus spirit is your son, and also his son. If his father doesn't care about this matter, then how can others care?" These words made sense to the group of ghosts. Moreover, letting Lan Yi bring her child to the heavenly realm to wreak havoc was exciting enough to hear. They were only afraid that the matter wouldn't be too big. The bigger the better. They all urged, "That's right, Lan Yi, what are you afraid of? Let's go find him and settle the debt. If he dares to not acknowledge it, then we'll burn his temple." Xia Lian said to Hua Cheng, "I'll go back to the heavenly court first and quickly report this matter." Although Lan Yi resisted, she knew she couldn't stop Xia Lian. She stared blankly for a moment before suddenly bowing to Hua Cheng and saying, "City Lord, many thanks for your great kindness in taking me in." Xia Lian was startled for a moment before she continued, "Lan Yi setting fire to the Extreme Happiness Workshop was a last resort. I broke the rules of the Ghost City, so I'm sorry. I hope you won't take offense." She had always been bold and unrestrained, but when she opened her mouth this time, it was as if she had changed into a different person, causing many familiar demons and ghosts to be greatly shocked. However, Hua Cheng's expression was the same as usual. He said to Xia Lian, "Gidge left in a hurry this time. I'll wait for you to come down, then I'll properly entertain you." Xia Lian nodded and brought Lan Yi straight towards the heavenly realm. Walking on the streets of Xianjing, Xia Lian called out from the spiritual communication array, "Everyone! I'll have to trouble you to meet me at the Divine Martial Hall. There are matters we need to discuss." After he finished speaking, he withdrew from the array. He didn't stay for a moment longer and first brought Lan Yi to the Divine Martial Hall. Because Lan Yi had the body of a female ghost, she couldn't enter the Golden Hall. Xia Lian first waited with her outside the hall for a while. Only when Jun Wu arrived and personally gave his permission did Lan Chang enter. Not long after, all the heavenly officials in Xianjing arrived one after another. When they saw a female ghost with heavy makeup beside Xia Lian, who was completely incompatible with the celestial atmosphere of Xianjing, they were all dumbfounded. A black-robed heavenly official stepped into the hall. When he saw the scene in the center of the hall, he paused for a moment. It was Mu Qing. Lan Yi also glanced at him and immediately lowered her head, her lips trembling. However, Mu Qing's expression was calm. He only faintly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, who is this woman?" When she heard the words, "Your Highness the Crown Prince," Lan Yi's expression slightly changed. She looked at Xia Lian as if she remembered something, but she didn't dare to confirm it. At this time, the two fengshui masters also arrived. They were a pair of brothers who looked 60 to 70% similar. Each of them lightly waved a paper fan, and their white clothes fluttered in the wind. The scene was extremely beautiful. Shiqing Xian said as he waved his fan, "That's right, monastery head. Why did you also bring the female ghost here today?" Xia Lian asked in confusion, "Monastery head? What monastery head? Pu Qi Monastery? Why did he suddenly call her that?" Thinking about it again, it was most likely that Thousand Lanterns Monastery head. He didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only pretend that he didn't hear it. Shiqing Xian was immensely proud of himself. He greeted everyone and then said, "Huh? Could it be that there's something in this female ghost sister's stomach? Why do I feel like..." As he said this, he went forward as if he wanted to touch it. Shi Wudu folded his fan and said, "Qing Xian." Shiqing Xian immediately retracted his hand and explained, "I just felt a very bad evil aura and wanted to see if there was anything dangerous inside." Shi Wudu reprimanded, "You are a man and a heavenly official. This is still the divine martial hall, how can you do such a disgraceful thing? You are also not allowed to change your appearance. It is still disgraceful for a female to do this kind of thing, change back for me." Ling Wen shook her head and tucked the document under her arm. She stepped forward and placed her hand on Lan Yi's abdomen. After pausing for a moment, she withdrew her hand and muttered, "What a fierce fetus spirit. Has it been a few hundred years?" Xia Lian said, "About 700 to 800 years. He explained how he met the fetus spirit twice, how the fetus spirit harmed a pregnant woman, and how it drew out this female ghost. He didn't mention the matter of Flower City and Ghost City, so Lan Yi naturally wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up. In the end, Xia Lian said, "That's how it is. I don't know if that heavenly official is still alive or in office. Is there some misunderstanding? Does he know about this matter? That's why I brought this girl up here." Feng Xian frowned and said, "If there is no misunderstanding, and you know about this mother and son, yet you still ignored them for 700 to 800 years. That's too irresponsible." Pei Ming crossed his arms and leisurely said, "I agree with General Nan Yang's words. This is too irresponsible. I don't know which immortal advisor left this behind. If he is still in office, it's better if you stand up yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt countless gazes boring into him. Above the divine martial hall, everyone was speechless. After a long while, Pei Ming finally said, "Does everyone have some misunderstanding about me?" Shiqing Xian didn't even wave his fan and said, "I don't think there is any misunderstanding. It should be said that I understand you too well." Pei Ming immediately said, "There is absolutely no such thing." Everyone laughed dryly. Even Shi Wudu and Ling Wen's gazes didn't seem to trust him. Pei Ming's head swelled up. Holding his forehead, he earnestly said, "I've been on good terms with some women from the ghost realm, but this girl, I've never seen her before." If one listened to these words seriously, they could be trusted. How could it be that he himself didn't know which woman he had been on good terms with? Although Pei Ming was criticized for being fickle, he had never denied any of his relationships. Once he did it, he wouldn't deny it. In any case, it wasn't like he couldn't afford to play. For the women he had been on good terms with, unless they were like Xian Ji who didn't want to be with him, they at least guaranteed that they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. If this female ghost had really had a one-night stand with Pei Ming when she was alive, she wouldn't have fallen to the point where her belly was cut open and her child taken away, turning into a malicious spirit. Moreover, Pei Ming's standards for women were very high. The women he had hooked up with were all women with extraordinary looks and skills. He especially liked beauties without makeup. From what the other people in the hall could see, with Lan Yi's heavy makeup, it was impossible to see her true appearance. Her appearance, taste in makeup, and mannerisms were all far below Pei Ming's standards for choosing lovers. Therefore, when he said there was no such thing, everyone still faintly believed him in their hearts. However, it was only in their hearts and faintly. If they had the chance to see General Pei being general, why not? They could just watch him argue. Whether they believed him or not, didn't that depend on whether they were happy or not? Originally, Xie Lian also felt that there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was Pei Ming. After all, he had a lot of criminal records. However, looking at Pei Ming's expression, it didn't seem fake. Thus, he wavered. He remembered that Hua Cheng seemed to have said that Pei Ming didn't play dirty, so there was no need to be afraid. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Before, Miss Lan Yi vaguely asked who else could it be, so I took it for granted. However, since General Pei said this, perhaps there was some misunderstanding. It might not be the same person every time. Why don't we ask?" Unexpectedly, Lan Yi suddenly said, "It's not him." Xie Lian was startled and turned around. Lan Yi repeated herself and said, "It's not him." Ling Wen indifferently said, "What? So it wasn't him?" Shi Wudu also very politely said, "It actually wasn't him." Pei Ming said to Shi Wudu and Ling Wen, "I already said it wasn't him. You too, you hit me when I'm down. Just wait for me." The crowd of heavenly officials was disappointed, but they immediately became even more excited. After all, Pei Ming was someone who had been caught up in rumors all year round. Even he wasn't fresh. But it wasn't him. In other words, it was very likely that it was another male heavenly official present or not. Perhaps a rising star was about to appear. How could he not be excited? Previously in the Ghost City, Lan Yi had clearly hinted that it was Pei Ming, but now it was overruled. Xie Lian felt strange in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He said, "Who is it?" Lan Yi fixed her gaze on him and said, "You." Xie Lian thought she hadn't finished speaking and asked, "What about me?" Chapter 100. Even if Lan Yi said, "The person who killed me was you," the effect of these words could not have been more shocking than a bolt from the blue. Xie Lian was stunned by her on the spot. He said, "Me?" Jun Wu, who was holding his forehead on the throne above, seemed to have slipped. The divine officials were silent for a moment before they immediately looked at him. Jun Wu's hand was straightened again, and he continued to hold his forehead in this deep posture. The divine officials looked at Xie Lian in unison. Was it finally coming? The third time he was demoted in front of everyone. Xie Lian felt his entire heart and earth tremble. He forcefully swallowed the sentence, "I can't lift it," that was out of habit and was about to break through his teeth. This was just a casual excuse, it was not good to take it out at this time. Moreover, there was a joke in the heavenly court that was widely circulated in private about the attitude of the martial gods towards women. Feng Xian kept a distance when he saw women, Lang Qianqiu blushed when he saw women, Mu Qing refused to see ugly women, Pei Su was expressionless when he saw women and did not know what he was thinking, Quan Yizhen did not have women in his mind at all, Pei Ming's mind was full of women. If he shouted it out, he would probably be able to add him to this summary in the future. Xie Lian said sincerely, "Miss Lan Yi, calm down. There's no such thing." Lan Yi's eyes widened even bigger than copper bells. She said, "Yes. It's you, His Highness the Crown Prince of Xian Le country." Although the time of this woman's death was later than the time of his ascension, it could roughly match. However, whether or not Xie Lian had ever seen her, how could he not know? Amidst the whispers around him, Xia Lian restrained his expression and said seriously, "Miss, although I am not a saint, but I also know that I am wholeheartedly. If I do not truly love someone, I will definitely not have any actions with this person. If I do, even if I sell my pots and pans to collect trash, even if he had to perform on the streets to support his family, he would rather not let this person suffer any grievances. This is the divine martial hall, don't speak carelessly." Shi Qingxian also said, "If the person who did this was really His Highness the Crown Prince, why would he take the initiative to bring this female ghost sister up to confront her? Why did this Miss Lan Yi only recognize him now? Just thinking about it, I know something is wrong." Something was obviously wrong. However, when there was a good show to watch, people didn't care whether you were right or not. Everyone held back their attitudes. Another priest made a wild guess. Could it be like this? Could it be that His Royal Highness lost his memory, so he doesn't remember what he did? To be honest, I believe that he is bold enough to think that people won't recognize him after 800 years. Xia Lian was speechless. He reminded them, in order to prove one inconceivable thing, fabricating another even more inconceivable thing, isn't this line of thought a little dangerous? On the other side, Feng Xian seemed to want to say something, but as if he was unable to confirm something, he paused, and in the end, did not say anything. Jun Lu coughed lightly and said, "Xian Lu, before this, how many golden belts did you have?" Xia Lian held his forehead and said, "That's too much. At least 10. Mu Qing said indifferently, "More than 40. The color of each pattern is different." As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that it was inappropriate and stopped talking. This was because people immediately remembered that Mu Qing was once Xia Lian's personal attendant, and was in charge of Xia Lian's daily life. That was why he knew these details like the back of his hand. All the priests thought, just the golden belts alone have more than 40. This His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, was really extravagant and pampered in the past. Not only the others, but Xia Lian also blushed with shame when he thought about it. At that time, he would change into a set of luxurious clothes every day, and the matching of the belts would also change according to the clothes he wore. How could it be like now, where he would change and wear 3 sets of clothes in a year, and these 3 sets of clothes were all exactly the same? Just by looking at him, one would think that he was so poor that he only had 1 set of clothes to wear. Junwu asked again, "Do you still remember where you put them?" Xia Lian and Feng Xian both choked inwardly. Xia Lian rubbed his forehead and said, "Cough, I don't really remember. After all, they are things from 800 years ago. I don't know where they went." Not only was it because he had forgotten them, but the main reason was that he and Feng Xian often pawned things when they were short of money. After pawning so many things, they really didn't remember whether or not there was a belt. Although Feng Xian also didn't have the heart to discuss this topic, he still said, to be able to obtain this golden belt, it might not have been given to someone, but it could also have been picked up. Junwu also didn't seem to have any hope that Xia Lian would remember, so he said, "Xian Lu, I remember that the cultivation technique you cultivate requires you to maintain a virgin body. Otherwise, your mana will drop greatly." Xia Lian said, "Yes." Shi Qingxian casually said, "Wow, when I saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I felt that he definitely cultivated this kind of cultivation technique. Sure enough, it's like this. If it's like this, don't even talk about having a child, he probably hasn't even held hands with anyone before." Xia Lian was just about to blurt out a yes, when a pale and slender hand suddenly appeared in his mind. Under the cover of a bright red wedding handkerchief, it was as cold as jade, and the 3rd finger was tied with a thin red line. This yes was stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Right now, everyone in the hall was staring at him. With one look, he knew that this card meant no. However, never held hands, this line was too low. Even if he had held hands before, it wouldn't matter. Shi Qingxian immediately changed his words and said, even if he had held hands before, he definitely hadn't kissed anyone before. Xia Lian wanted to say yes again, but this time, a string of crystal bead-like blisters suddenly rose in front of his eyes. The crystals scattered, and behind them was an extremely handsome face with its eyes closed. On the center of its forehead, there was a small beauty's tip that was extremely beautiful. This time, not only did he not manage to squeeze out a single word, his entire face turned completely red. All the heavenly officials in the hall instantly understood, and they all let out dry coughs. Shi Qingxian started to regret. Using his fan to knock on his head, he quietly communicated with Xia Lian and said, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I'm sorry. I just wanted to convince everyone that you really had a pure heart and few desires, that's all. I didn't expect that you weren't. Turns out you had this kind of experience, I couldn't tell." That sentence, "I didn't expect that you weren't," shattered Xia Lian's strong will. He replied with difficulty, "Don't say any more, that was an accident." Junwu clenched his hand into a fist and put it in front of his mouth. Coughing even harder, he said, "That's very good. All these years, you haven't violated the rules, right?" Xia Lian finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Yes." Junwu said, "Then it's easy to handle. I have a sword here called Yan Zhen. It has a strange technique. When a child's blood flows on it, it won't leave a trace. The more it is washed, the brighter it becomes. Take a drop of blood, drip it, and you'll know." Although everyone knew about Junwu's hobby of collecting all kinds of rare and strange treasured swords for many years, all the heavenly officials still secretly said in their hearts, "Why do you have so many messy swords? Why do you keep them?" Xia Lian felt that this situation was really inexplicable, and he just wanted it to end quickly. Once Ling Wen took out that gentle and graceful Yan Zhen sword, he immediately raised his hand and scraped the blade. Countless pairs of eyes stared at this side. Shi Qingxian clapped his hands and said, "All right. The case is solved." The drop of blood slid across the blade, and sure enough, it didn't leave a trace. With the irrefutable evidence, everyone could only disperse and say, "So that's how it is. Who exactly is it?" They actually all lacked interest and were slightly disappointed. Ling Wen said politely, "Miss, I'll have to trouble you to tell us honestly, which heavenly official is it? If the fetus in your stomach continues to be so restless, and your magic power is insufficient, I'm afraid only the father who is related to it by blood can gently enlighten it." Who knew that before she could finish, Lan Chang pointed at Ling Wen and said, "You. That person is you." Ling Wen. Ling Wen had probably just rushed over from the temple to participate in the meeting. At this moment, he was in his male appearance. Suddenly being pointed out by Lan Chang as the child's father, his face was filled with confusion and shock. All the heavenly officials choked at the same time. Pei Ming said, "Jia Qing, have you finished approving the official documents? Go down and find a girl to give birth to your child, ha 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 ha." This was probably the so-called karma in one's lifetime. Ling Wen shook his head and declined Shi Wudu's benevolent gesture of giving a red packet to his virtuous nephew. Regaining his composure, he said, "I'm not done, I'm not free." After all this commotion, he had already suspected a few people. Naturally, no one would believe him anymore. Even Feng Xian couldn't stand it anymore and said unhappily, "I understand. This female ghost is completely crazy. She's here to pester us endlessly and bite us randomly. She's here to cause trouble." Lan Chang laughed mischievously, looking more and more like a crazy woman in the human world. If this continued, who knew if the next person she would accuse would be themselves? All the heavenly officials also changed their tone and said, "That's right, who knows if that golden belt was stolen by her? Logically speaking, I have more than one golden belt. I can't be sure how many there are, and I can't remember if I've kept them properly." Lan Chang, however, didn't let it go. She put her hands on her hips and said, "What, you want to clear your name now? Too late. No way. It's you, it's still you." From this stance, it seemed like she did not even look at him and just pointed at him randomly. Even Ming Yi, who was silently standing in the corner with her cheeks stuffed with something and looking indifferent and focused, was also forced to acknowledge her as her father. The hall was in chaos, everyone pushed and ran, "Pull her down, pull her down." Don't let her speak nonsense. This sister, the lady I like, is not like you, don't accuse me falsely. This is really improper. Junwoo waved his hand and a young heavenly official came in to take Lan Chang away. She was dragged out of the divine martial hall, still laughing shrilly along the way. All the heavenly officials in the hall returned to their original positions with lingering fear. They all had a headache. Originally, everyone thought that this matter had nothing to do with them and only wanted to watch the show. But now, they didn't know if a bucket of shit would suddenly be thrown at them. Who knows, the next time they saw their new drama, they might inexplicably have a female ghost lover with heavy makeup and a ghostly son who had killed countless people. Suddenly feeling a sense of crisis, they all waved their hands and said, "There's no way to investigate this matter. I think there's something wrong with her brain. There's no need to investigate, it's a waste of time. Just close it. It's also very likely that she was deliberately sent by the ghost realm to muddy the waters." Xiao Lian disagreed and said, "On the way here, this lady Lan Chang was clearly very normal and clear-headed. How could she become like this when she came to the divine martial hall? I'm afraid it's not something that can be explained with just crazy." Thus, they were once again divided into two factions. After a round of debate, the conclusion was still, watch again, watch again. After the meeting was over, Xiao Lian said goodbye to Shiqing Xian and verbally agreed to go play in a few days. Walking out of the divine martial hall, Xiao Lian sighed in his heart. It's said that Lingwen Hall's efficiency is low, but there's nothing we can do about it. Every time we gather to discuss something, it's all over the place and the final result is still mediocre and mild. How can Lingwen Hall be swift and decisive? At this moment, he felt someone following behind him. Looking back, he was slightly startled to see it was Feng Xian. Before greeting him, Feng Xian quickly whispered, "Be careful of Mu Qing." Xiao Lian also lowered his voice and said, "Mu Qing." Feng Xian said, when he entered the hall, the female ghost's expression was strange. It seemed like she was a bit afraid of him. "I don't pry into other people's private affairs. In short, be on your guard." Finished speaking, he hurriedly walked away. Xiao Lian stood in place and waited until he was far away before slowly walking away. Although it was hard to detect on the surface, Xiao Lian had always been secretly paying attention to the subtle expressions of every heavenly official and Lan Chang's reaction. Naturally, he didn't miss Mu Qing. However, he believed that the father of this fetus spirit was unlikely to be Mu Qing. Xiao Lian couldn't imagine that Mu Qing would do such a thing. In reality, Mu Qing was a person who wholeheartedly devoted himself to practicing martial arts, expanding his followers, and fighting for territory. Moreover, he and Mu Qing cultivated the same path, so he wouldn't be affected by women and ruin his cultivation. However, Mu Qing recognized Lan Chang. This shouldn't be wrong. There were too few clues. Shaking his head, Xiao Lian descended the heavenly court. Although the fetus spirit had already been subdued and Lang Ying and Gu Zi had been placed in a rich merchant's home with food and water, so there was nothing to worry about, it wasn't good for him to leave for too long. If he didn't see Xiao Lian's shadow for a long time, the rich merchant would most likely have some misgivings in his heart. Thus, the moment Xiao Lian descended, he went straight to Puqi town. As soon as the rich merchant saw him, he tightly grasped both of his hands and excitedly said, "Taoist priest. An expert, an expert. Last night, you slept in my Lady Ru's room. Our door was locked, but when I opened it this morning, I couldn't believe it. You disappeared into thin air. Amazing, you're really too amazing. How is it? Did you catch that monster?" Xiao Lian replied, "I caught it. Please rest assured, it's already fine. How are the two children I brought with me?" As if he had been granted amnesty, the rich merchant happily said, "They're very obedient, very obedient. They don't even eat much. Taoist priest, where is your Thousand Lanterns monastery? I want to go donate money and fulfill my vow. From today onwards, I want to be a nominal disciple of your monastery. No one is allowed to fight with me." Xiao Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, no matter what, he still managed to develop a believer. Furthermore, he was a very rich believer, so he was extremely gratified. He preached to this rich merchant, warning him that in the future, he shouldn't get involved with women too much, and that he should wholeheartedly love his wife and family. Finally, he told him to visit Pu Chi Monastery another day. Only then did he leave with Lang Ying and Gu Zi. The three of them returned to Pu Chi village. When they arrived in front of Pu Chi Monastery, Xia Lian placed the sign that said, "This monastery's dilapidated house asking for donations," in a more conspicuous place. He secretly hoped that when the rich merchant arrived, he would see it at first glance and then push the door open to enter. Who knew, the moment he pushed the door open, he would feel that something was different in the room. Walking into the monastery, sure enough, it was very different. The floor of the room had been swept, the tables and chairs on the altar had also been wiped, the yang dust had also been swept away, and the dirty waste in the corners had also been cleaned up. It was as if the place had been visited by a conch girl. It was excessively clean. Because, even Qi Rong had disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, the entire room seemed to have become spacious and bright. Even the air seemed to have become a bit fresher. Gu Zi, who was holding the meat patty that he had specially brought back from the town, poked his head out and did not see anyone. He anxiously asked, "Big brother, where's my father?" Xia Lian immediately turned around. Before he could walk out of the door, he felt a dangerous cold light coming at him. With a backhand, he pulled out his sword from her heart. With a clang, that cold light was immediately sent flying high into the air, landing dozens of feet away. His sword was as fast as lightning, and his sword was also as fast as lightning. His heart instantly returned to its place, and he lightly exhaled a breath of air. Immediately, he felt puzzled. Why didn't there be another move after that cold light? Looking at that cold light again, after it was sent flying by him, it crookedly stabbed into the ground far away. Looking at that curved silver light from afar, Xia Lian found it more and more familiar. He walked over with the two children, and as soon as he saw it, he quickly squatted down and said, Isn't this misfortune? What happened to you?" Chapter 101. The scimitar trembled even more miserably. Xia Lian was a little flustered. He gently caressed the back of the blade. Sorry. I didn't see you clearly just now. I won't do it again." After a few strokes, evil fate narrowed his eyes and the trembling finally stopped. Xia Lian asked again, "Where's your master?" Suddenly a voice came from behind, "Ignore it." Xia Lian turned around to look. He suddenly stood up. Surprised and happy, he said, "San Lang. Why are you here?" The young man behind him slowly walked over. It was Hua Cheng. He tied his black hair into a crooked ponytail. His upper body was dressed in white, and his red shirt was tied at his waist. His sleeves were rolled up. His pale but sturdy arms were revealed, as well as the tattoos on them. As he walked, the silver chains on his boots jingled. He was very casual, like a young man next door. But he was also very confident. He bit a small weed. He smiled at Xia Lian and said, "Brother." Xia Lian had originally planned to find Hua Cheng to thank him after settling the two children down. Who knew that he would actually come himself? Hua Cheng leisurely walked to his side. He pulled out the silver scimitar stuck in the ground with one hand and looked at it. Then, he put the scimitar on his shoulder and said, "Brother is busy here. There's no need to trouble you to make a trip, so I came myself. You forgot this." He was actually carrying a bamboo hat on his back. He took it off and gave it to Xia Lian. Xia Lian had forgotten this at the rich merchant's house. He was startled and hurriedly said, "I forgot about it. Thank you." After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that after something happened last night, he had said to Hua Cheng, "I'm looking for my bamboo hat. My bamboo hat is missing." That was nonsense said in a muddled state, but Hua Cheng actually went to help him find his bamboo hat. He suddenly felt embarrassed, afraid that Hua Cheng would use this as a joke. Fortunately, Hua Qing didn't even mention it. He smiled and changed the topic. Brother picked up 2 more children. As he spoke, he carelessly rubbed Gu Zi's head, making his hair a mess. However, Gu Zi seemed to be very afraid of him and hid behind Xia Lian. Xia Lian said, "It's okay. This brother is a good person." Hua Qing said, "No, no. I'm very bad." As he said that, he flipped his hand and a small silver butterfly appeared in his sleeve. It fluttered its wings and slowly flew in front of Gu Zi. Gu Zi's black eyes widened as he stared at the little silver butterfly for a while. Finally, he couldn't help but reach out to grab it. Because of this, his wariness towards the City of Flowers was greatly reduced. Then, Hua Qing casually glanced at Lang Ying. His gaze was different from when he looked at Gu Zi. When he looked at Lang Ying, his gaze was cold and sharp, not friendly at all. Lang Ying lowered her head and anxiously shrunk behind Xia Lian. Xia Lian took the bamboo hat in his hand and said, "If you want to come, then come. Why did you sweep through Pu Chi Monastery?" Hua Qing said, "I'm just cleaning up the house. Don't you feel refreshed after getting rid of all the rubbish?" Xia Lian remembered the missing Qi Rong and wondered if Hua Qing had thrown him away like trash. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream was suddenly heard from behind the Pu Chi Monastery, the dog flower city that should go to hell and be slaughtered with 1,000 knives. "Murder, Hua Qing is murdering people." Gu Zi shouted, "Father!" He ran over with his 2 short legs. Xia Lian also hurriedly followed. There was a small stream behind Pu Chi Monastery. Normally, Xia Lian washed his clothes and washed his rice here. At this moment, Qi Rong was also soaking in the water. His body was still tightly bound to Roxy. He struggled to break his face out of the water and shouted with all his might, "I'm not going out, I'm not going out. I'm going to stay in this body until he dies. I won't give in." Hua Qing spat out the wild grass and said, "Do you think you're some brave warrior?" "Trash," Xia Lian said helplessly. "I caught him on a mountain a few days ago. He attached himself to someone else's body and refused to come out no matter what. This person isn't dead yet. Forcibly stripping away his soul will destroy his body." "Really? San Lang, do you have any ideas?" Hua Qing said, "Ha. Are you asking for a way to make him wish he was dead? There are plenty." These words were a threat. Qi Rong scolded, "You too? Really a broken pot with a rotten lid? Heart of a snake and scorpion? Gulyalu." Before he finished speaking, he sank back into the stream. Although when Xia Lian saw him, he thought of his mother's corpse that had turned into ashes, and felt anger and sorrow in his heart. This corporeal body belonged to someone else. He must protect it. Thus, he lifted him out of the stream and placed him at the entrance of Pu Chi Monastery. Qi Rong hadn't eaten anything for a day and night. He was so hungry that his heart was sticking to his back. Then, he was viciously tormented by Hua Qing. He was weak and weak. Gu Zi fed him meat pancakes that were secretly brought back from a rich merchant. He wolfed them down, truly hateful and pitiful. Xia Lian shook his head and discovered that Qi Rong's limbs were stiff. It wasn't due to Ruoxi's binding. It was probably because Hua Qing had used some sort of spell to fix his body in place. Thus, he said, "Ruoxi, come back." Ruoxi had tied Qi Rong up for several days and had long been aggrieved. With a swish, it slithered down and wrapped around Xia Lian's entire body like a white snake. Xia Lian opened the door. As he comforted it, he untied it from his body and said, all right. I'll give you a bath later. Don't feel bad. Go play on the side first." Ruoxi then dispiritedly swam over to the side. Hua Qing also casually tossed Calamity Sword to the side. Calamity Sword found a dignified posture and landed on the ground. Ruoxi, who was facing the wall, suddenly discovered that there was a scimitar flashing with silver light leaning on the side. The Ion Calamity Sword's hilt also rolled over to this side, sizing up Ruoxi. Fong Xian, on the other hand, was lifeless and motionless. She didn't show any expression. These days, Xia Lian had been concentrating on studying culinary arts. He felt that he had gained quite a bit of experience, so his confidence had multiplied. He wholeheartedly wanted to show off his skills and properly entertain Hua Cheng. Thus, he asked him to stay for a meal. Naturally, Hua Cheng happily agreed. When he returned from town, Xia Lian had bought a large pile of vegetables. Now, they were all piled up on the altar. Picking up the kitchen knife, he struck the pot and chopping board with it. This altar could be used as a study table, but it could also be used as a kitchen counter. It could hold bowls and chopsticks, and it could also be used as a seat for children. It could be said that this table could be used for 100 purposes. Hua Cheng leaned against the wall and watched for a while. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Do you need help?" Xia Lian was currently working in full swing, so he said, "No need. Ruoxi's help is enough." As he said this, he swung his hand and tossed over a few bundles of firewood that hadn't been chopped yet. Paw! Like the sudden attack of a cobra king, that white silk whipped at the firewood. The wood that was as thick as a calf was immediately chopped into thin pieces of firewood. After Ruoxi revealed this skill, he concave into an exceptionally exaggerated pose in front of Calamity Sword and Fong Xian. It was as if he was showing off his strength and beauty. But not long after, Xia Lian placed another plate on the ground and tossed over a cabbage. Ruoxi was just about to receive it when Calamity Sword's eyes suddenly turned cold. He flew up and danced in the air, creating dazzling silver lights. Immediately, the sky was filled with vegetables. By the time he landed on the ground, that cabbage had already been chopped into a neat and fragmented plate. Xia Lian crouched down and picked up the plate to take a look. He praised, "You're really amazing. Your chopping is even better than Ruoxi's." In an instant, Ruoxi was plastered to the wall. It was as if he had retreated a few steps until he reached the edge of the wall. On the other hand, Calamity Sword frantically rolled his eyes, revealing a proud expression. It was as if he was already floating in the air. Amidst the knife and the silk, Fong Xian remained unmoved. Xia Lian didn't pay any attention to the small battle between the transcendent artifacts. As he tossed 7 or 8 different side dishes into the pot at the same time, he turned his head and asked, "That's right, San Lang, how long will you be here this time?" Hua Cheng had been paying attention to his movements the entire time. It seemed as if he wanted to remind him of something, but in the end, he held back and smiled. "It depends on the situation. There's nothing to do over there, so I'll play for a few more days. If I stay here, I hope Gidge doesn't mind." Xia Lian hurriedly said, "How could I? It's fine as long as you don't mind that my place is small." He talked about how the female ghost had come to Divine Martial Hall and blindly pointed at him in anger. However, he naturally concealed the matter of him being accused of dripping blood with Yan Zhen's chastity. But then he thought about Jun Wu saying that Hua Cheng had planted spies in the heaven realm. Could it be that he already knew? Fortunately, regardless of whether Hua Cheng knew or not, Xia Lian didn't show that he knew. Xia Lian said, "San Lang, who do you think the father of this fetus spirit is?" Hua Cheng raised his head and faintly smiled. "It's hard to say. Perhaps, she really picked up the golden belt from the streets." This kind of vague answer wasn't like Hua Cheng's usual style. Xia Lian found it a bit strange, but very quickly, the bubbling pot snatched away his attention. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the pot was uncovered. In the past, Qi Rong only ate the offerings the villagers gave to Xia Lian. Although it was just some steamed buns, pickled vegetables, pancakes, eggs, sour wild fruits and so on, it was still something a human could eat. Once the pot was uncovered, the smell wafted out of Pu Chi Monastery. Outside the door, Xia Lian loudly cursed, "Goddamn Xia Lian. Black-hearted Xue Lian. Why don't you just give me a quick stab? You pretentiously scooped me up, so it turns out that you wanted me to suffer this kind of torture. I've finally seen through you." Before he opened the pot, Xie Lian was originally full of confidence. After removing the lid, he once again began to doubt himself. After racking his brains, he ended up making this kind of pot of food. Hua Cheng was still standing at the side watching, not knowing what to do. Did he really want Hua Cheng to eat this kind of thing? Hearing Qi Rong's ghostly howls and screams, he became even more vexed. Hearing this, Hua Cheng crossed his arms and was about to walk out. Xie Lian raised his hand to stop him and said, "Forget it." He sighed and scooped a bowl of food from the pot. He then said to Hua Cheng, "Don't eat this pot. Wait for me for a moment." He went out and called Gu Zi and Langing to fetch water and leave the scene. Then, he carried the bowl of food and squatted down. With a pleasant expression, he said, "Cousin, it's time to eat." Qi Rong was terrified and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want to do?" "Xie Lian, I'm warning you, right now I'm a human life. You better think about it clearly. Whoever can eat this thing of yours will be able to transcend the shackles of the 3 realms and jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. There won't be any." Before he finished speaking, he saw Hua Cheng standing next to the pot. Hua Cheng himself picked up a spoon and scooped a bowl of food. Then, he sat at the altar and ate a mouthful. Unexpectedly, his expression didn't change and was as steady as Mount Tai. Xie Lian was instantly awed. A thought that he had never thought before flashed through his mind, worthy of being called absolute. Xie Lian brought the bowl closer to his face and calmly said, "It's fine if you don't want to eat. Come out." That was even more impossible. Qi Rong clenched his teeth. However, Xie Lian pinched open his lower jaw with a pka sound and forced the food down his throat. In the next moment, a scream resounded through the sky above Puqi village. The bowl in Xie Lian's hand was empty. On the ground, Qi Rong's nose was already crooked and his eyes were slanted. Even his voice was hoarse like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. He moaned. "I hate." Xie Lian saw that Qi Rong wasn't willing to come out even when he tried to stuff a bowl of food into his mouth. He didn't know whether his mood was happy or sad. Although he really wanted to force Qi Rong out as soon as possible, since he didn't succeed, this seemed to prove that the food he made with all his heart wasn't that hard to swallow. It seemed to be something worth being happy about. When he turned around, he saw that Hua Cheng was also holding a bowl. He was slowly eating while looking over. That bowl was also almost empty. Xie Lian's eyes brightened and he stood up, saying, "San Lang, you've finished eating?" He originally felt that it wasn't done and felt embarrassed to give it to Hua Cheng. Who knew that Hua Cheng would eat it himself? Hua Cheng smiled and said, "That's right." Xie Lian cautiously asked, "What do you think of the taste?" Hua Cheng also drank the soup. He smiled and said, "Not bad. It's a bit thick. Next time, it can be a bit lighter." Xie Lian let out a sigh of relief and nodded. "All right, I'll remember. Thank you for your opinion." Chapter 102. Xie Lian, who originally planned to show off his skills on this night, his confidence experienced twists and turns. Hua Cheng had suggested that it would be better to let him cook, but how could Xie Lian have the nerve to let him fix his door, help him clean his house, and then help him cook? How could he ask a guest to do this? Moreover, what did he take the dignified desperate Ghost King for? Fortunately, he brought back a lot of stock from town. Although most of it went into Xie Lian's pot last night, there were still some steamed buns, pancakes, vegetables, and fruits left. He could just make do with it and eat it. But after he finished eating, what should he do? On the second day, this problem was solved by itself. Early in the morning, the door of Puqi Monastery was knocked open by a group of village girls, bringing in a few large pots of porridge and a cooked chicken. All the village girls were shy and timid. Who did they come for? It was obvious. Xie Lian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Looking good could really make a living. The roasted chicken was divided among the 2 children. Xiao Lian only drank a little porridge. Hua Qing didn't touch anything. He said, "Brother is really popular here." Xiao Lian laughed, "Don't make fun of me, San Lang. Everyone clearly has an ulterior motive." After that bowl, Qi Rong struggled outside the monastery for an entire night. He wailed incessantly, "I'd rather be caught by Lang Qianxiu and be hacked into pieces than be poisoned by you here. Cousin Crown Prince, I was wrong, I beg you to give me the antidote." Moreover, he seemed to see many illusions. Gu Zi was simply frightened. Early in the morning, Qi Rong was dispirited and listless. His face was already green. Now, he lowered his head and gulped down the porridge in Gu Zi's hands. Finally, he caught his breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Bullshit. What popular? Who's coming for him? With his shabby appearance. Also, dog Hua Cheng, don't be too proud. You can only attract these village girls from the countryside. Isn't it because you're dressed so rich that they eagerly stick to you? If you were dressed like a beggar, I don't believe they would still look at you." Xiao Lian thought, these words weren't right. Even if Hua Qing dressed like a beggar, Xiao Lian believed that he could ask for a mountain of gold just by begging. But he didn't say anything and just slowly busied himself. After a while, a smell drifted out, and Qi Rong cried out again, "What are you doing now? What is this?" Xiao Lian warmly said, "That pot of 100 years good broth. I'm heating it up." Hearing this, Hua Qing immediately clapped his hands and said, "Good name, good name." Qi Rong said, "You fucking gave this thing a name? Stop." Qi Rong didn't really need to feed it to Qi Rong. Just by heating it up a little, Qi Rong's horrifying memories would be evoked. He didn't dare to speak again. After finishing this meal, Lang Ying silently put away the bowls and chopsticks, as if she wanted to take them to wash. Xiao Lian said, "No need. You can go play on the side. I'll do it." He might not be able to cook, but he could still wash the dishes. Hua Cheng watched as Lang Ying brought Gu Zi out to play and said, "Let me do it." Xiao Lian declined, "You don't need to, just sit." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard Qi Rong, who had eaten and drunk his fill and had nothing to do, whistle twice. His voice was full of oil and gas as he said, "Yo, little girl, what are you staring at this uncle for? Are you having a crush on me?" This ghost had just said that he didn't like this rural village girl, but now he was flirting with her, and in such a cliché way. Xiao Lian shook his head, thinking to himself that he should just drag him inside so that he wouldn't scare people outside. Unexpectedly, before he could open the door, the villagers outside exclaimed, "What a peerless beauty! Why would such a beautiful girl come to our village? I've never seen such a beautiful girl in my life, and there's even two of them at once." Immediately after, a series of knocking sounds came from outside the door. It was actually knocking on the door of Pu Chi Monastery. Xiao Lian was puzzled. Peerless beauty. There are two more. Why would two peerless beauties come knocking on my door? Ah, could it be that the rich businessman brought his new wife here to fulfill his vow? Thinking of this possibility, he hurriedly took out that monastery's dilapidated house seeking donations sign and prepared to put it out. At this moment, he heard a girl say coldly, "What is that thing at the door? It's so irritating." Immediately after, another girl said in a puzzled voice, "Could it be that it's raised to guard the door? It can't be. There's no need to pick such a low-grade spiritual beast, right?" Although these two voices were female, Xiao Lian had heard of them before. Wind Master Qing Xian and Earth Master Yi. He originally wanted to push the door open and go out, but he suddenly turned back and saw Hua Cheng, who was slowly cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks by the altar. He stopped what he was doing and cautiously looked out through the crack of the door. He saw two tall and slender girls standing outside the door. One was a white-clothed female with red lips and white teeth. Her figure was elegant and graceful. She swung her horsetail whisk and her eyes shone brightly. The other was a girl in black. Her skin was snow-white, her brows beautiful and sharp, but her complexion was extremely pale. She stood with her hands behind her back and looked elsewhere. The white-clothed female was full of smiles, cupping her hands in greeting and said, "Haha, thank you everyone, thank you everyone. No need to praise, don't be too high profile. I'm very troubled by you guys acting like this. That's enough, thank you." Xia Lian, a large group of villagers surrounded him to look at the beauties. After looking at the beauties, they began to point at Qi Rong. Qi Rong was unhappy and shouted, "What are you looking at? I like lying on the ground. Get lost. What's there to look at?" The villagers saw that this person's actions were strange and his face was fierce and green. They were so scared that they scattered. Shi Qingxian said to Qi Rong, "This, green young master, may I ask if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in the temple now?" Hearing this person call Xia Lian His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Qi Rong instantly lost interest in the two beauties in front of him and spat, "Pfft. So it's a dog official from the heavenly court. I'm not a dog that guards the door for him. Listen carefully, I am." Before he finished speaking, he saw Ming Yi walk over with his head down. Then, there was a scream and a series of bangs. From Xia Lian's position, he couldn't see what Ming Yi was doing. He could only see Shi Qingxian flinging his horsetail whisk and saying, "Brother Ming, this kind of violence isn't too good." Ming Yi said indifferently, "What's there to be afraid of? He already said that it's not a domesticated spiritual beast." In order to prevent Qi Rong from being beaten to death, Xia Lian could only open the door and raise his hand to stop him. "Sir, show mercy. You can't hit him, he's a human." Seeing Xia Lian open the door, Ming Yi lifted the hem of his black clothes and moved his boots away from Qi Rong's back. Shi Qingxian came up and cupped his hands, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I came a few days earlier. What's wrong with this person? He can't even hide his ghostly aura, does he think we're blind? Sai, let's go in first. This time, I have something important to ask for your help." As he spoke, he was about to walk around Qi Rong who was on the ground and enter the door. Hua Cheng was still in the house. How could Xia Lian dare to let them in just like that? He hurriedly said, "Wait." However, it was already too late. Pu Chi Temple was only the size of a palm, there was no place to hide at all. The two of them immediately saw desperate Ghost King who was standing behind Xia Lian and washing the dishes. Eight eyes met, and Hua Cheng grinned, revealing a little white teeth. His smile was awe-inspiring, but there was no smile in his eyes. In an instant, Ming Yi's pupils suddenly shrank and she retreated 3 feet. Shi Qingxian threw out the Wind Master fan and took a stance, extremely vigilant, blood rain probing flower. Outside the door, Qi Rong, whose face was covered in dirt, was furious, "I'm still Green Lantern Knight Tour. How come you guys can't recognize me after beating me up for a long time? You can tell it's him just by looking at him." Ming Yi had once infiltrated the Ghost City and worked undercover under Hua Cheng for several years. Not long ago, he was caught by Hua Cheng and locked in the maze dungeon to be beaten up. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes were exceptionally red. The small Pu Chi temple was filled with the smell of poison both inside and outside. Hua Cheng threw away the rag in his hand and narrowed his eyes. "Master Geomaster is still quite lively." Ming Yi also said coldly, "His Excellency Ghost King is also as idle as before." After putting on an act and greeting him, Hua Cheng's tone and expression turned cold. He warned, "Leave. I don't care what important matter you guys have, don't come near here again." Although he was very afraid of Hua Cheng, his imposing manner was actually not willing to back down. Ming Yi replied in a deep voice, "Coming here was not my original intention." Seeing that the smell of poison was about to become the smell of gunpowder, Xia Lian said at the side, This, Master Wind, what should we do?" Shi Qingxian tapped his forehead with his fan and said, "I also didn't expect the blood rain probing flower to be coincidentally here with you. Didn't you guys just meet not long ago? How did you guys get together again so quickly? No matter what, it's best not to use force if possible. Violence is not good. If a fight breaks out, let's stop it." Xia Lian said, "I generally agree. Qi Rong was looking forward to these two groups of people fighting, so he had been listening attentively. At this moment, he suddenly said, "Oh, so you're that bitch Master Wind?" Xia Lian and Shi Qingxian both turned to look at him. Qi Rong scolded Shi Qingxian like this in his own cave, and he actually dared to scold him like this in front of him. It was unknown whether he was courageous or lacking in wisdom. Shi Qingxian had always lived like a prince. It was probably the first time he heard someone scold him like this. He blinked his eyes and said to Xia Lian with an inexplicable expression, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please wait a moment." After saying that, he went out of the monastery and closed the door. Only to hear Qi Rong scream again outside the door, followed by a series of bangs. In a flash, Shi Qingxian opened the door and came in. He had already changed into a man's appearance and said, "All right. Where were we just now? I'm also hungry. I think it's better for everyone to sit down and eat something first. If there's anything, we can discuss it. There's nothing that can't be solved at the dining table." Although Xia Lian didn't want them to fight in Pu Chi Monastery, Hua Cheng seemed to be extremely angry about the matter of Ming Yi being a spy. He didn't know what the inside story was. It seemed unlikely for them to sit down and eat peacefully. However, Hua Cheng actually didn't express any objections. After confronting each other for a while, the coldness on his face gradually dissipated and he continued to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, he walked to the pot and scooped a bowl of century-old soup. Seeing him take the initiative to withdraw his troops and stop the battle in time, the few of them all breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was to immediately change the topic and liven up the atmosphere. Thus, Shi Qingxian said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what's in that pot? It seems to be still hot." Xia Lian said, "Oh, that's what I made." That pot had been cooked for so long, and the smell had already dissipated a lot. Although the color was unimaginable, the shape had been cooked until it disappeared. It looked much, much better than last night. When Shi Qingxian heard this, he became excited. "Is that so? I've never eaten something personally made by a heavenly official. Come, let us try it." As he said that, he also took 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and scooped 2 bowls. To tell the truth, Xia Lian originally wanted to stop him. However, because of Hua Cheng's repeated affirmation, it had planted a seed of confidence in him. In addition, when he reheated the soup this morning, he had mixed it according to Hua Cheng's suggestion last night. Thus, he had the thought of, "Maybe I saved it." After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't say anything. He secretly looked at Shi Qingxian with anticipation as he handed one of the bowls to Ming Yi and said, "Come, Brother Ming, your share." Ming Yi glanced at the bowl and reluctantly moved his face away. This was a bit rude. Shi Qingxian was furious. He handed it over again and said unwillingly, "Come eat. Didn't you say you were hungry on the way here?" Hua Cheng leisurely scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and sent it to his mouth. After swallowing it, he smiled at Xia Lian and said, "It's indeed a bit light today, but the taste is just right." Xia Lian also smiled and said, "Is that so? I added more water today." Hua Cheng took another bite and said with a smile, "Brother is considerate." Chapter 103. Xia Lian asked, "How is it?" Ming Yi made a "pa" sound. Face down. He collapsed on the altar and seemed to have lost consciousness. On the other side, Shi Qingxian was silent and 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. Xia Lian hesitantly asked, "Sirs, in the end, how is it? Can you pull yourself together and use your words to comment?" Shi Qingxian came back to his senses. She wiped her tears. She grabbed his hand and shook it hard. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xia Lian held him back. "What?" Shi Qingxian was tongue-tied and speechless. After a long while, with snot and tears streaming down his face, he pushed Ming Yi, saying, "Ming Xiong. Ming Xiong. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Come on, wake up. Mingyi lay motionless on the table. Shi Qingxian had always been unable to tolerate others not responding to him. The more he pushed, the more ruthless he became. Finally, he grabbed the other party and started shaking him. Xia Lian couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but remind, Wind Master, why don't you put down the broom first? Let's talk it out. Shi Qingxian pinched the broom and turned around, shouting, "Ah! Your Highness, what did you say? I can't hear you clearly." Xia Lian helplessly shouted into his ear, "Wind Master. The one in your hands is not the Geomaster. Lord Geomaster is here, here." At this moment, Mingyi suddenly sat up. He actually returned to his male appearance in an instant. His face was ashen, and he immediately said, "I have an inner demon. Please help me get rid of it." Xia Lian was shocked that a single spoonful of soup could cause an inner demon. He stammered. "I don't think so." Shi Qingxian pointed at Mingyi and said with his eyes wide open, "Wait, you? What kind of monster are you? How dare you play tricks in front of this Wind Master? Where's Brother Ming? Quick, I'll cover you. We'll take him down together." While saying that, he grabbed the broom with one hand and brandished the Wind Master's fan with the other. With a swing of his fan, the entire roof would definitely fly away. Xia Lian hurriedly went up to him and hugged him, saying, you can't. Sirs, wake up, will you? Ha 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 ha, he. Outside the door, Qi Rong pounded the ground and laughed heartily, scolding, serves you right. Corrupt officials. Ascend to the heavens. Delightful. That's great. The two heavenly officials in the room swayed left and right, moaning incessantly. Hua Cheng crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Xia Lian looked at him, then looked at the Wind Master and Earth Master who were hugging their heads and curling up on the ground. In a low voice, Xia Lian said, "Did I add too little water? Why is his reaction even bigger than Qi Rong's?" Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows. "I think it's pretty good." It was probably a problem with their taste. It happens all the time. Xia Lian had never thought about what Qi Rong usually ate, and what the heavenly officials usually ate. In comparison, the divine officials felt a greater disparity and stimulation, so their reactions were naturally more intense. Of course, he didn't even consider whether there would be anything else in the pot after it passed through Hua Cheng's hands. Feeling depressed and guilty, he gave Shi Qingxian and Mingyi 7 to 8 bowls of water each before the two heavenly officials slowly woke up. Although his face was still green and his eyes were blank like Qi Rong's, at least his mind was clear and his speech was also clear. The only small problem was that Shi Qingxian still couldn't stop his tears from flowing. He would bite his tongue from time to time when he spoke, but it wasn't a big deal. After 2 hours of chaos, the four of them finally sat down neatly around the altar. Mingyi was still lying face down on the table, motionless like a corpse. Xia Lian sternly said, "Wind Master, you said just now that you have something very important to ask me for help. What is it?" The haggard Shi Qingxian threw a soundproofing spell on the door to ensure that the people outside couldn't hear. Only then did he say in a hoarse voice, "It's like this. Cough, cough, cough. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you have lived in seclusion in the city and cultivated in the human world for 800 years. You have walked a lot and seen a lot. You should have met a lot of demons and ghosts, right?" Xia Lian crossed his arms and said, "I have met some." Shi Qingxian said, "Then I want to ask, have you ever met a vernacular immortal?" Xia Lian was startled and said, "Crying at a wedding banquet, vernacular immortal?" Shi Qingxian lowered his voice and said, "Yes." All of a sudden, Xia Lian felt his hair stand on end, and a gust of cold air rushed up his back. At the same time, there seemed to be someone beside his ear, sneering softly while humming an extremely strange tune. The warm and bright little Pu Chi temple, which was originally leaking in through the windows and holes, had unknowingly dimmed, as if it was shrouded in a huge shadow. And Xia Lian's limbs were getting colder and colder, as cold as iron. Xia Lian couldn't help but wrap his clothes tightly. He felt that it was necessary to be straightforward and said, I want to ask, who is laughing? Who is singing? Who is blowing cold air behind my back? Who made the room so dark? Shi Qingxian wiped his tears and said, oh, it's all me. It's just a little spell I cast. Don't mind it, it's just to make the atmosphere a little more lively. The other 3 people at the side of the altar were speechless. After a long while, Xia Lian held his forehead and said helplessly, Wind Master, why don't you stop blowing this cold wind? In this weather, everyone doesn't wear much. And in fact, the atmosphere was originally not bad. Once you added the cold wind and matched the music, it's all gone. Shi Qingxian said, ah. Is that so? So he waved his hand and removed the cold wind that was pouring on the backs of the 4 of them, and said, but the room is still so dark. I'll light a candle, it'll feel better. As he said that, he really took out a candle and lit it up. The faint light of the flame shone on 2 snow-white faces and 2 white faces with a hint of green. It was indeed very atmosphere, very feeling. If Qi Rong, who was outside the room, saw it, he would be scared to the point of screaming like a ghost. The other 3 people didn't want to say anything. Hua Qing leaned back, and Ming Yi remained stiff. Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, let's continue, where were we? Vernacular immortal. You should have said it earlier. Once you said vernacular immortal, I didn't even realize what it was. Shi Qingxian was shocked and said, Your Highness Crown Prince, you're really bold, it's not good to call it that. Although vernacular immortal was called immortal, everyone called it immortal just for the sake of giving it some face. They were afraid that if they called it too bad, if it found out, it would teach them a lesson. Actually, everyone wished they could call it vernacular immortal, vernacular monster, the worse it sounded, the better. Because it was really despicable. That's right, ordinary demons and ghosts were at most scary, but it was despicable. Because it liked to suddenly appear when someone was happy and pour a bucket of cold water on them. Imagine, a couple of newlyweds got married, and there was such a thing that appeared at their wedding banquet, drank their wedding wine, and suddenly said, it won't be long before you guys separate. Or perhaps, when someone's master was promoted, it would suddenly appear and say in the midst of everyone's congratulations, in a few years you'll be in prison. If it pestered a person, it would follow them like a shadow, tightly binding them, and constantly send out a completely opposite curse when that person's joyous occasion came. One could imagine how despicable it was. Especially for those people who had a bad omen. If they encountered this thing, they would be extremely vexed. No one wanted to be pestered by this thing, but if they encountered it, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Because up until now, no one had figured out how it chose people to attack. It seemed that Shi Qingxian was very afraid of this thing. Xia Lian didn't mind and said, it's fine. There's nothing to be afraid of. To be precise, this thing was afraid of him. Shi Qingxian became spirited and said, it seems that your Highness Crown Prince has encountered it before. Is it possible for this thing to be completely obliterated? After muttering to himself for a moment, Xia Lian said, many years ago, I did encounter 2 of them. After that, they didn't appear again. I don't know if they were completely obliterated, but with my experience, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with them. Shi Qingxian was overjoyed and said, 2? You dealt with both of them? Then I really found the right person. What's the situation? Xia Lian told him. The first one was like this. Many years ago, Xia Lian passed by a small town where a rich businessman sent his daughter to study in the imperial city. Because he felt that his daughter had lived up to his expectations, he announced it with great fanfare and was overjoyed. Who knew that extreme joy turned to sorrow? At the farewell banquet, a voice suddenly shouted, your daughter will overturn her carriage on the road and fall to her death in the cliff. That rich businessman flew into a rage on the spot and wanted to grab the person who spoke. However, after that person finished speaking, that person drilled under the table and unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. This time, everyone was afraid. Coincidentally, that day, Xia Lian had received some junk from this family and was preparing to bring it back. When he heard about this matter, he knew that he had attracted something, so he told that rich businessman not to worry. He told that rich businessman to hire more than 20 guards. Including himself, they carefully escorted that young lady to the imperial city and guarded her side for a while. A month later, that young lady won first place in a beauty competition. Her chance had come. That night, everyone held a banquet to celebrate the young lady in a restaurant in the imperial city. Sure enough, there was another voice in the crowd that said, "In the future, you will be." As soon as he heard this, Xia Lian immediately grabbed the thing hidden in the crowd and grabbed its throat, not letting it say those words. Then he used a talisman to lock its body and beat it violently. Then he ordered someone to get a carriage and had it run wildly up and down the cliff. When it reached a corner, he cut off the reins and let the carriage fall down the cliff with it, fulfilling the curse it had given to the people around it. The other 3 people asked, "That's it?" Xia Lian replied, "That's it. Dealing with trash." Alright, the vernacular immortal. There are 3 ways to deal with the vernacular immortal. First, don't let it speak. Before it opens its mouth, strangle it. This can be guarded against for a while, but it can't be guarded against forever. Second, if it opens its mouth, don't let the person it curses hear it. Anyone who hears someone cursing them when they are in a good mood will inevitably feel a trace of fear. And this thing feeds on fear and takes pleasure in it. The more afraid you are, the happier it will be. And if you are truly frightened to the point that your mind becomes absent-minded and, like it said, mess up what you are doing, its power will advance by leaps and bounds. But unless you are deaf, you will hear it one day. In fact, even a deaf person might not be able to avoid it. Because in order to escape from this thing, some people pierced their ears, but it was still useless. On the other hand, if you ignore it no matter how it curses you or how it splashes cold water on you, it can't do anything to you. Therefore, the most effective method is the third method: let yourself have many happy events. Don't put it in your eyes at all. It doesn't matter if it says anything or doesn't say anything. Let yourself become stronger and stronger. Don't follow the tragic future it has predetermined for you. In this way, in the end, it won't be able to obtain any pleasure from you and will most likely leave with its tail between its legs. Of course, there is also the possibility that it is only temporarily hiding, waiting for the next opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Although this third method was the most effective, it was also the most difficult to accomplish. After all, who in this world could truly have a heart like a stubborn stone, without a single ripple? The more Shi Qingxian listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. He asked, "What about the second time? Did you also solve it like this the second time?" Xia Lian replied, "The second time, for others, might not be of any use. After all, the situation is special." How special? Chapter 104. It was also many years ago. Xia Lian met a vernacular immortal. That time, he had just built a small thatched cottage with his own strength. Just as he was standing below admiring the new house, a small voice suddenly said from the corner, "Your house will collapse in 2 months." Shi Qingxian asked, "What will you do?" Xia Lian said, "Nothing. I said, in 2 months. It can still stand for 7 days, that would be strange." Hua Qing smiled slightly, then, the smile faded. The vernacular immortal hid in the dark, waiting to suck Xia Lian's fear, irritation, and uneasiness. However, it sucked in air for a long time. When Xia Lian washed up and slept in the new house, he did not suck anything. Although Xia Lian did not see its true body, he could also feel, it was probably very angry. A few days later, a bolt of lightning struck down at night, the entire house was scorched. The vernacular immortal was quite happy. It probably felt that being scorched was the same as collapsing, its curse had come true. This time, Xia Lian should be afraid. However, it did not. It still did not suck anything that could fill its stomach. Of course, it was unwilling, so it followed Xia Lian's side, waiting for the next happy event to arrive. Who knew that this wait would last for more than half a year? In this half a year there was not a single happy event on Xia Lian. If it was an ordinary person, they would have given up. However, the vernacular immortal had another characteristic, which was that he loved to stick to death. Once he set his eyes on a person, he would follow him to the death, so he also starved for more than half a year. Finally, the opportunity came. One day, Xia Lian earned a large sum of money from collecting junk and made a small windfall. The vernacular immortal was overjoyed. After holding it in for so long, he immediately used all his skills and burst out a long string of wonderful life of Xia Lian eating, drinking, gambling, and getting sick and owing a huge debt after he became rich. He kept cursing. Xia Lian listened with relish as he counted the money. After listening, he still washed up and went to sleep. The vernacular immortal still did not suck anything. That night, Xia Lian's pile of junk caught fire. After the fire was extinguished, Xia Lian, whose face was covered in black ash, sighed to the vernacular immortal, "What a pity. Everything was burned up, not a single coin was left. I haven't experienced any of the drunken dreams or golden floating world that you mentioned last night. I think what you said was quite interesting. Why don't you say it again?" This happened 3 or 4 times. In the end, Xia Lian even took the initiative to ask it if it had anything to say. "Do you want to say a few words?" The vernacular immortal couldn't take it anymore and ran away. To the immortals, Xia Lian was a plague that was extremely unfriendly. Either he didn't have a happy event and waited for years, or he was used to all bad luck and didn't have any fear or uneasiness. Moreover, his luck was so bad that it was beyond the imagination of the immortals. Therefore, their curses didn't hurt Xia Lian at all. They were simply blessings or daydreams. In short, from then on, Xia Lian was cut off from being an immortal. He even suspected that the vernacular immortal had bragged about how evil he was to his own clan after he escaped. Hearing this, Shi Qingxian could not help but burst out laughing. Hua Qing said calmly, "Is it very funny?" Shi Qingxian also knew that it was inappropriate. He immediately became serious and said solemnly, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Xia Lian smiled and said, "It's fine. Anyway, I think it's quite interesting." He concluded, the vernacular immortal absorbs magical power from people's hearts of fear, and then uses this magical power to promote the prophecy to come true, and then makes a new prophecy. This cycle repeats until a person is completely defeated and his heart is like dead ashes. Therefore, the less determined one is, the more they will suffer, and the more they have, the more they are afraid of losing. After a pause, he reminded, "Is there a believer of the Wind Master who received this kind of prayer and asked you for help? You are the Wind God, this thing is not under your jurisdiction. If you receive it, you can hand it over to the martial god." Shi Qingxian said, "It's not the believer who met it, I met it myself." This time, Xia Lian was even more curious, "You met it yourself?" Vernacular immortals generally don't dare to provoke the heavenly officials. Even if they do, with the dignity of the heavenly officials, they don't need to be afraid of them. Shi Qingxian sighed and said, "If I met it after I ascended, naturally it's nothing to worry about, but this is a long story. It was said that hundreds of years ago, when the 2 feng shui masters were still human, they were born in a rich merchant family. Shi Qingxian was the second son. When he was born, the whole family was happy. Because of this, the son was given the nickname Xian. He gave out porridge and did good deeds. At that time, there was a fortune teller who ate porridge and saw the baby in the swaddling clothes. He asked about the baby's birth date and 8 characters and said these words, "After eating your family's porridge, I have something to say. This son of yours, although his fate is good, it's hard to explain in a few words. If you want to save him, you have to be as low-key as possible. Don't let him develop a flamboyant temperament since he was young. Don't let him be in the limelight. Remember to keep a low profile and get rich, so that he can live a peaceful life. Absolutely don't give him a happy event, it will attract bad things." These words were too unpleasant to hear, it was almost the same as talking about immortals. The Shi family was also a merchant family, they especially valued these things. On the spot, they cast aside their pride and chased the fortune-teller away. Naturally, they did not take his words to heart. A few days later, they held a banquet for Shi Qingxian. They were decorated with lanterns and colored banners, gongs and drums sounded. However, at the banquet, just as everyone was drinking happily and singing to the second young master of the Shi family who was in the swaddling clothes, a voice suddenly came from underground, singing, "No good beginning, no good ending." This voice really came from underground, and it drowned out the voices of everyone else present. Everyone was stunned. The banquet dispersed in a panic. That night, Shi Qingxian, who was still a baby, had a fever and cried non-stop. He could not stop no matter what he did, and he continued to complain. His whole family was scared out of their wits. The Shi family remembered the fortune-teller who was chased away not long ago because of his strange words. They hurriedly looked everywhere and invited him back. The fortune-teller said, "I told you not to be flamboyant, you just didn't listen. This child has bumped into a true immortal, he will have endless troubles in this life. This high fever was nothing, and it would subside soon. However, this is just a greeting gift from it." The thing that he bumped into was naturally the vernacular immortal. However, this was not an ordinary vernacular immortal that could be easily chased away. This was the oldest and most powerful vernacular immortal. How high was it? Even without a wedding banquet, it could still cry at a funeral. Hence, it was called the vernacular true immortal. This true immortal could be said to not do business for 3 years, but once it did, it would eat for 3 years. It had a sharp eye, and the people it entangled were all legendary figures with ups and downs. Some people won it, but they also fought with it for their entire lives, providing it with many ingredients. Some people lost to it and became a part of its source of power. After thousands of years of accumulation, it had a deep foundation. Today, it had already rested for more than 100 years. Counting the days, it should be time for it to come out. This time, it was definitely going to eat a big mouthful. Coincidentally, the birth of Shi Qingxian at this time was to its liking, so it was decided by this true immortal. Although the little baby wouldn't understand its prophecy, the baby would eventually grow up, and one day it would be able to understand, one day it would know fear. Moreover, this fear that was buried from a young age would be deeply rooted in its heart, unable to be erased. Luckily, this kind of spirit often had a one-track mind. The way it thought about things was very strange, different from ordinary people. Hence, the fortune-teller thought of a way to trick it. First, let the Shi family send Shi Qingxian out, pretend to send him away, then change his son's appearance, pretend to be a baby girl and send him back, saying that he was an adopted daughter from outside. Let the whole family call this young master Miss, and raise him as a girl since young. As long as that vernacular true immortal couldn't find the baby boy, after a long time, he might not remember who he had picked back then. Hence, Shi Qingxian grew up to 10 years old safely. Within 10 years, the rich and powerful family gradually declined. Second master's parents passed away, and the family fought against each other for property. Shi Wudu was annoyed, so when he was 16 years old, he left home with Shi Qingxian, who was a few years younger than him. The two brothers depended on each other. Shi Wudu was the first to go up the mountain to cultivate, leaving his younger brother in the small town at the foot of the mountain. He cultivated until late every day, and only went down the mountain in the evening. There was no food on the mountain, so he could only go home to eat at night. One night, Shi Wudu was so engrossed in sparring with someone that he forgot the time. Shi Qingxian waited for a long time, but his brother didn't come back. He was worried that he had no food to eat, so he decided to send food up the mountain. At that time, Shi Qingxian was still a child. He didn't know how to walk the mountain road, and it was dark at night. He carried the food box and walked for a long time, waiting for the toilet. In a hurry, he took off his skirt at the side of the mountain road. At this time, a black shadow came from afar on the mountain road, and asked, "Is that Xian in front?" When Shi Qingxian heard someone calling his pet name, he thought that it was someone his brother had called to pick him up, so he quickly put down his skirt and replied, "It's me." The strange voice asked again, "Your date of birth, is it a certain year, a certain month, a certain day, a certain time?" Shi Qingxian was even more curious. He was curious as to why he suddenly asked about his date of birth, and he was curious as to why this person said it exactly, so he also replied, "That's right." "How do you know? Who are you? Do you know my brother?" The voice did not answer, and finally said, "Come over, let me see your face clearly." This was a commanding tone. At this point, Shi Qingxian finally felt that something was wrong. Hugging the box of food, he ran away at top speed. As he ran, he heard the howling wind and wild laughter behind him. It was actually that thing chasing closely behind him, and it shouted, "You're about to fall." Shi Qingxian was scared out of his wits. When he said the word fall, he indeed fell, breaking the box of food, and the food spilled all over the ground. Just as that thing was about to pounce on him, Shi Wudu arrived. Seeing that the person came, the vernacular true immortal disappeared. Shi Wudu carried his brother, whose face was covered in blood and rice, and the two brothers were extremely shocked. It's still found out. After being hidden for so many years, the vernacular true immortal tasted the first sweetness, and from then on, it started to appear regularly, and each time it appeared, it became more and more elusive. This thing's Tao was too powerful, and the Shi family had already collapsed. The Taoists and venerable masters that Shi Wudu could invite were helpless, and they also did not have the strength to spend 1,000,000 merit points to directly transmit their voice to the heavens. Although it did not want Shi Qingxuan's life, the two brothers knew that this thing was just waiting to fatten up before killing it. Right now, it was just giving you a few light slaps to remind you to be afraid of it, and one day, it would come back with a big one. This was like a hunter, not giving his prey a satisfying shot, but instead, he had to brush past his body and shoot a few arrows, causing the prey to be extremely afraid, and then he would eat it. It was like a death by 1,000 cuts. Luckily, the situation finally turned for the better. After cultivating hard for a few years, Shi Wudu ascended. Once he ascended, he immediately brought Shi Qingxian to the central celestial heavens, and smashed him with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A few years later, Shi Qingxian also successfully ascended. From then on, that vernacular true immortal disappeared without a trace. Shi Qingxian naturally thought that it had finally given up, and retreated in the face of difficulties. However, this seemed to be just his wishful thinking. A few days ago, he found a large group of friends to drink. When he was drunk, he suddenly heard a fierce voice in his ear, "You will never see your brother again." That voice was extremely familiar. From the time he was 10 years old until the day he ascended, he would hear this voice once or twice a year. The fear of it had long been engraved in his bones, and it was practically a clap of thunder in his ear. Shi Qingxian instantly sobered up. He was so scared that he ran that very night to Pei Ming's territory. Only when he saw with his own eyes that Shi Wudu was having a good time with Ling Wen and the others did he calm down. Afterwards, he wondered if that voice was a hallucination. After all, this thing had planted too deep a shadow in him since he was young, and it wasn't like he had never experienced it before. However, after thinking about it again and again, he was still a little worried. Thus, he pulled Ming Yi along, and while he was at it, he came to find Xia Lian to ask. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Hua Cheng at Pu Chi Monastery. Enemies really were bound to meet on a narrow road. After listening, Xia Lian said, "If that's the case, then the one you met and the one I met are on a completely different level." After thinking for a moment, he asked Hua Cheng, "San Lang, have you seen that vernacular true immortal with your own eyes?" Hua Cheng played with a pair of chopsticks in his hand and said, I've never seen it with my own eyes. However, I've seen it with someone I know." As for who this person I know was, although Xia Lian was curious, he didn't ask too much. He only said, "How high is its cultivation? Is it really powerful?" Hua Cheng threw away his chopsticks and slowly said, "Very high." Hearing this, Shi Qingxian and Ming Yi's expressions became even more solemn. Hua Cheng then said, "It's different from ordinary small fries, it's indeed difficult to deal with." Although he said it was difficult to deal with, his expression was still the same as usual, as if he was just being polite. However, to be able to get such an evaluation from Hua Cheng, It was extremely not easy. Xie Lian said, Lord Wind, it seems like the problem isn't small. Why didn't you tell Lord Navy about this? Shi Qingxian waved his hand and said, No, no. You know, my brother is about to cross his tribulation again. What if he goes to fight that vernacular true immortal at this critical juncture and gets distracted? I have to keep this matter a secret, I can't let others know. I also didn't tell any of the heavenly officials who are good friends with my brother.